Liquid versus Blacklist. Of course, there's a lot to still be decided within today's matches alone. Even though Blacklist are mathematically out, how they fare in the two matches that they have for today are gonna affect things big time. We could have a lot of tiebreakers, Winter.
Yeah. Sorry, just doing something.
All good, all good. I mean,
Yeah.
I understand. Me and you, we were looking at the math, we were looking at the numbers, and we'll probably have some group stage standings for you here in a short bit. But you can kind of see that everything's all mixed up a little bit because these teams, they've remained tied. In fact, out of all the matches that have happened in Group B so far, only 6 matches have gone 2-0, right? They've only been very clear wins to a very small degree. Everybody's been tying up, they've been able to take games off each other, and now that leaves us in a situation where we might have a tie for the upper bracket, we might even have a tie for survival. And I think this is especially important for Liquid because they need to at least draw or win the match. They can't afford to lose. If not, they are going to join that whole one-way tie. As long as they draw this match up against Blacklist, they will be able to secure their upper bracket seat. So at least that's what's at stake for the first match of the day.
So Blacklist they have no way of going through, right? Even if they win all their remaining games.
That's
According
correct.
to
So today, Blacklist are playing against Gaimin, and they're also playing against Liquid. And even if they were to win both games, they would go up to a maximum of 6 and 8, which would still put them out of lower bracket. Unless Xtreme lose 0-2. Then, because the thing is, even if Xtreme lose against Aurora 0-2, they would be at 7-7. And 7 is way more wins than Blacklist have. So either way, Xtreme are kind of like the gatekeepers of that region. And for the rest of the teams, of course, BetBoom came in. They try to climb all the way back up, get a couple more wins under their belt, and maybe start challenging for that lower bracket seed.
So 7 is the cutoff right now. And for Liquid, they need at least 1 point to secure at least tiebreaks.
Exactly. No, so 1 point means that they're clear of tiebreaks. They don't need to mess around with those shenanigans. So, because if they if they lose both their matches here, they're at 8 wins, which still puts them in a precarious position because that is where Tundra are at, right? And Tundra have no more games today. So Tundra and them will be tied for upper bracket. But if Aurora or Xtreme tie or one of them wins, which, you know, is always going to be likely, then Liquid, Tundra, and Aurora/Xtreme have to go into this 3-way tiebreaker for upper bracket. So they're all still in the tournament, you know, it's not scary, it's just that, you know, you'd like to hang on to that upper bracket where you can.
So the most optimal result is Liquid drawing and then Aurora winning 2-0.
Okay, it depends on what you mean by optimal though. Are you trying to avoid tiebreakers as much as possible? Is that what the plan is?
No, at least they are tiebreakers, right? If Aurora win 2-0, they're gonna be at 9 and 5. Liquid's 9 and 5. Tundra has to. No, Tundra is done, right?
Tundra is done for this group stage so far. So they're out of matches basically.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, there isn't really. I'll be honest with you. As much as we are trying to, you know, add some spice to the matches so far, I think we were really complimenting the hell out of Blacklist, right? Their progression throughout the Southeast Asia close qualifiers to the Swiss stage, it showed that they really grew as a team. But it feels like their progression has kind of halted now that they're up against these opponents in the round robin. They haven't really been able to find a formula that works for them against some of these opponents, and it's not looked the best. I'll be honest. Team Liquid, though, on the other hand, they've been on the up and up. Even in games where they look kind of shaky, they're still able to play patient, pull it back, and still look pretty good, all things considered.
Yeah, they've been able to win sort of impossible games, like from impossible positions. They were able to find ways to bring things back, you know. Like they're playing a very different style of Dota compared to, I think, the rest of the, not every team, but the majority of the teams are playing much more scaling heavy focus, not as quick as Liquid. Liquid are, on their hand, one of the faster teams so far. I mean, they've been like just trying to punish all these scaling drafts that everybody's just trying to play slow and farm, get their late game, mid game timings, and Liquid just doesn't let their opponents do that.
Yeah, they are. It's funny because they took quite a bit of a break from competitive play, and we were hearing from some of their players as well. They just kind of got back into it, started scrimming a bit more, and they just had a look at the meta. They're looking at everybody playing slow. They're like, how about we turn up the pace double time? Let's put the fire under everyone's asses. Let's just heat things up real quick. All these Marcies, these Lunas, these TA calls just running at you, ending the game. Hell, they're diving tier 2, tier 3 at like 18 to 20 minutes. They don't care. They'll just pick up the pace, and it's just up to Blacklist. I think Blacklist, funnily enough, might be in a situation where they are decent enough to respond. And what I mean by that is because it's quite common in Southeast Asian games to have this unrivaled aggression run at you, right? You're trained in the war and flames of unbristled aggression. So maybe Blacklist, they might be able to combat Liquid at their own game here.
Yeah, but sometimes I feel Blacklist also tends to play a little bit like of a waiting game. They're slower than the other teams. If the laning phase goes well, yeah, I agree. They can play a very, very fast-paced game just like Liquid, but it's really dependent on the laning setup and how well the draft plays in the lane. So I think if you're Blacklist right now, I mean, you don't have any chances of making to the next stage, but they've already learned a lot of things. I think as a whole team, a new team, they've got a lot of experience. They've gotten a lot better, and this last 4 games, it's still gonna be important for them to keep the progression going, keep learning, and keep being a better team for future tournaments.
Yeah, you still want to try and pick up as much tech as you can. Of course, they unfortunately, apart from this tournament, they also are in Europe for PGL Malaysia. So that will be something that they can look forward to very shortly. They managed to qualify over Neon, of course. So that was, I feel like, the start of their upward trajectory. But now they have arguably one of the strongest opponents left in this tournament, Liquid. I think on the opposite end of things, G2IG as well as Falcons have been looking hot and fiery. So, you know, a lot more to learn, and you would have loved to sort of move on to the playoffs, but some things not meant to be. You just need to try and milk what you can, and they'll start things off slow and stable with the Pango Abed. We don't really see this flexed to Gabby, even though I'm sure he can play it. This is more or less the Abed hero. And there are still a couple of quote-unquote counters in the pool, like the Primal Beast, the Grimstroke, even the Bloodseeker, if Liquid want to go for that.
Yeah, but Brewmaster it seems like it's a very, very useful hero at the highest level. This hero just does so much. I think Tundra really demonstrated how much this hero can do with very little net worth. They are always using the supports to help Topson. They help the carry, so their offlane kind of doesn't get as much attention as you probably want to. And Brewmaster is probably, I think, guess next to Centaur, both of them are just like probably the best at just utilizing almost no resource from the team and just trying to survive in the game and be useful in the team fights.
Yeah. I think earlier on you were saying that you prefer, in between Brewmaster and Centaur, you prefer Centaur because Centaur can still have a lot of utility with his ult.
More stable, I think, for Centaur. Brewmaster kind of, you have a couple of matchups where, I mean, we saw the Weaver matchup. I think it was one game Tundra played the Weaver matchup, but he struggled. But yesterday, Aurora drafted Brewmaster into the same matchup, but Jabs didn't really struggle in that lane.
Yeah, Jabs is fine. Jabs was just straight chilling. I think it's the whole Weaver thing that you mentioned, because a lot of these heroes that could bully the Brewmaster also suffer from a lack of regen. So then you just max the Thunderclap and the Cinderbrew and you're doing so much damage. I think the Drunken Brawler especially has given this hero new dimensions for him to play with as in the lane. And that really just allows him to be so versatile. We've seen 33 already put some quote-unquote new. It's new to us, but apparently to Liquid it's old news. They had this whole, early Aghanim's Primal Companion build, and they were pushing towers with a Wisp and Solar Crest at like 18 minutes. Just Earth Panda beating into that shit. And it looked pretty cool. So Liquid, yeah, still a lot of creative ideas up their sleeve. And I mean, Abed showing the Pango early. I wonder whether that's going to open Liquid up to feel a bit more comfortable picking their mid laner for Nisha.
I think the Pango just feels like a pretty straightforward idea for the 3 versus 3. Because I feel like it's very hard for you to lose the 3 versus 3 if you have Pango on your side, and then you have a lot more flexibility in terms of what type of supports to pick. If you compare it to some teams, they like to open with the supports first. Sometimes you don't get the ideal mid laner that can allow the two supports to function in the 3 versus 3. And Pango kind of can work with almost anybody, I want to say.
Yeah, it does feel that way. He fulfills, he brings a lot of spell damage, he brings a lot of physical damage, a lot of control with his ultimate. Feels like you tack on any two supports and it's still gonna work out okay at the very least. We'll see what he can get done though. I feel like we've seen some Pangoliers miss out on a couple of rotations and then suddenly they're looking like poo-poo. But Rubik, good pickup here for Boxy. Lift instant control. We see this frequently combined with the Brewmaster in the lane just because the Fate Bolt is such an easy ignite. To be fair, I feel like a lot of these range supports are pretty good complements to the Brewmaster as long as you have a low committal spell you can use to activate the Cinder Brew. And that's gonna make the safe lane a bit tricky now for Blacklist. They have a lot of harass to contend with. It almost makes you feel like they might want to pick something like a sustained support, someone with a bit of heals who can help you get through the early laning stage. Funnily enough, Liquid, even though the IO is available for them, they have completely chosen to ignore it. I think in previous matchups and other matchups, they've just instantly snap-picked this boxy IO.
I think the IO doesn't work very well with something like Brewmaster. I think it pairs better with a Centaur. Because Brewmaster, you kind of want to sit and it's not so easy for you to set up and abuse the relocate, right? Because your primal speed is a long cooldown. You compare it to a Centaur. A Centaur just running around when you get dagger, you can set up with a stun. So that's probably the biggest reason why they chose not to go with the IO this time.
Yeah. I guess they were snap picking the IO in situations where the Brewmaster was already banned out along with some other offlaners for 33. So when they get their hands on this little panda boy, they're just gonna snap it right up. Enchantress is the answer though for Blacklist, so some early laning prowess.
Heal.
Potentially
Just keep healing. Because of the poke, right? The Rubik and Brewmaster, they have a lot of poke. So Enchantress is gonna heal your carry. I mean, Luna is still in the pool. Luna, Morphling. We'll see which one they go for after this. Oh, they actually still go for the Marcy carry. With IO.
Yeah, I mean, I understand what you mean by the whole, IO not really pairing up with the Brewmaster, but we did see this come out from Liquid, right? They're not too concerned about it. They'll run Boxy around with the Brewmaster. I think the interesting thing about this team is most of the time when you see an IO and a Rubik, you're assuming that the IO is position 5 and the Rubik is pos 4. But knowing the players on Liquid, Insania loves his Rubik. And I think in terms of who's the better IO, sorry Insania, but Boxy clearly has shown that he's a lot more comfortable on the hero. At least that's how they're choosing to run it now. But maybe we'll see a bit of a switch up because I can't imagine that the Marcy Rubik lane is as powerful. I don't know.
Yeah, it should be Rubik and Brewmaster. I think if you are choosing to set up the lanes, you're most likely going to put Rubik with the Brew.
Yeah. Doesn't really make sense to detach the Marcy and the IO. And we've seen, like I mentioned, we've seen Liquid run it down like this before. Pick these type of fast heroes that can just keep putting up an aggression. And Blacklist, they choose a rather slow position 1. It's gonna be the Faceless Void. Look, I know this secures their late game, but isn't it kind of scary into this lineup who are just gonna run at you perpetually?
I mean, I think they're picking it into the relocate. They're trying to use it to deal with the relocate. Like you see him relocating in, you just chrono, so you get 2 heroes, and then you have free setup with the Grimstroke, and you burst him with Inkswell. I guess that's the plan right now. I mean, I'm not saying I'm a big fan of it. I don't really like Faceless Void at the moment. I think this hero is actually just very hard to pull off. Very slow. He's very weak early game. Like before you could still be useful without chrono, because time dilation is such a big deal. And your laning is a lot better. And now his laning is so much weaker than before.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I think the main thing with Faceless Void is we saw it in the earlier stages of the tournament. Some big chronos, some big plays coming out from these carry players. And hell, even Thompson was playing it in the mid here and there. But it's a hero that has really fallen off. And a lot of these other carry players are favoring these Kanda builders. The Luna is still available in the pool. We could see something crazy like a mid Marcy, although I'm not really sure whether that's a real thing that exists. Because, the Luna can really kick up the tempo against this team. And
OD?
Sure.
Maybe mid OD. I think OD against Faceless Void, pretty good. With a save.
seconds.
They need like
Yeah.
a very greedy mid hero on Liquid side.
Liquid have played this OD on Nisha before. Gotta keep in mind though that the only game they did pick it was up against a DK Timber, so and a Morphling, if I remember correctly. So that was a very natural OD game where this time round, you know, you might be a bit concerned about that long-range silence coming out from the Grimstroke, and nothing much you can do into the Pango Rolling Thunder if he gets it off. But it can dominate the lane, and maybe that's what Nisha needs. I know yesterday when we were watching the Liquid game, even though they were able to get a nice tie-up in the series, Nisha was not having the best of times, right? I think we were talking about it. It looked like he was on the verge of looking a little frustrated there, but thankfully the team was able to claw it back, put them in this position now where they are still vying for the top seed in this group, and up against Blacklist, who are mathematically eliminated, unfortunately. So Southeast Asia Dota fans, all we have left is Aurora, unfortunately.
Okay, so what does Blacklist
10
need
seconds
here?
remaining.
They need some.
5
I guess they need
seconds
some kind of
remaining.
tank, some kind of body
Yeah.
in front. I mean, a lot of the Gabby heroes are already banned, so he might have to pull something different here.
The Mars could be pretty decent if that's what they want to go for, although I'm not really sure whether it's a classic Grimstroke pairing. I'm
Yeah,
trying to think what else Gabi has.
Not the strongest.
Centaur also still available, but kind of feels like ass into Marcy IO. Sure, he can stampede forward, but then the Rubik, that's an easy steal for him.
I mean, it'll be useful no matter what if you pick Centaur.
Team Liquid's turn.
There's that
okay,
OD ban.
okay, they ban out the OD. Alright, no more. They're just banning out all the scaling mid heroes, so I guess Zeus is the only one available. I think Zeus is still pretty legit here.
Yeah, true. The long-range ultimate can stop the Magnus from setting up the team fight that they would like.
10 seconds.
You don't really have any combo breakers now, though. You don't have any save other than the relocate out of the
5
Chrono.
seconds remaining.
And the second layer of ultimates with the Swashbuckle into Rolling Thunder, or maybe just the Blink RP into Skewer, that could really send Liquid for a loop. I like what Blacklist have on the table, to be honest. I think their lanes are set up pretty nicely. They have a good bit of magic burst damage between the Magnus and the Grimstroke to potentially deal with the Marcy IO.
Very
Few tools
slow
to split
though.
up the fight as well.
Faceless Void Magnus is very slow. Oh
You may now
no.
select your heroes.
This
no.
is actually the perfect pick with this sound lineup.
Oh no, not like that. And you got an IO buffing you up as well. And you have a Marcy sidekick potentially. This is... Oh, Liquid are here to heat things up, man. And they're gonna last pick that Huskar. This is scary. They don't have any form of magic burst other than the Pango and the Grim to try and deal with him.
Then you have to buy a vessel or one of the supports. I don't know. It's looking really tough. They can't really switch the lane, so it's gonna be Pango against Huskar. He has to do some try not to play the lane shenanigans, pull the wave, God knows where.
Yeah. We've seen Abed in these rough lane matchups before, and if he's confident enough to first pick his mid hero, he was trained by Bulba, you know, for the longest time on Shopify, on EG, he had to sit there and accept that his hero would be counterpicked. And yeah, I mean, this is perhaps one of the strongest counterpicks that remain in the pool. Not really something we've seen Nisha bring out recently, but I feel like all these mid laners, some of them just have sneaky Huskar pocket picks, and it feels like it could just dominate the game. Finish off the Roche really early on with the help of Mickey and Io, and then, you know, before we know it, they're knocking on your front door.
Yeah, I mean, this Huskar is gonna be really scary. He's set up for success with the draft. They can pretty much pick anything at the last junction, and I think Huskar, after they banned out Hody, I think Huskar was kind of one of the best picks remaining.
Yeah.
They needed something that can be played around for the rest of the players, and Huskar's perfect with Io, perfect with Marcy. You control your lane, get Roshan, and Blacklist have this slow-ass lineup, because Huskar is really good against lineups that have very long cooldown, like Faces
Yeah,
Void
absolutely.
and Magnus. Huskar doesn't care about cooldowns, you know. You may kill me one time with your wombo combo, but when I come back, you have nothing. And just imagine if they're all in to kill him and there's a relocate, game is over.
Yeah, literally. I think later down the line, we might even see some saves come out from the Marcy, you know, just a nice little dispose to get him out of trouble. Or even the Rubik defensive lift, right, when he gets the shot. Could be a big deal. True enough, we see it's Boxy grabbing that Wisp. No surprises there, and Insania will be piloting the Rubik. Seems like we might have a bit of a lane swap action going on here, because usually we see it's Boxy paired up with none other than 33, of course. But just favoring the lane matchups and trying to make sure they get the right mix-up there. I mean, you said the Blacklist lineup is really slow, right? Is there a chance that they can tie through the early game? Because the 3v3 of the Pango, like we mentioned, is still pretty formidable, right? If you're able to gank the Huskar over and over in the early game and get Abed rolling, early diffusal, does that change things at all?
Yeah, they have to. They have to just focus the Huskar. They have
Okay,
to,
Winter, so let me get it
unfortunately,
straight. Let me get
abandon
it
the
straight.
Magnus. and
What
fo-
you're saying is they have to just leave Gabby on an island and only play for Abed, and that's their
Yeah,
only way of
course.
success. Is
Mid
that what you're saying?
laners, you know how important the mid laners are right now. You know, they decide so much of the game.
That's true.
Off laners have
Battle
less power than the
begins.
mid lane.
True. Yesterday when we spoke to 33, he didn't really seem to think anything was very different, but maybe that's just the 33 effect, right? He's just gonna do his own thing no matter what.
He doesn't
Uh,
want to tell you the truth.
Yeah, he's just keeping it to himself. He's keeping it dirty secrets. You know, two very different type of players. We interviewed Nightfall as well, and this man was a gold mine of information, right? He was just telling us everything. MJZ and Tim's early on here putting out some of the hurt onto Boxy and Mickey, but this is not something that should bother them too much. They have a lot of inherent sustain between the both of them. And I think the lane to keep our eyes on will be mid. What can Abed do? What theatrics is he gonna put up to try and contest in this lane? Because Nisha, early level in the fire spears, flaming spears already is just burning Abed's health down. You get 1 or 2 more levels into that, this guy's laning stage is over.
Yeah, not much you can do, but just pull creeps. I think after this you have to pull. When Huskar's
Maybe you
level
go-
3, level 2 spears, you can't really play the lane anymore. And you have to just run around, pick up the bounty, pick up water rune, drag the creep. That's pretty much the only thing you can do.
Yeah, I mean, one of the weaknesses of Huskar is the first few levels, right? If Abed's able to just use the glyph or double stack a wave against him and put on the pressure, that's where, you know, Nisha might not be in for as smooth as a journey as he likes, but there's that level 2 Berserker's Blood, and as the time ticks on, Abed is going to suffer more and more. He needs the bottles, he needs the rotations, he needs supports to come through. And, I mean, I'm looking at the side lanes. Magnus and Faceless Void don't seem like the type of heroes you can leave by themselves. Sure, you have a time walk, but you're gonna have to keep way clear of Insania if you don't want to die.
But unfortunately, they're gonna have to sacrifice the side lane heroes, I think.
Yeah.
Not now, but eventually it's gonna happen. I think around 4-5 minutes you have to. That's when the Huskar's gonna pressure your Pango a lot, to the point where he can't even get XP. So it's really important that Pango, after the next couple of waves where he can still take the levels, and he has to try to drag the wave behind his tower, try to go pick up the wave in between the Huskar's tower, drag it to his own tower, between his own tower, farm. Because if you do that right, it puts Huskar in a position where he's gonna the wave you're messing up with the wave, right? So the wave is gonna push into your tower, and that's gonna give your supports chances to gank the Huskar. So that's why the Pango has to make that move.
First blood drawn by Mickey and Boxy in the top side, just getting the jump onto the Grimstroke. Good setup with the level 2 and probably the dispose while they're at it.
Bot lane.
Getting the Grimstroke out of position. I mean, you talk about them needing to sack the side lanes. They didn't even need to rotate yet. The
What
side
the
lanes are
heck?
already suffering.
What the hell is going on? He doesn't even have Thunderclap. He just died to Cinebrew with the Fate
Yeah.
Bolt.
Just got
He
chased
didn't even
down, I
he
guess.
didn't even lift him, you know. Didn't even have to use the lift.
Just walked him down, huh? I mean, I guess that's just the level 2 timing because the Ench still only has that level in the enchant.
Yeah, that's why you
Nothing
see
in-
some of the Edge players actually choosing to get healed at level 1 when you're up against a kill lane. A lane that does a lot of magic damage to you. And your carry is more defensive, not like a Sven that has a stun. Then you have to be very, very careful. So a lot of players just get Nature's Attendance at level 1.
I mean, the reality is Enchant is just one of, if not, Enchantress' strongest spell in the laning stage, but sometimes you gotta switch things up to adapt to the situation, and unfortunately MJZ, he didn't have the time or the levels to really even consider that. 3 minutes, Lotuses, Insania will be able to claim the top, the bot one, while Tim's grabs the one up there, and Mickey taking quite a bit of magic damage. Boxy trying his best to heal him up, but the tether was on cooldown right until that moment, narrowly survives there, gets a level in the sidekick, so should start healing up a little bit. But that was a very close attempt.
I mean, they're still going on him. He's gonna get skewer back. Alright.
Oh, beautiful
Definitely
skewer.
not respecting the Magnus. Like, still trying to dispose him under the tower, just setting up perfectly for the Magnus to skewer his ass forward.
Yeah. Mickey pays the price for his hubris there. And Gabby says, thank you very much. I'll take that any day
Mid
of
lane,
the week.
here comes the supports rotating to the Huskar.
You have to. Try and route him out.
This
well?
is not gonna work.
I can't help but feel like if Tim's was waited a bit longer on the Inkswell and allowed Abed to get his spells back up, he might have actually gotten a connection of some sort. But unfortunately, Nisha's just able to walk his way out of there. I guess at the very least, he secures the water rune for...
Dire
Oh,
Yeah,
not-
sure. If Pango didn't get the rune, then it would be really disastrous. I mean, he's going to get the water rune and the bounty rune. Wait.
Yeah, it
Teams-
looked like
teams
it looked like for a
actually-
moment that the Huskar was gonna posture aggressively to the top side and deny
Yeah,
that
he
even.
was thinking about it, but then he realizes that the Grim might be just waiting for him, so he decides to just play it safe, farm the creeps under tower. But surprisingly, teams picked up the bounty rune too. I thought he would actually leave the second bottle refill for Pango there. That's
Yeah.
kind of bad, you know. I feel like the Pango needs the bounty rune refill.
Yeah, that's fair. Maybe Abed's just saying, yeah, just take it, man. I want to try and catch as many of these creeps in the mid lane as possible. I can understand it, you know. He's not too fast. He's, all things considered, still
I mean, look
doing
at the crew
fine.
wave. The crew wave is under tower. They're all gonna die, you know. And now he has one more bottle sip. Like, without HP, you're not gonna get any creeps in the lane. I don't know. I feel like he won't get much here in the next two
Yeah,
waves.
that's fair. I mean, maybe his thought is that if we look at the mid lane, the lane is currently pushing in, right? So he's thinking, okay, it'll ping pong back to me, it'll be fine.
Yeah,
I
that's
can
that's
still-
precisely why you should get the bounty rune, right? It's pushing under the tower. The tower's gonna kill the creep. Minimal enemy creeps are gonna die. You take the bounty rune and then you come back, so you're just in time for the wave and it's pushing in.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe he just doesn't want to do it. He just wants to play the lane. We'll see. I'm no mid expert. You know, I'm just trying to understand.
True. I mean, I can see where you're coming from. It's needs all the resources he can get. Although, yeah, like I mentioned, I think Abed is surprisingly doing a lot more decently in terms of the CS than we expected. I tend to see this a lot with Abed in particular on his Pango or on his Storm or whatever he picks in the mid lane. Even if he is quote unquote counter-picked, he seems to be able to find a way to get something out of the lane, which has been a hallmark of this player, I think, throughout the teams that he's been on in the past
Bro.
maybe 1 to 2 years.
This matchup is different from the other matchups. This Huskar Pango.
True.
I
We
mean,
got a
this
quick
is when
replay of
this
that
is
kill.
when it starts to get really, really difficult. The Huskar's really level 3, level 4. I think at level 5, I think you completely can't lane anymore because you have the third point in the Burning Spear.
Dude, I saw, looking at that kill again, that was kind of crazy. The fact that Mickey still turns around and disposes him. I mean, even if you dispose him, it's not like you're getting the kill, right?
It's not
Maybe
a
he
stun.
just- yeah, it wasn't gonna stop him there. Like, you could just walk away. Not sure what that was about, but Mickey, maybe just sick of eating so much damage and just wanted to put a little
He
bit back.
was having a little bit too much fun, you know, after killing him before that.
No, I get it. We've all been there, you know. You want to just cast your spells a little bit. You keep getting poked and prodded, you just want to give them a punch back, a light punch. But
Yeah, how can
unfortunately-
you let the enemy hit you like 4 times in a row and just not retaliate?
Exactly. You got to put up some resistance, even if it means you give over a free
You
kill.
know, one of my teammates actually said this to me. You
What?
want me to just sit there and do nothing and just let him hit me? I can't play Dota like this, even though I have to do that to win the game.
Yeah. I mean, it's a suboptimal. It is the optimal play, but it feels so bad. I think that's one of the things.
Sadly for him, after he said that, he got swapped to another role.
Right. What was his role, if I may ask? Was he like a core player?
Nope, not gonna disclose.
Okay. You don't want to expose your friendos. That's fine. But yeah, I think that's something that a lot of the times, especially when you're watching pro games, you'll notice that all these teams, right, they play so patient and you're like, why aren't they using their spells? Why aren't they making moves? A lot of the times it's about trying to hit some sort of coordinated power spike or waiting for a key item timing. I think we've seen it a lot, particularly with Liquid, where even in the games where they start off a bit behind, way further than they'd like, they're still very patient. They set the pieces in motion to, you know, get a potential comeback. Hopefully Insania's mouse is fine here. It says he's having a little bit of problems. I'm sure they'll be able to get him a replacement. It looks like they're at the Liquid boot camp, man. I'm sure they're locked and loaded with
won't be a
many
problem.
resources there.
Everybody has an extra
We-
one, a spare.
We have a flight soon. What are you talking about? You have a flight as in your game
Wait,
up
I-
against Gaimin Gladiators? What are they on about?
Yeah, I mean, this guy's.
Just trolling.
I don't think they are going back for a week and coming back to Europe.
Yeah, that wouldn't make sense. But who knows? Maybe the orc thinks, you know, you guys deserve a little bit of break. You guys did well, all things considered. I do have to remind everyone that as much as, you know, people watching might be like, oh, Blacklist, they don't stand a chance. Oh, Blacklist this, Blacklist that. You gotta keep in mind that this team kind of came together only very recently. Sure, some of the components are familiar and recognizable names in the scene. But, you know, after their KL run that didn't really go quite as successfully, they reorganized entirely, brought in a few new players, MJZ, brought in coaching staff, Dubu. You know, it's steady come up for the team, and coming through the close qualifiers, making it to this stage of the tournament. It's quite a big feat.
Yep, compared to what they did at the start, you know, they look completely lost in the initial stages of the team.
Yeah. And it's nice to see that they're picking things back up here, but we'll see whether they've been able to glean anything useful and maybe put on some pressure onto both Liquid and Gaimin, make them uncomfortable for the rest of these groups. Just go out with a bang, you know what I mean? Blacklist. For now, early laning stage, apart from that little fumble from Mickey, it's relatively peaceful. Thought that we would see a lot more action from Nisha and Arbet in this mid lane. But so far, it's just trading spells, right? Nothing too crazy, but I can't imagine that this is good for Blacklist, given that Liquid, they're gonna hit a way earlier timing than the Radiant side.
In top lane, Gabby not gonna be able to help teams.
Yeah, it's just such an easy collapse. I feel like the level 4 and level 5 is where it's at for all the Liquid lanes, right? You get higher levels in the rebound and the dispose, just start punching them out. With the overcharge from the Wisp, it's just too much damage. And they're still keeping it going. Yeah, Palo's just being run down here in this bot side, completely forced off his own tower. At least let the catapult sing a little bit onto this tier 1. But of course, not a lot of pushing power between these two heroes. So, just some pressure and they'll back up. I'm sure they're very happy with this current situation, net worth wise as well. Very much in their favor. Minute 6 runes, it will be spawning in the top side. And luckily for Insania, or rather sorry, Boxy, he'll be able to just grab that for himself and deny it from Arbet. So no level 6 rune fights, you know, Blacklist, their supports weren't here in time. Unfortunately, can't really help Arbet much in that regard. Already 1 level down.
He's almost level 6. I think once they get level 6 on Pango, maybe they can try to set up a kill on Huskar. Any kill they get on this hero, it's going to be so big for them. Like, even
Yeah,
if you
but,
have to
like you
bring
mentioned,
one more
they're
core,
sacking the side lanes for it though. AD rune on Boxy just auto attacks down that Magnus. Very sad sight for Gabby. Arbit winding up the Rolling Thunder though. They see Insania on a nicely placed ward by MJZ. Looks like they'll lose the Rubik.
yeah,
Set up a ward behind the
Huskar
tower
is
as well.
like, thank you so much for not killing me.
Yeah, Insania just bodies that gank for him. Nicely done. But a lot of vision. Take a look at the priority being set.
Wisdom.
Minute 7, Wisdom Runes. Arbet trying to contest. He'll outclick his opposition. Nicely done, and nothing that Liquid can really do to punish it. MJZ trying to get a little thievery going, but Insania just TPs in and secures that. So at least they keep up in terms of the EXP. The way that Blacklist have warded makes me feel like they want to get moving immediately though. Take a look at where their vision is planted. One right outside the entrance of the jungle up on the top side, and 2 wards planted right behind the Huskar's mid tier 1. Gabby again, the subject of some aggression, but can't imagine that he'll really, you know, be at risk of dying here. Beautiful body blocks from Mickey. It's not going to be enough. They're diving under the tower to try and commit the last kick in the back of the head. They get Gabby and they might look at
Tim's is
Tim's
dead.
too.
He's dead.
Oh no. Phase boots. Just need another dispose. He's gonna try to turn around with Inkswell. Silence up. It's gonna buy him some time, but no one is coming to help him, unfortunately. Easy punches out. Mickey hits level 6, and it is a double kill for the Marcy.
And relocate. They're gonna get MJZ as well.
Oh, here they come. Blood grenade. Slows him down just a little bit. I don't even think it connected, but more punches, more kills, a triple for Liquid. And every single time we see them pick up this IO, this is what happens. Roaming around the map from the 5-minute mark onwards, as soon as you get that level 6, it's just blitzing you everywhere you show your face. Right for the Rolling Thunder here onto Abed, but I mean, it's gotta feel so bad because you're looking at this solo Rubik. Even if you Rolling Thunder onto him, he has a Lotus, you might not get the kill, and that's like your major ultimate to expend at the moment. Gabby doesn't even have his level 6. See a replay of that, the beautiful body blocks from Mickey just staying ahead of that Magnus. Trying to dive now onto Nisha in the mid lane. But yeah, again, like, what? For what? He has a safety bubble and an armlet, for Christ's sake. He's completely fine.
Now even with the roll, even if you land a perfect roll, there's a pretty high chance that he's not gonna die.
And now Liquid continuing that aggression, just waltzing into the triangle, securing the Watcher. My goodness, these guys, these supports, they don't care, not even a bit. Just run up onto Gabby, auto attack him a few times. Boxy exerting dominance, just T-posing in his face, bro.
It's really fun to play IO when you're paired up with something that can keep killing, like a Marcy. You get to do whatever you want on the map, play very, very aggressive. And Gabby is like trying to hide. He's the rat here, you know, trying to dodge, trying to hide.
He is shaking like a leaf. He's just hoping he doesn't get spotted out. But Liquid, they have their eyes set on the objective of the tier 1 tower and they'll clear it up. Increased access to the jungle area, especially the triangle. And I think that's so important, especially for a Magnus lineup. You want to try and milk the most out of that Empower, and the triangle is one of the prime places to get gold. Abed in the mid lane, using that catapult to put on quite a bit of damage onto this mid tier 1. Liquid, they don't necessarily respond in time, and their tower, is it within deny range already? Man, that's... yeah, it's down to 140 HP.
Yeah, I think it's really bad that actually they let them hit the tower so much when the Edge brought the creep over. I felt like Huskar should have came a lot earlier to just defend, make sure they don't damage the tower so much.
Yeah, I mean, even, you know, even
was just
33
jungling.
could have TP'd over, right?
Yeah,
like,
just jungling. Very weird.
I feel like I'm looking at the Blacklist lineup, and I'm sure there's an Ench, right? But apart from the Ench, there should be no way they take towers like sub 10 minutes or even threaten your towers. None of these heroes are really good at hitting
Yeah, but
the
if
objectives.
you have the Edge creep tanking a tower with the catapult hitting on the building,
anything's possible.
it's gonna go down, you know. Doesn't matter what
True.
heroes they have.
Oh, they want to seal the deal on this mid tower. They want to seal the deal onto Nisha. Get the first kill onto this Huskar. With that Chrono, in comes Palos. Slice up, Rolling Thunder to back up. And it's changed nicely. The shield crash will find him. Good use of the first Chrono. And they'll be able to get the tier 1 tower to boot.
Yeah, good play there. Now 1 kill plus tower. Excellent recovery for Blacklist. Just Palos just recognizing he has to give his buddies a little bit of a hand here. Magnus is not able to help. Because without RP, without dagger, you can't really initiate and set up a kill onto the Huskar.
Yeah, and to be fair, there wasn't really much mileage that he was getting out on the bot side with the Brewmaster anyway, but it's gonna come at a bit of a cost though. They're still trying to put on some aggression. Killing off onto Insania. Ingswell gonna connect, and the Rolling Thunder. Just one more bump back. Insania in a whole lot of trouble. Still trying to juke though. Abed just needs to find the right angle. One lingering swash, and he can't even find it. Yeah, now he has the TP out. This is scary. Last auto attack, they'll find the Pango. 33 had a split out, and I think Mickey managed to solo kill off, I believe it was the Grimstroke up here in this top side who was trying to contest in the triangle. So carnage happening all over the map. Liquid up to a 2k goal lead already. And now Gabby, who's poked his little head out, is going to get chased down. Need to try and find a little corner to TP in. Jump wrongly though, unfortunately, and Liquid, the lose sight of the Magnus.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And that was a pretty bad mistake there by Abed. I think he probably should have just tried to use Swashbuckler. I guess he was worried that if he's Swashbuckler and he's not on roll, he might not be able to TP out. And in the end,
He's just gonna get controlled, right?
Yeah, in the end, he just like committed way too deep in and just took too much damage on the tower.
Yeah, not enough terrain in that area for you to bounce from as well, right? More than anything, good moves from Insania to juke out that situation. And there you have it, Nisha back in the mix. You talked about this already. Even if you commit your ultimate cooldowns onto him, he's just gonna respawn and say, what else you got? And that's literally what's happening now. You commit a whole chrono for him early on. You bring Palos, disrupt his farm a little bit. Sure, you kill off the Huskar, but he's still looking pretty nice in terms of the net worth. And I think the most important part about all of this is you see that Mickey and 33 are the ones who are at the top of the net worth board. It's because there's so much attention being put on Nisha in that mid lane that everyone else is just able to farm free.
I mean, they still have to try to, I think, get a Roche for Nisha at some point, you know, because he's gonna be the target of the chrono, and as soon as the dagger on Magnus comes out, I think you have to probably follow the Huskar as the IO so you can get him out. Whenever he's sieging, I don't think you can like just try to, okay, I'm gonna bring the Marcy over, you know, and then your Huskar is just hitting the tower and you get skewered back.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Insania gets found out here all by his lonesome. Not sure what he's doing there. Maybe trying to get a Lotus or trying to clear
Late lane
wave.
farm, bro.
True. Someone's got to grab it. Here's Abed though with the Diffusal Blade. Maybe he can get some action going. Call for a couple of friends, catch Nisha off on a toggle. Yeah, he's just hoping that Nisha lets his guard down and toggles wrongly. Rolling Thunder coming out. There's a sentry spotting round. Nisha is completely aware of this and will be able to get that toggle. They even have a relocate coming through, but it's a huge RP. Nicely done by Gabby. Blink reveal and swashbuckle through. Not enough damage for Nisha at the moment, and he's surviving! He gets the toggle, and now the jump out disaster! Blacklist, they don't get their target! And oh, that was so much committed. That was the Blink reveal as well. Blacklist.
That was actually insane from Huskar. He was able to toggle his armor at the last moment. I think Blacklist they landed their stuns. I feel like it was close to perfection, but just didn't have enough damage. They had to focus Boxy first to stop him from killing Huskar.
Yeah.
And then after that, they just didn't have enough in the tank. Maybe Palos
really
had
had
to
no choice.
Palos had to come. I don't know. He doesn't have a TP.
Yeah, every small little bit of just a sliver of HP it felt like on that
I guess
Huskar left.
they just needed one more hero, the Ench or the Void, to come.
I bet being chased now. Nice acrobatics to jump up and drop low. Can't outrun 33. The control is still there. MJZ in the area gets pulled back by the Void Panda. Nice control from 33.
Nice pull.
And just gets destroyed. This is how you know this guy's a broom master, right? I feel like this Void Panda, not so recently, has been introduced, and we're seeing these broom master players get more and more creative how they use the astral pulls. Just clean stuff overall. Palos able to get a kill onto Insania again. This Rubik just eating the dead lane farm and eats a chrono for his troubles.
He used a chrono for it, so it means Roshan is...
Yeah, I mean, Palos, he's just picking out whatever he can get now, and all credit to him though, he's keeping up very well in terms of the net worth.
I mean, my friend Rubik is rushing a naked dagger as well. He feels like he's gonna have the luxury to rush a naked dagger.
That's crazy. Insania's not even playing the same game, bro. He's like on his own little adventure, picking up whatever farm he can get. You know, if it's convenient, he'll come through and try and help with a kill, but if not, he's just chilling.
Yeah, he has to chef out the lanes. If Io plus Marcy, they are running around looking for action, or the Brewmaster's running around the Huskar looking for action, somebody has to pick up the trash. Nisha, on the other hand, I guess he's not the trash picker, he's the raid boss now.
He is the tax collector. He's knocking on your doors asking for payment. And right now, Blacklist, they have nothing to give. The one thing that they're doing though is diverting attention away from Palos. We talked about this Faceless Void being a bit of a slower carry, but if you can keep eating these empowers from Gabby maxed out and keep this farm going, Blacklist might stand a chance. The Chronos, they've been used suboptimally so far, but it's what Blacklist have needed to stay alive.
The second Roshan, I think the second Roshan is going to be the key one. The first one right now is, I feel like it's okay, you can dodge him, just let him take some of the towers, but eventually you're going to have to contest the Huskar, right? You can't just let him do whatever he wants on the map.
True, yeah. I mean, now he's already trying to be as big of a problem as possible, just stalking you around the map like an actual tax collector. He's not letting them breathe. Nice TP out.
Has been killed.
This is more than a tax collector. He's like
This
And
is the
for-
government. This is the literal government chasing you down and hunting you down through the. You're like on FBI's most wanted list. And Huskar is the entirety of the FBI running forward. Nice roll up though. Abed gets out of trouble with the swashbuckle. The chase is still on though. Mickey looking for a target, but no additional means of control. Insania was a bit too far back. Just set up some vision here and control the triangle. Keep putting on this pressure with the unleash. Trying to beat into this tower as much as possible.
Radiant's
Palos?
33
tower
uses
is
a
under
split.
attack.
What? Is he trying to
Radiant's
solo kill him?
are fortified.
I mean, I guess.
It's not
I mean,
relocate.
Palos is dying though.
He's actually dying. What?
Yeah, I
on
mean,
earth?
Gabby's around. Mickey might come through. They might just set a trap though.
Oh,
Look at
damn, it's time
Gabby
it.
waiting for a response. Gonna try and get the catch. RP onto 2. And Palos manages to get the time walk off. In comes Abed as well, but Mickey with the BKB. Nice soulbind holding them in place and turn around the chrono. This is actually an opportunity for Blacklist to fight back. They kill off Mickey to start. But where is Nisha in the fight? Here he comes. Palos in big trouble, able to time walk away. He's trying to hide away under the cover of nighttime vision. But he still ends up going down. You get a big kill streak on the Marcy. But you use basically everything in the kitchen sink. You kill off the carry. It's a pretty good trade overall. But now Blacklist, for the next 1.5 minutes, they're gonna have to flee.
Now they're gonna pay the price. They're gonna pay the tax collector. You
Yeah.
Use RP, you use Chronosphere just for one kill. I mean, I guess they had no choice, right? They didn't have enough there. So they had to commit the Chrono after the RP.
I think Gabby was probably hoping for a bit of a bigger RP, right? He was waiting for more liquid heroes to show up. But
He got 2 heroes, 2 cores.
yeah,
it
I think that's just about as good as you could ask for because
Yeah, you
Liquid,
can't
they
ask
were
for
very
more.
tactical about how they were flowing into the fight.
Tower is under attack.
See that happen
Oh.
again. Nice RP from Gabby to break things up and allow Palos to escape. Abed coming through as well. But that's the BKB reveal from the Marcy. Just so strong on Mickey right now. They need to use everything just to beat him down. Even with that clean chrono from Palos, as long as Liquid and the rest of their heroes show up, scary stuff. Back to life, they're able to clean up the Tormentor on the Blacklist side of the map. That is a shot going to Boxy. Isn't that actually kind of disgusting? Now Overcharge grants slow resistance and spell lifesteal. If he pings onto the Huskar and the Huskar enough fires, this guy is gonna get all his HP back. Unironically, like, he's already so powerful. Here's Palos. Has to turn and flee. Tim secures the wisdom though, but might just pay for it with his life. Yep. Easy jump through. Nisha just cuts him down. And Blacklist can do nothing but run. Like I said, no cooldowns on their big ultimates means that they can't fight at all.
Yeah, at the same time, I think they're doing a really good job splitting up on the map. Like you see MJZ, Abed, they're like on the bottom side. They're farming the enemy jungle, they're farming the ancients. They're getting whatever they can from this difficult situation. I mean, eventually
Yeah.
you're gonna be able to outscale them, right? You have Magnus and Faces Void. It's just
Yeah.
about time, whether you get the time or you don't get the time, and they're trying their best to create time at the moment for Faces Void.
Yeah, a couple of ways for them to do that. The empower, the splitting the map, just scaling up on your supports as well. I think later down the line, it can't be understated that MJZ's Enchantress has got to do quite a bit of damage. The Dragon Lance picked up, additional attack range to pile into the chrono. We saw earlier on they needed every bit of damage across their entire team to even threaten Mickey. Now they're smoking up. Their ultimates are back up. They're ready to get going, but so are Liquid. No more Aegis for their Huskar, but an Aghanims and a Heaven's Halberd that parked themselves down on this bot side of the map. Completely missing Blacklist, and Blacklist missing them as well. Gant's not going to connect. And now, seeing the Huskar in the bot side, they should know that Liquid are perched up around this area. It's a bit too risky of a place to penetrate into, though, because you don't know where the Liquid vision is, and it looks like they just have to give this tier 2 tower up.
Dire's
Yeah,
middle
and now Liquid already changing up their movements on the map. They're not really splitting up with the IO, they're just grouping up together with the Huskar. I mean, like I said before, if you just wait on the other side of the map for relocate, you might get fewer and it'll be very difficult for the Huskar to push down the towers.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And they're bringing everybody top, I guess. 33 sleeping top, Insania's already there to try and set up with the dagger.
Tower is under attack.
Insania's been playing fearless this game. And I respect it. I think a lot of the times when you're playing a backline spellcaster like a Rubik, you always think, okay, I'll hang back, will wait for my supports and my carry to initiate. I just steal spells, make big plays, it's vibes, but he understands that he's the position 5 in this case, and if he can start a fight with a lift, that is perfect for Liquid. Swooping over now though. They won't find any of the Blacklist stragglers. All just TPing out. And again, you take a look at the net worth. Every moment this clock ticks on, the Blacklist chances at coming back in this game ramp up. Although Liquid, they're at their peak power right now. So it feels like Blacklist, all they can try and do is dodge. Try and set up some sort of high ground team fight. Get Palos into a good position. Speaking of Palos,
33?
suffering some aggression right now. 33 just running in, getting RP'd solo. This Brewmaster very tanky though. In comes Nisha into a double chrono. It's a lot of damage onto them, but it's not enough control. Nisha somehow escapes, but he still goes down. Blacklist, they're able to kill off the Huskar. And Mickey and the gang, they're trying to stream in and get the kills. They kill off the support, sure, but Palos is still looking fine right now. You pop the split, you popped everything. Maybe you'll get MJZ as well, okay? It's just 2 supports. Palos is still fine here. You need to get some bigger kills as a trade for your Huskar and your Rubik. But with the split running out, it seems like Liquid, there's nothing else for them to find. A great setup here for Blacklist, and they want to look for more smoked out. Just a great chrono overall to punish Liquid and their over-aggression. We've seen this come and bite Liquid in the butt before. They can't afford to split up like this. 33 try to TP out. This time he gets swiped down by the neutral creep. Sure, it denies them the goal, but it puts the Brewmaster out of the game for 45 seconds. And Blacklist, they're able to hold on to that place on the map.
Oh, he timed this rebound. He got it.
Oh, Abed trying desperately to get away, has the help of Gabby. Here he comes with the skewer in, but the BKB popped by Mickey already will punch down on that poor Abed Pangolier. Boxy trying to do his best to survive, but MJZ raining in with the impetus, and now Mickey's in trouble again. You've basically lost all 3 of your cores at this point if you can't get him out. And Blacklist, what a response from them.
Yeah, very, very nicely done by Blacklist. Just using their spells very, very nicely just to finish up all the key heroes. I guess they were also kind of split up, you know, Liquid in the previous engagement. They had 33 running in like a madman. He was trying to, I think he was trying to make the enemy focus him and then get out with the relocate. But they somehow killed the Rubik behind. I think he got killed by one of what was it? I guess the Phases Void killed the Rubik behind.
I'm not gonna lie to you, all I saw was 33 getting focused down by like 2 ultimates. And then a killer chrono coming out from Palos, locking Nisha in place, and just no toggles to be found.
Yeah,
We talked about Liquid.
If they're not together, it's gonna be difficult for them to save each other because you need the IO to relocate, you need the Brewmaster to be the front line, the Rubik to kind of steal something useful to throw it back at Blacklist. If you're split up, I think it's gonna be very favorable for Blacklist to pick you apart.
Yeah, and this is, I won't lie, this is quite uncharacteristic of 33. We saw it yesterday in the game where he played Bristleback as well. Most of the times, in the successful games that he's had, he's always the one with perfectly calculated aggression. He's pushing right within his parameters. But in the games where Liquid have kind of thrown some of their leads, it's 33 leading the charge into a doom march for the rest of the lineup. They are very much on a timer, and I'm sure they're aware, and it feels like they can't afford to lose 2 or 3 or more of these fights. If not Blacklist, I mean, I'd argue to say they're already back into it. Less than a 1k gold lead at this point.
They are ahead for sure right now, just based on lineup. If you are the Radiant lineup and you are not behind in terms of gold by a substantial amount at this time, you're ahead. You're basically ahead if the game is even. Like 1k, 2k lead is like nothing at this point.
Now this is scary because Gabby has finished off that Horn Toss with the Aghanim Scepter. If he's able to split up the fight, these guys on Liquid, they need to rely on sticking together in that core, in that ball. Get the help of Boxy, get the help of Marcy, and beat you up. They want a gang fight. They don't want to poke and prod, split you up. The second the gang is just its own individual members, it's nowhere near as strong, and Blacklist, they're capitalizing on it.
Nisha has BKB. This is as strong as he's going to get.
Yeah.
I mean, if they don't win this fight, I think Blacklist is going to be in a really good position to win the game.
Yeah, Blacklist. Starting out on the Roche already. The Liquid, they have to know this is happening. Starting forward with the smokes. Need to try and find an angle, but a brilliant lane ward being placed. Mirrored by Liquid, waiting for the smoke to break. Nikkei will be the first one showing himself, but you gotta be so careful. Blacklist have shown they're not hesitant at all to just commit. Nisha running through the tree line. There's the split. They found MJZ to start. Abed with the roll though. Trying to get the control onto Mickey. Doesn't find it. And looks like the supports are just being focused down. Gabby tries to get an RP off, but all he finds is the Rubik. This is as good as you're gonna get to a start of a fight for Liquid. Now Abed's roll is running out. They've controlled up Gabby, but it's a two-man RP. Nisha, he still has that BKB running, and they just don't have the damage to cut through. And Palos, the Chrono comes way too late. And the Halberd, so clutch from this Huskar. I mean, Blacklist, that was as good of a setup as you were gonna get, but getting your supports killed off like that and the split, it's perfect. They don't give Gabby any sort of an opportunity to pick them off. And now they're the ones into the Roche.
Yeah, that was such a good play by the Huskar and the primal split from 33. They just ran into the middle. He just needed to make sure that he's not focused by the RP or the Chrono. As long as you get your split off, the Huskar's killing heroes. They actually killed one of the better targets. They killed MJZ first.
Yeah.
When they saw the first hero, I think that was really ideal. He's a huge source of damage into the RP and the Chrono.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate because silenced up Palos. I'm gonna have to go check back what exactly got him silenced in that situation. Was it his own Mask of Madness?
Yeah, probably his Mask of Madness.
Oh yikes, that is not what you want, Palos. I mean, he starts that fight off trying to trace down onto the Marcy, but it's right at that moment when Marcy jumps onto MJZ as well. And then he thinks he's already had the Marcy, so maybe he muscle memory pops his Mask of Madness. Instead of being able to land a huge Chrono, now he's there, silenced, being beat into by Mickey. And oh, okay, might not even be the Mask of Madness, it's probably the Aghanim Scepter from the Marcy, right? The Unleash Burst, applying the silence. That is huge against the Faceless Void, who doesn't have his BKB yet. Or at least didn't have the BKB in that fight.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, they got the touch onto Palos. Lincoln's
he's
up.
silenced.
Oh,
He can't
dude,
run.
not like this. Silenced up again by the Marcy ult, and the Lincoln's break just for Nisha to come in and taunt him. Didn't you want to fight? 60 seconds without Palos now. And things are ramping back up for Liquid. Just when we thought Blacklist might have found an opportunity on the map. Set themselves up for a nice Roche. They didn't expect that approach from Liquid. The supports get picked off. They can't find the team fight. And now they're back to square one. 9k gold lead in Liquid's hands. Now they're
Skewer.
threatening high ground.
Like, they have to try to fish a big whale in.
They do. They do. And that
Half
whale
of
is
the
none
whales.
other than Nisha. You try and rely on Liquid being split up on the map, which they are right now, but
Radiant's
joining
top
back
tower
up, full
is under
squad now.
attack.
4v5 situation. The hope starting to dwindle, but there's always that Magnus factor that you gotta keep your eye out for.
Radiant structures are
Locked in onto Gabby, we need to see what this Magnus can get done.
I mean,
He
it's-
still has the
it's
RP.
daytime. It's daytime. They don't have smoke on him. It'll be really difficult for him to find a Horn Toss here.
Yeah. Still feels like he has to try though, but Liquid will respect the Faceless Void respawn. And back up. Gabby was approaching from the sidelines. He was looking very ballsy there. I kind of scared for him. I feel like any jump onto him and he would have just been instantly dead. There's not a lot of save available for Blacklist.
Nope. Just the Inkswell shot from Grape.
Yeah. At least be able to get the Tormentor for themselves. MJZ literally almost dies there. Reverse Time Walk is a huge tool, but that's only if he doesn't get silenced or bashed up. At this point, Mickey with the Skull Basher completed. A serious problem for this Faceless Void to try and fight into. It's kind of crazy that they picked the Faceless Void into the Marcy, because I feel like, especially with the Aghanims, the Marcy just has so many items that work against you. You don't really have evasion, you don't really have anything of the sort.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I mean,
Just pop the
33
primal
kind of
split.
just knows that he just needs to use his split and scout and open the vision, so they
Yeah.
don't get caught out by the skewer or the Chrono.
It's still daytime. Gabby will try, but Gabby will get caught. Mickey baits him in, and he's gonna die. The Chrono only onto the Rubik. Is this really the solo target you wanted? Your team is dying, Palos. Now you're silenced up. Abed just has to roll away, but he's nothing but a beach ball to them. They'll bring Palos back in with the beautiful control from 33. You couldn't ask for more. There's still a time walk out. Palos will be okay, but the base will not. Liquid still here in basically full force. Not really sure whether that's a Chrono that would have bailed them out in this situation. Still Sproings coming through. Nisha, oh, they break the Lincolns right in time. It's perfect. Malos just goes down. He buyback on Gabby, but way too late. Horn toss back in, trying to get the first kill onto Nisha. Not even losing the first life, he pops the cheese boxy with the save again. And Abed can't get anything done. They just have to watch their Rex go down. Crisp and clean play altogether from Liquid. They don't care about losing Insania. I mean, that's a rooming. You got way bigger problems right in front of you, my friends. Blacklist. They could have played spoiler, but unfortunately, Liquid, if they manage to win this game, that'll be their just upper bracket seat secured. Nisha again being skewered in, but Gabby just lacking the damage. Blacklist out of options and out of time. Abed will try and get the kill, but just the easy blink away on 33. GG is called. Blacklist. They get clapped in this game number 1 by the last pick, Huskar.
Yeah, well done by Liquid. You know, Blacklist, they kind of were really close to taking control of the game after like one good chrono in the RP. I think it was the second chrono or the second RP, and they were able to kind of take control, wrestle control, and they were close to securing the rush though. But in the subsequent fight, they weren't able to deal with Liquid's BKB timing on the Huskar. I think that was really huge, where they just got Nisha BKB, they ran in, they split immediately without seeing too many heroes, just so that they don't really get caught again by RP, a big RP or chrono. And after that fight, I think Liquid got Roche and just got full control of the game.
It kind of feels like Blacklist, even though their draft comes together, like you look at the 5 heroes, they make sense. It feels like some of the components didn't really work out. You think about this Enchantress pick meant to try and secure the Void's lane. It didn't really happen that way, right? 33 just got everything he wanted and more out of that situation. And similar thing, they didn't seem to respect the Marcy IO and how much damage it could deal. Sure, you get a cheeky little skewer kill on Mickey in the first few minutes of the game, but subsequently it's just Tims and Gabby dying over and over in that top side. Abed's too busy losing to the Huskar to try and help the side lanes, and nobody can help each other. They're all just left stranded alone on their own islands, suffering. And that's kind of what it felt like being a member on Blacklist was like. That game, at least. Just beautiful early game setup. A little bit of fumbling in the mid-game with some of the team fights, but that's to be expected, right? Blacklist, they're a very competent team and they have great team fight ultimates, but at the end of the day, still able to get the job done. Very clean stuff from Liquid, which is what we've come to expect from them, to be honest.
Yeah, I think it was a closer series, closer game than the score would reflect, you know. I think Blacklist, they were doing a pretty good job after losing the early game. I think Palos made a really good rotation. The first one, he TP'd me to crawl.
Oh yeah, that was clean, dude.
Yeah, to kill the Huskar and secure the tower. I think that was such a big play that gave them a lot of room to maneuver their heroes around the map. And after that, I think Gabby also, I think there's a second one, he blinked and he just couldn't. They were unlucky here. They couldn't kill the Huskar. Imagine if they killed Nisha here.
This game will be so different. It'll actually be so different. Because they
game
kill off
would
Nisha
have,
and then they'll kill off Insania as well.
Yeah, the game would have definitely taken a very different turn. And this is the one where they got the BKB timing on Huskar. And 33 just runs in, pops the primal, and the fight was really scattered. So it's very hard for Faces Void to get a good chrono.
Yeah, the biggest problem is that 33 got such a free lane that he was able to finish that Radiance early on. He's just running in with the Brewlings, and that alone is enough to kill some of these squishy heroes. Not much that the Blacklist team could do about it because they had a lot more pressing issues on their hands. And really just excellent, clean execution from this lineup of Liquid. It feels like it's been their bread and butter throughout the tournament so far, and I'm very interested to see how they're going to stack up against the rest of the Group A teams who have looked amazing as well. I think a lot more chaotic, those games over there, and you know, you've got to be looking at these games as a potential opponent of Liquid and be sweating a little bit, right? You're thinking, man, these guys are just going to heat things up. Doesn't really seem like there's much counterplay. Sure, they overstep their bounds here and there, but for the most part, it's so calculated, controlled, and they're playing to their limits. It's a very scary opponent to be up against, and I think the most important part for us here to acknowledge is that I don't even think Blacklist played badly. I think Liquid just out-executed them, as they have been throughout this entire tournament.
Yeah, I agree. I think Liquid just showing why they're the top dogs right now. They are playing Dota in a very different way. They are taking a very different approach. I think it's a really good approach considering that if you look at the whole tournament and how everybody is playing, they're kind of trying to play a style that is able to stop everyone else from doing what they want to do in the game. And I feel like they're kind of doing it really well right now, and just wanting to see if anyone can find an answer to what Liquid is doing here. It's not easy. A couple of teams got really close to toppling them. I mean, they lost some games here and there, but
Yeah.
it's really difficult to beat them.
Yeah, and even those games that they lost, it really felt like it was just from their own hubris being a bit too over-aggressive. But we'll see whether Blacklist can break the code here in this game number 2. We'll have that ready for you after a short break. Well, the results so far might be what people expected coming out from Liquid up against Blacklist as our opening series of the day. We're well into the round robin stage of Elite League, and today's gonna decide a lot. Liquid, with this win over Blacklist, they have secured themselves the upper bracket seat. So, Blacklist, the whole of today, their goal is to play spoilers to both Gaimin as well as Liquid, put them in uncomfortable tiebreaker situations, but that game one didn't quite go according to plan.
Depending on which side you're talking about, whose plan? Which
Blacklist,
plan?
Blacklist. Blacklist plan didn't work out, clearly, right? They were drafting a bit slower, but that's exactly what Liquid are geared up to try and punish, it felt like, throughout the entire tournament, actually. They've just been doing this fast game, tempo, run-at-you style of fast scaling calls, and they end the game before you even have a chance.
They were close. Like Blacklist, I think they just needed one more good move. The top fight, the second Roshan, I think they kind of took the fight a little bit hastily. They were not like waiting on the location. They were quite split.
Yeah.
They ran down the twin gate ramp. I'm not really sure why they did that. They placed a ward. I think it's okay to place a ward on the low ground, but I think they need somebody to stand on the twin gate. Because the Brewmaster just ran in, and he just popped the split in front of them, like without any repercussions. I felt like at least you have to chrono or RP that guy, or something had to happen to that guy. Like, how is he just walking up?
Yes, it was kind of crazy. It felt like Blacklist had control of that area. They even had a nice lane walk place, but Liquid very smartly walked into the tree line. 33 got a good angle, killed off both supports, and from there it felt like even though there were some good moves from Blacklist, it just wasn't enough. And Palos, I feel bad for him because it felt like one of those games where you can't afford to mess up a single chrono.
Yeah.
Like, literally you could not.
And the move middle where they got dagger on Magnus and he went mid to RP, that was also really unfortunate. They couldn't kill the Huskar.
Yeah.
I think that was the two of the most key moments in the game. And when you're playing a draft against a draft that has such a sharp timing, like you said, you don't really have much room to make any mistakes. And
Yeah.
I mean, Dota at this level is just it's very common for games to be
Wow.
like this. It's very cutthroat. And
What
now
the
that,
hell?
Now that they have already secured their their slot, I guess it's time.
It's time to bring out the Fiesta.
No, it's
in
time
serious,
to
like,
let your players. I think this is a good strat. Because your players, right? You're the drafter, then your player, every single one on your team has their fun heroes, right? Has their go-to heroes that always suggest that they want to play. But you, unfortunately, on the drafter or the captain, you have the responsibility to say, no, stop fucking around, right? But whenever you have
True.
this type of games where you already secured your slot, you need to let them have their cheat game.
True.
Let them have
This
what
is
they
going to be a
want.
cheat game. I think it's rare to have these kind of opportunities,
I'm not
especially at this
saying
level.
they're not going to play to win. They're obviously still going to play to win, but they're going to
Sure.
play different heroes that at least will satisfy some of their needs. Oh, I really
True.
love playing this hero, but my fucking captain had never picks me this hero.
Yeah, 33 talked about it yesterday as well, where, part of being a captain is you always have the final say, right? Compared to his time on Tundra, where he was very much just always throwing in some suggestions,
Suggesting.
maybe saying, yeah, just like, hey, can we pick Brood? Hey, can we pick all this cheese? And right now it's Insania going to him like, please give me my Oracle. And he's like, fine, only because we secured upper bracket. You get it in first pick. Now, picking this up against Blacklist may prove to be, I won't say a mistake, but not as good as Liquid might think, just because
it's
Blacklist
pretty
have an
good.
Oracle expert.
It's pretty good against Disruptor. Like you remove the Thunderstrike because the hero changed a lot. Now Disruptor is based on the Thunderstrike and Gleams, right? It's not just you have level 1 Thunderstrike and then you have max Gleams and Connecting Field. Now everybody's maxing the Thunderstrike and you get the shard. And you do a lot of damage in the team fight. So Oracle, you just dispel it every single time he casts it on your team. It's like so much damage. It's crazy. It's like what, 600 damage? The full amount?
Yeah,
500
the
or
6 strikes, right?
Yeah, 6 strikes. So every strike is 115, and if you have talent, it's 125. 6 strikes. Dude, it's 700 damage.
It's disgusting. Yeah, it's actually disgusting. We have seen this task come out as a response to the Disruptor. Not really in the game, but more so in the lane, right? We even see some tasks by Orb of Venom to just beat the shit out of Disruptor.
Q.
And
Must have been key.
yeah, I can't believe that item is still being bought though. It feels like it's completely fallen out of favor. But in this particular situation, it might just be good. You pair it up with a strong offlaner. The Brewmaster is banned this time round, so Blacklist, they don't want to deal with 33's shenanigans again.
I mean, the Orb of Corrosion still it's pretty useful. I think some of the games you see like life stealers, they keep the Orb of Corrosion because it reduces healing, right? As spell life steal.
Yeah.
So like you're fighting into a Lash with Bloodstone, it's actually useful to keep. I mean, not talking about like a task like building an Orb of Corrosion.
Yeah, no, not Tusk. He has
I
no
just think-
business punching away for so long in the fight.
Yeah, that item can still be useful later in the game. Yeah, against a DP, it could be also useful.
Yeah. DP played mostly by Abed, but probably something Gabby can run as well. Although this Tiny is a bit of a change of pace for Blacklist. Most of the times I think, whenever I think of Tim's, I think of a ranged position 4. Just kind of making plays from the back line, getting good spell casting off. Not really a Tiny player. You know, more of a Mirana, Rubik, Shadow Demon, Snapfire.
Spellcaster.
Sorry?
Backline spellcaster, right?
Exactly. I think this 3v3 is setting up to be pretty nice for Blacklist, although I'm not entirely sure how comfortable they are on these particular heroes if this is going to be a DP offlane, for instance, for Gabby. I mean, it makes a lot of sense, given that you have a Tiny bodyguarding you, and the Omni Knight is going to come out for 33.
Just when you think you don't have enough heal with Oracle. The Guardian Angel against DP. It's always nice.
Dude, that is disgusting. They are just going to pump one purification into the
I'm a big
like,
fan
ult.
of the Omni Knight right now. After dying to his spells countless times in my games.
Yeah?
I love this hero.
What about it? What about it do you like?
This is like how he makes the enemy hero disappear. Isn't that fun? Like you're playing
A bit of magic, yeah.
-1 immediately when Omni Knight joins the battle.
True, yeah. And most of the time it's also +1 because anyone who you think you're gonna kill just gets saved by Guardian Angel. It's a very
Nice.
nice tool if the Omni doesn't get caught in the Static Storm or the Death Prophet Silence. You
I mean,
should
it's
be able
nice.
to...
It's nice, right? That change. Like you have two charges for the Guardian Angel now.
Yeah, it's a lot nicer. And like the fact that you can point and click and use it on an ally
what's
instead of
happening?
having to be in some sort of weird range of it.
Ghost
Moeta
Lady. This is
pickup.
what carry? Moeta carry?
It should be. That's my guess.
So the Moeta is gonna get buffed by Oracle and Omni Knight. Feels like a fun game for her.
She's gonna... Yeah, I mean, you already said Liquid. This is kind of like their cheat game. I'm sure they're still showing respect to their opponents here, but this is maybe one of the strategies that they're workshopping, seeing if it's gonna work, or seeing whether they can
getting
get
all
away
the
with it.
hero requests. You have like a list of hero requests from your teammates, right? You have to get it all out of the way in games like this.
Ooh, Meepo. This is a hero that we're seeing less and less of. I remember there was a point in the patch where Mega Meepo was all the craze. What's the sort of thought process with this Meepo here? What are we thinking?
I don't know. Not sure. I guess it's good against.
This is it. No, I mean,
Is it good against Moeta?
I think so, just because you overwhelm her, but at the same time, if she pops Pierce the Veil, you really only have Poof to do damage. I guess either way, a lot of this game is going to come down to whether the supports on Blacklist can set up on the Moeta and split up the fight so that the Omni and the Oracle can't help. Because right now, you're looking at Moeta plus 3 saves.
Their supports are pretty bad at dealing with Meepo. Not much AoE. Not
True.
gonna lie, Omni Knight also single target hero.
Kind of gets shit on. I mean, if you get like Diffusal Blade and then you burn all his mana, even if he's tanky, he can't really do anything. Pretty good strat. Something that Palos can play. I'm sure Arbet can pick that up as well if he wants, although the mid Meepo has been not as prevalent as the carry Meepo. Hell, even off-lane Meepo is a lot more common these days.
I think he's best at mid because you need levels quickly. Helps you
Yeah.
farm faster. I don't know about like side lane. I know JT likes to play off lane Meepo, but it might
It's all
be
pure play in
only
carry.
him, you know. Yeah, it might be only them, you know. I think the hero is better at mid lane because you need the fast levels into your rotations because you can gank, right? If you want to send your clones around the map, so on the mid lane you
Yeah.
control rune, you go up, go bot. It's easy, right? It's
5
convenient.
seconds remaining.
Oh, yeah, on
Yeah,
the side
I
lanes
mean, I
you
guess
can
now with
abuse
the-
twin gates, but I think he's more suited as a mid laner.
Okay. Well, we'll see what Blacklist decide here. I'm sure all 3 of their calls can play this hero. It just depends on which one's the most comfortable. Liquid, they have overall last pick, so they have quite a bit to decide how they want to answer this Meepo Death Prophet, potentially. It's quite a load of problems, and they don't have a good Spirit Vessel builder. I don't think that's an item Tusk really wants to get these days. You want to try and rush your Blink as much as possible, and then get that Aghanims, all these high-value items, even a BKB perhaps, to help you deal with the Static Storm. I kind of like what Blacklist have. I mean, I guess that goes without saying, given that Liquid are going Special Request Hero mode, but I think what Blacklist have looks very comprehensive. Decent amount of teamfight, good amount of control, magic burst, objective taking, good catch as well. Strong frontliners. Kind of power spike at the same time as well. You want to sort of run at your opponents at the 20 to 30 minute mark. This is pretty solid stuff, and the lanes look pretty decent as well so far, the side lanes being set up. If this is a position 1 Meepo, along with the Disruptor, suddenly you have a body that can apply a lot of pressure as well. Like Liquid, they are missing that Nisha hero. That's why we see the Queen of Pain banned out. Ban out the sniper in the last position. What are we thinking here? I still have no idea where these Blacklist heroes are going, I'll be honest with you. I'd like to say it's pos 1 Meepo, pos 3 Death Prophet, and last pick mid. But then Abed's going to put himself in a situation where he's just going to get counterpicked. Headphones are on from MJZ. Looks like Blacklist have come to a decision. It's going to be the Nature's Prophet. Okay. This is pretty interesting stuff. So, what? Offlane Meepo, pos 1 Prophet, pos 2 DP?
Remaining.
Not too sure. I mean,
choose your hero.
Yeah, I mean, for now, it kind of looks like last pick Primal Beast brings it all together. Liquid looking solid now. And I mean, I think this Primal Beast solves a lot of the problems for them. I'm not really sure about this Prophet though. I haven't really seen this hero anymore.
I mean, it's a fast-paced hero. Like, you want heroes that can play around Meepo. Like, you have global range, right? So you can push out lanes and connect to wherever Meepo is playing aggressively. I think that's kind of the idea here. He's a... I mean, I'm not sure if you can call him a lane dominator anymore. Oh, actually, it's a position 4 MP. So off lane tiny.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure whether this makes things any better. I guess the idea is that they're going to try and overwhelm Team Liquid wherever they appear on the map with more numbers. They're playing the Liquid game right up against them. Last game, they had to face off against the IO relocating and whatnot. This time, they want to take matters into their own hands. Any sort of glimpse, suddenly 3 heroes can pop out of nowhere. Kind of interesting stuff. I'm not really sure whether this will take Blacklist Rivalry the distance and allow them to tie up this series up against Liquid. But we'll see. I think Liquid, of course, are experimenting a little bit. This Muerta position 1 and the Oracle first pick as well. Even though it's pretty decent into the Tusk, I'm not really confident in what Liquid have lined up.
You just need to be confident on the plays, you know. Maybe not the heroes, but the plays.
Yeah, so far Liquid have been pulling out some pretty interesting strategies, but they've been at a different executional level, right? I feel like they've been able to pull off moves that none of us are really expecting, but I think at this point, we're starting to get used to them a little bit here. You're not in the game yet, y'all will get there soon, but as you can see, Tim's TPing early just to plant the mid ward right in front of their tower and just get established vision. So priority already in Blacklist's hands. And again, folks, for those of you who are just joining us, Liquid, with the previous win in this best of 2, have secured themselves the upper bracket spot in the playoffs. So that would explain why some of these picks might look a bit stranger, or rather the drafting order was a bit strange. But yeah, Blacklist also mathematically out of the tournament, but their whole game plan today is to try and spoil things for Liquid and later down the line Gaimin Gladiators as much as possible. So we talked about it before. That is where Dota players are the strongest, when they're trying to ruin the fun for others.
Say that for yourself, Mike. Ruin the fun for others. So every time you're like queuing,
I got respect for Blacklist.
every time you're queuing into a game, you're thinking about taking the fun out of your teammates or your opponents. Is that why you play?
Yeah, I play like Undying, Ogre, and Lane, and then I just spam Ignite or Decay, and it's so unfun for them, and I'm laughing. I'm just laughing, Winter. Isn't it hilarious? Like, you can't even lane and you're like on off lane and you're so sad and you're probably pinging your support like, hey, do something, but they can't.
And you
What-
feel
what are you
good,
gonna do?
right? You
Yeah.
feel so good doing that when you're like the type of sadistic player playing
Yeah, I am.
Viper, Venomancer. When you
I
slow,
actually play a ton of Viper and Venom. Okay, not a ton of Viper, but a lot of Venomancer.
when
though.
you slow the enemy carry, you taunt
Yeah.
him, you
True.
you dance around him.
Yeah, and then after 20 minutes, I lose the game because I'm playing Venomancer. But it's fine. I had my fun. And hopefully, Liquid will enjoy themselves this game. They don't really have anything left to play for other than flexing their muscles a little bit up against Blacklist. While, Blacklist, I think, even though there's no more pressure on them, I do think there's a certain bit of pride that you want to sort of show here that you are still a very competent opponent. Because they're going to be in Europe for a little while longer, right? And you want to make the most out of your stay here. Early aggression onto 33. They wait out the repel, and with the blood grenade, should be able to run him down. The collapse. Blacklist, able to get themselves on the board bright and early.
Yeah, interesting lanes as well. Like I said, the Oracle you can remove the Thunderstrike, right? So they're moving the Oracle to the off lane to deal with the Disruptor. And the Disruptor just decides to get Glimpse at level 1, and together with the TP from Nature's Prophet, just bullying meta out of the lane.
Uh-oh.
Internet
problems here.
issues.
Oh, I just realized it's Boxy's birthday today. Happy birthday, Boxy. I mean, he would be very happy with a 2-0, I'm sure. He was playing amazing on the Wisp last game, so, definitely got that birthday buff going.
Still has to work.
Yeah. Can't even take leave, man. That's painful.
Welcome to our industry.
True.
Everybody's
gotta-
having a holiday, you're working. Everybody's working, you're having a holiday.
I mean, the players on Liquid have talked about this at length, right? The whole, the constant grind of going from tournament to game to game. And they had a bit of a break earlier in the month between the major tournaments and now. That was, of course, Dream League Season 23 and, of course, BetBoom Dacha. Weren't doing so hot there, but it's good to see them Liquid back on their feet. I'm sure the fans are very happy about this as well. I think the real Blacklist fans will probably be, even though these game results aren't ideal, I think that if you're following Blacklist throughout this tournament, I think you still have something to be proud of, for sure. Right? I think Southeast Asia has another strong up-and-coming contender other than Aurora. And you can even throw talent into the mix. They had a good showing in the earlier part of this tournament as well.
We have 3 good teams now. Okay.
Yeah.
Aurora's probably still the best, even though they claim that Blacklist is the strongest right now.
Yeah.
But I beg to differ. I think Aurora is still the kings of the SEA region.
True. Yeah. Good for them. In a very good spot moving into the playoffs. Still have a game up against Xtreme Gaming later. That'll be the one after this, so that should be fun to watch. Early laning stage here. Shouldn't have anything too crazy apart from Blacklist Rivalry probably looking for moves on the map with this Nature's Prophet. For now, just backing up Gabby because, if you leave Gabby alone, he's going to be in a world of hurt as we can see here. Boxy and Mickey hitting that level 2 and there'll be a kill on the Tiny. Just unfortunate timing there. And good moves from Liquid.
Yeah, this is a pretty strong lane. Task with Moeta. A lot of kill potential with the dead shot. I mean, MP is not the best laner anymore, so he doesn't really offer much to protect the core in the lane. I mean, Sprout is like not a very useful ability in the laning phase.
Gabby's got a whole bunch of CS under his tower for him to eat up though, so he'll be happy about that. I think Sprout a lot less oppressive than it used to be. Thank goodness for that. I'll be honest, back when Nature's Prophet was all the rage with a Sprout build in lane, it wasn't even fun to play. Like, you will win the lane, but you're just literally planting trees at people. It was so uninteresting. They can't trade, they're taking damage.
Can't even use tangles, you don't get regen for that.
Yeah,
Dire's
It's so
middle
annoying.
tower is under attack.
and Nisha. We see this more and more from Primal Beast players, just trying to milk the most out of the lane, right? You drag the creep wave between the tier 1 and tier 2, and you link it up with a small camp, medium camp, wherever you want to go, get double benefit out of that trample, and he times it up nicely with the bounty rune grab as well, so min-maxing to perfection here. Very nicely done from Nisha.
Some may say this is a boring way to play the lane. Which side of the coin are you on?
I think we're at the point where it's not so disgusting yet. I remember a time where it was just like pulling creep waves between and then farming with Kotal and all that. That was kind of boring when it becomes formulaic. Oh, roll down here in the bot side. The Tusk and Muerta are just so strong. And even though Blacklist have pretty decent lanes with the... I thought it was going to be Death Prophet Tiny, but now that they've mixed things up and put Gabby on the position 3 Tiny instead, the Nature's Prophet, like you mentioned, doesn't really provide a lot. It just ends up going down.
What is he supposed to do this game? All the heroes are pretty hard to kill. Vessel is not very useful because you're playing into Oracle. You just have to, I guess, kind of try to control the runes for DP and try to push down towers later.
Yeah. I mean, even though you pick the Nature's Prophet, it's not like your Sprout can stop the onslaught. So either way, even if you go to the mid lane, Nisha's just gonna be able to
that's why there's nothing.
get out
I
of
feel like there's nothing to kill, for the MP to rotate in. When he got the 33 Omni in the early game, but that's it.
Yeah. Nothing else to be found here. Maybe they were expecting that Boxy would be playing in the pos-4 role in the top side and not with the Muerta. But it's just too good of a lane matchup to pass up, right? And because of that, this Nature's Prophet rendered a little bit useless at the moment. He's just kind of sticking around, trying to get some EXP, harassing Boxy where he can, but at the same time, you got to be so careful where you step, because if Mickey can connect, you're basically toast. There you have it. Roll out onto Gabby in the bot side. The setup with the ice shards, and again, like we said, Tims, nothing can really do about it other than a nice avalanche from Gabby though into the Sprout. It'll help Tiny escape for now. But again, Gabby, he's barely surviving in this lane. Take a look at his net worth. It's not looking hot.
MJZ is coming over to help them out, so they have to get a kill here.
Lotus and Big One available for Boxy still. Mickey also still has the calling to work with. They need to try and focus down this Muerta, but beautiful
nice
snowball. Come on, Boxy. The calling as well. You are going nowhere. MJZ will get taken down. And what was this? A 3-man gang? Thanks for the freebie. Mickey's got to be very pleased with that situation.
This guy is just so fucking good. He
is ridiculous.
He read the move he was waiting. I'm pretty sure he knew the disruptor was coming. Like the way he positioned himself, and he was ready the moment he got glimpsed.
And they're not done. On to Tims as well. Nice Sprout to get himself out of the ice shards though. That's a pretty cute play. And now Boxy might be in some trouble. Looking for the toss back. Still has the snowball back to safety though. Again, Boxy, he's all over things. And he'll be able to walk this one off. Yeah, I mean, I think you're on the right track here, Winter, because most of the time in this lane, we've seen Boxy positioned so aggressively to try and get the catch. And in that particular moment, he was just hanging back. Now the setup onto Gabby again. Here's Nisha for the rotation. And just one tiny kill might not be enough. They're winding up the onslaught onto the Nyx. Looking for the pulverize, not even needed. Tims will just get trampled down. And Liquid, it's all them again. 7-minute wisdom rune. Looks like Nisha's gonna contest for it. Blacklist, they're not gonna have an opportunity at this, and Oracle is already going over to his own. So losing out a lot of space on the map. I guess Abed getting some damage on the tower is the only thing they'll find.
I mean, this is looking really, really bad for Blacklist right now. Wait, they can't even kill the tower here. Not enough. There's no catapult.
Oh, dude, the Disruptor tries to stay behind to glimpse any TPing defender in, but Insania finds him, and they kill off MJZ. Nicely done. That leaves these Liquid members very low on mana to try and respond, though. The Ghosts are still doing quite a bit of damage to the tower, but with the creep wave dissipating, it looks like the Death Prophet just has to back up. Another TP, Boxy, squaring up for more action here. Liquid, they've just been non-stop. They're so good at just turning up the heat in the kitchen.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
33, they have to get this kill.
They have to.
They're gonna kill him.
Yeah, it looks like they will.
Maybe not.
Okay, thank goodness. They had the glimpse as well, so he was gonna be dead there either way. But Mickey and company find another one. Another setup from Boxy. Now Abed looking to be in some trouble. If only they could see him. It's nighttime at the moment. 3 heroes on Blacklist around this area, but they can't really connect and stay safe. MJZ will just get worked. Another rune, illusion now.
I mean, they're gonna be so under level.
Yeah,
on the
Liquid
Blacklist
are
side.
looking so sharp.
And the Meepo has to somehow help his team as soon as possible. Diffuser coming.
Yeah. He's making pretty good progress towards it. We saw last game as well, Palos. I think he did a good job in terms of using those early chronos and finding opportunities for his team. This game has the Meepo a lot more active. Can start trying to find these pickoffs on the map once he gets his second clone up. Maybe once the diffuser is done, but for now, Gabby is still continuing to suffer. Easy shots, a bit of a misplay there, bumping him over the wall, but it's not going to matter. Punch up and pulverize down. Can't even decide a direction they want to throw him in. It's just an easy kill. Gabby's had an awful game.
Is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
You know, Liquid, they're respecting the wishes, right? In game number 1, Gabby was saying they have a flight to catch, and he's like, yeah, you know, we'll just knock you out real quick. No problem. Bon voyage. This is one of those situations where if you're a Blacklist fan, you should probably close half of your eyes. It's not looking too good. Abed in this mid lane has been able to keep up in terms of net worth, and maybe with this Yule's pickup in tandem with the Diffusal, Blacklist can try and get something happening on the map, but they've yet to even take a single tower. It's 10 minutes into the game, 3k gold lead up, Liquid on the trajectory for success here, it feels like. Tims is still at that level 4.
He has to just start to jungle. Just wait for his teammates to get something going on the map and TP into maybe KS up kills.
Nisha's already looking so scary though. Imagine TPing into a Primal Beast with 1.5k HP and a Blade Mail. It's not gonna work out for you, especially with Insania backing him up as well. That false promise. All the magic damage pumping through. Looking to connect up to this top side and potentially break open this tier 1. Further close out the map for Blacklist. Run into MJZ. That's not really a good target though. Not the one they want to grab. Just dodge him entirely, but Blacklist, they've already retreated from this area. Won't find a thing. Bottom by the Watcher now. You see the stack of creeps, but they can't actually go for this. It's way too deep. That's the glimpse back onto Nisha. Already got the Fate's End onto him though. And resisting so much of the damage. Insania still has the ult if need be. Turn around the pulverize, control up on the Meepo Palos. Where you go and straight back into our arms.
Who's getting ganked?
I don't know why Blacklist thought they could try and take a fight there. And they're gonna try and take a fight down here in the bot lane. Boxy. Left all solo. Don't tell me.
He's level
Dude, this guy's
7.
level 7. Holy shit, he's got to turn around and just kill them. Punch. A bit more time for the shots. Just turn around with the blood grenade if you want.
And he assembles his tranquil boots. He's gonna get the regen.
Oh, clean stuff.
I imagine he's gonna just wait around here to see if he can actually kill a tiny.
Top lane though, 33. Gets glimpse back. A nice repel timing. Means that is never gonna fly. Dude, Boxy has been so impressive in the Liquid game so far. I mean, he's always been one of the standouts for the team, but I feel like this tournament in particular, he has really stepped it back up a notch. He's just down here by himself on the pause for like, what's going on? Tims will finally try and punish him, but again, he's just assembled his tranquils, and now he's regenning up. Tims will TP in, still a snowball available, dodging out that last auto attack. They'll finally punish the Tusk. So nice bit of change for Tims to work with. It's so annoying though.
Just not play toy with them there. Playing with his tranquil boots,
He is.
breaking them in.
He's just flexing on them, it feels like. He really does feel like he's flexing on them. Very big level disparity. And the gold disparity is still maintaining pretty even, all things considered. Palos is doing well in terms of the farm. Like we saw, the diffuser completed. It's just that You know, like you said, Winter, who do they kill?
Meepo is diffuser. As he can maybe try to look for a pick-off. And they have to try to shove lanes and wait for Liquid to go back and deal with the lanes. The moment they can do that, you can abuse your MPTP with the Meepo being able to run around the map with his clones and his hero and find pickoffs. I mean, the Disruptor's still level 5. Give that man a lane.
I mean, so far, I guess the one small silver lining is that Nisha can't make any solo kills onto MJZ because it's an easy glimpse back. There's nothing to do right now. Punch up, Abed being just fully controlled, and despite his Yules, he just gets completely obliterated.
Yeah, that was
so much damage.
That was your hero with one of the highest net worth on your team. Just disappear.
Yep.
I mean, that's the difference with getting the Yields and the Atos. Right? Atos gives you HP, so he might have been able to survive there. You have some HP, you have the level 10 magic resist talent. Things could be different. Yields is a lot more offensive, I guess.
I mean, they aren't really doing anything on the offensive front right now. They have a Primal Beast running into them. Fortunes and perfectly lined up. Tim's is just gonna go down. In comes Palos though. Nice Static Storm. Collapse onto Insania and punish the Oracle. Nice Guardian Angel, but it's not gonna bail Boxy out. They'll glimpse back onto 33 as well. It's kind of out of options, but he still has the Phase Boots and the Move Speed. Nisha waiting around with an Invis. Very tanky on this Omni. Has to pop the Guardian Angel on himself, but the magic damage more than enough. In Blacklist, down but not out by any stretch of the imagination. They punch Liquid back in the throat.
Yeah, Liquid definitely got punished there for not respecting the damage from this DP ulti and the glimpse here. You're not really running away. I guess they were not ready for the level 6. I mean, MJZ manages to get his level 6 finally. Catches them with a storm. Palos.
Oh, he just gets killed off. Yikes. I mean, I think in that moment, he just feels like maybe the map has finally freed up for him a little bit. He gets a bit too comfortable and immediately punished Liquid. Still on the warpath. It's early doors into this game, which means the respawn timers just come back up in an instant. Just when you thought Blacklist might have started pulling themselves back into things. Again, we're being wrapped around upon Gabby with the setup. MJZ is there, but nothing else he can do. They see the kinetic field, but they won't bother even chasing down this position 5. He's not valuable to them in the slightest.
And Meepo is the only hope right now. He almost has Agrims, 1k gold to go.
Yeah? It's
And
just all on Palos now.
Once you get that, you try your best to take a fight, win a fight, get Roshan. If you can actually make that happen with the DP, EXO, then maybe you get a ticket back into the game.
Yeah, there's a chance here. This still is a very good Meepo game, all things considered, right? They don't have a lot of control onto him. I say that. There's the calling. There's the stuck. I admit full
Just
responsibility. I admit full responsibility for that kill. That's my bad. I shouldn't have said a thing. MJZ now. The Ice Shard's up, off the mark, but Liquid, no shortage of tools to get that chase on. They get another. These heroes on Blacklist, they just keep disappearing.
Nobody can stand in front. I mean, that was your, I guess, your most farm hero just disappearing just like that.
Yeah.
I think Tiny is probably the only one right now that can actually be in the front line and just stick for the whole Primal Beast combo. But even then,
I'm kind of scared. I'm kind of scared because I think that even with this Agonims on the Meepo, the same thing is going to happen. Sure, he gets a nice chunk of HP, but Liquid, there's so much damage stacked up on them right now. Mickey with 3 small items completed. Just trucking away with the guns. Set up in the mid lane, no Gabby with the blink reveal, tossing back onto Mickey. In some trouble now, they don't have the Oracle save. Nisha pops the BKB, but Blacklist, that's a great setup. If they can find more, that'll be huge. They want to make the most out of this EXO. The glimpse perfectly timed, holding the Primal Beast in place, but the rest of the gang coming through now. Insania still has the ultimate to pop out. There's the false promise. The snowball as well, turning back onto Palos, and the Meepo is gone. Guardian Angel as well. 33 has shown up to play. Boxy looking to go down though. The second Guardian Angel committed. Liquid, they're starting to run out of resources here. They've killed off Primal and the Tusk. Now here's Gabby with another setup. This Blink reveal has worked out marvelously for them. And 33 is the only one who's able to escape. Liquid, again, not really respecting the sheer amount of damage that Blacklist can put out when they come together. And Gabby with the toss back, that's a perfect setup.
Yeah, the Moeta just didn't have the Omni to back him up, you know. Like, he's not really getting BKB yet, so he's always going to be vulnerable to the tiny spells. Like, it was a really good jump by Gabby, tossing him back, catching him in the Kinetic Field Storm. And I was like, no way they can save him.
Yeah. And not just that, but props to MJZ because he timed that glimpse to perfection, pulling back onto Nisha at the tail end of his BKB and netting them that additional kill. Liquid, this time round, they just kind of, again, they're not really playing together. And this time, Blacklist bring the numbers and punish them big time for it. So many heroes just converging on this poor Primal Beast. We'll see this glimpse perfectly timed. This drags him back in. Even though Insania gets the False Promise, that's kind of the weaknesses of the Oracle, right? You pop the False Promise, you're trying to hang around in the fight, cast your spells. Then they just turn and look at you and they kill you off. But now Palos, being focused down, gets the Mega Meepo off. Where's the help from the rest of Blacklist? Static Storm comes out a little bit too late. And the Meepo just goes down. Gabby still trying to find some sort of return kill. Will find Boxy. And the glimpse back again. They found Nisha. This Primal Beast caught in between the trees. Has the Trample and the Guardian Angel to get himself out of trouble. The Yules, Arbet with the setup. Still holding him down. Blacklist, again and again, they just keep tossing these Liquid heroes back. And Gabby, he's carving out an opening for them.
There's no running away from the glimpse. Like, the moment they committed so much onto the Meepo, you have to use your BKB, you have to use everything. There's no way you can fight and there's no way you can run. So it's either you kill the Meepo's team, not just the Meepo, or you just die killing the Meepo.
And very quietly, we were talking up Liquid, we were talking about them being ahead, but you look at the net worth. The Primal Beast starting to fall off in comparison to the Death Prophet. Arbet has been very quietly trucking up on the net worth chart, and unfortunately Insania does die to the Tormentor. It happens, but he gets his Reign of Destiny, so maybe he's not too sad about that.
Is that the offering you give to the Tormentor so you get the shard?
Yeah, sacrifice your life. You're more likely to get it. That's what I heard at least. You know, it respects sincerity. You want the shot so bad, sacrifice something for it.
To show your fealty.
Yeah, that's what Thanos had to do, right? He had to kill off his own daughter just to get all the stones and shit. It's give and take.
The soul stone.
Yeah, the soul stone.
Sacrifice
Cost him everything, quote unquote. This time round, Blacklist. A lot more stable of a performance, I'd say. And I think, you know, it's just tough because when you look at their score in the games and you look at how many games they've lost or tied, it doesn't really tell the full story. I feel like this team has still been very impressive with some of their plays, even though at moments it's looked disconnected. When they can bring it together, when some of these players are on heroes that they're comfortable on and empowered, like Palos on this Meepo, sure, he dies in that engagement, but it sets up for his team to just make such a huge comeback. And right now, Liquid, it feels like no more messing around, right? You can't really afford to just kind of poke and prod and think that you're ahead anymore. You need to secure a meaningful advantage. That's going to come in the way of tier 2s or a lane of Rex. Start or get this Aegis for themselves.
Yeah, I think the Primal, the Omni, they all have already ran out of their power spikes in the game. It's up to Maker to bring home the game right now. He has the Aegis and he's about to finish his BKB next as his next item. That's going to be really, really crucial because he can't really rely on Neta to give him the repel all the time now.
Look at Gabby though. He's been instrumental for Blacklist in terms of their comeback in this game so far. Every time with the setup, double avalanche into the Static Storm, it's perfect! Gabby's found them, forcing the False Promise out and the Guardian Angel. BK standing and delivering with the guns, blasting them to bits. The Mega Meepo just has to run. It was a perfect start to the fight from Blacklist, but they just don't have the firepower up against the Gunslinger. Palos has to try and TP out behind the trees, but nowhere to run. And that was as good as you could have asked for from Blacklist, but it's just not enough. Liquid not messing around this time, and now Tim's just gonna get chased down by 33. Has an Atos, tries to TP out. Will be successful in doing so. Narrowly keeps his life intact, but these buildings, these towers, they gotta drop quick.
In the Kanda rush from Omnilight.
I know you like that. I was gonna let you notice it and talk about it yourself, but that fight again, Gabby, that was a clean initiation, right? Setting up for the Static Storm, but it's just you didn't catch Insania. Insania was able to pop that ultimate, and from there it's curtains. Just way too much damage concentrated onto the Blacklist heroes,
I mean,
and
they kind of saw the Oracle like being far back, right? I don't think they
Yeah.
could have made that move without catching the Oracle.
yeah. Maybe they thought they could just catch Liquid by surprise. They'll catch 33 by surprise, kill off the Omni. Great move here from Blacklist. Now they're being prowled upon. Nisha's in the area. It's just one Primal Beast at the moment. Now they're TPing back. Mickey, he's all alone here. There's a glimpse available. They still have the Thunderstrike. Just pull him back in. Static Storm. There's Gabby with the setup as well. The Liquid heroes are rather far away, but a nice Hurricane Pike from Mickey creates the distance. And now he's just shooting away. Curse of the Old Growth. Gonna hold Mickey in place, but again, beautiful Fate's Edict and Reign of Destiny. Now Palos is the one in trouble. Boxy on the front lines, he'll be the one to go down and sacrifice his life. Where are the rest of the Liquid heroes? Nowhere to be found now. Glimpse back onto Muerta. That's gonna be a first life loss, but no, Pierce the Veil, turn around, sling some guns. Palos, oh, the crits, raining in. The last Meepo managed to survive though. Blacklist with a full surround onto this Muerta. Ghosts are coming out, and you might be undead, but we can still do a number onto you. All these stuns in control. Nisha can't make it to the fight in time. And another situation where Liquid, for some reason, they've chosen to split up on the map, and they're giving Blacklist these chances.
Nisha was like busy trying to kill the MP. Like he was trying to 1v1 and kill teams, but he couldn't finish the job, and his team, yeah, just left alone. You know, they couldn't expect Nisha to connect from the top Queen Gate to the mid as quickly as they wanted to. I guess they thought they didn't need the Primal to fight. They were strong enough with the Muerta, but not the case. You know, without the Primal initiating, being the front line, the Muerta was just exposed. You know, once again, you know, the tiny, he was able to find the Oracle and force a really early false promise, and after that the Muerta he was always vulnerable, and he doesn't have BKB. He's going all damage.
Yeah, he's relying fully on his team to help him out, but in this particular scenario, the team nowhere nearby. Of course, 33 taking a tumble in that top side earlier on to the great move from Blacklist. And this is the power of their lineup. They're able to connect very quickly. Of course, I mean, you're under their tier 2 tower. It's wasn't there a Meepo there? I'm sure I saw Palos under that tower. I'm not sure where he disappeared to. Bit of a mystery moment there. Liquid, they do end up losing Boxy to the Blacklist lineup, but when Liquid come together with that Omni Kanda and the Trample and the Primal Beast, these heroes just disappear.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Yeah, Meepo not so strong without your team to protect you, especially the Disruptor and the Tiny.
Oh,
They have to
33.
fight together for Blacklist, whereas Liquid, they're looking like they just want to push out the lanes and try to go for pickoffs with this Primal, this Omni.
Yeah, I guess that's one of the weaknesses of this lineup, right, on Liquid. We have the Boots of Travels on Abed, we have Tims, and Gabby and Palos just running around the map and continuously pushing out these waves. It's forcing Liquid to TP back and respawn, and that's creating openings for Blacklist to get the numbers advantage in these fights. It's not really something that we talked about in the draft, but clearly it's part of Blacklist game plan. They want to pick apart at this Liquid lineup one by one and deal with them individually. They don't want to have to deal with a Muerta fully powered up. Pretty good strategy, honestly. It's kind of working out for them, and they're still in this game, despite that awful early start.
Nick 33 just running around like a madman. He's looking for kills with a Kanda.
Yeah, he's hungry. He wants some action, but Blacklist won't give it to him. Yeah, bring at least a minimum of 3 heroes every time they try and hunt him down. Oh, unfortunate. MJZ getting caught out, but nice glimpse back again. This has happened time and time again for Nisha. There's a bit of control stopping him from getting the kills that he wants. Now Boxy left alone in this bot side. Tims will TP in again. They just bring the numbers and overwhelm Liquid. You're answering these lane shoves, but you're losing heroes as a result, and now this gold lead, it barely exists anymore.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, Moeta just went all out offensive items. He has a Data's done. They're gonna go for a pick off here. Gabby. It's gonna get
Getting
rooted.
set up upon. Nice use though from Arbet, but it's still not gonna be enough. They kill off the Tiny to start, and now the rest of Blacklist, they just have to try and run. It's looking like a scary situation. Mickey just jumps forward, does so much damage. Nice TP away from Arbet with that BKB though, preserves his own life. But unfortunate move there from Blacklist, not really working out this time as Liquid, they respond in full this time round.
Yeah, meanwhile, MP is gonna... He tried to get the wisdom. He didn't
Radiant's
get the
top
wisdom.
tower is under attack.
Try to get the 28-minute wisdom. They have to figure out how they can get to the Moeta. The Moeta is their primary every source of damage that Liquid has right now. The rest of the heroes, they kind of do some, but you need to deal with Mickey.
Yeah, Mickey still undealt with at this stage in the game. And the only times you've been able to kill him off is when Liquid have left him all alone. But again, it feels like Liquid keep lapsing in and out of this disciplined state, right? They're at the point where they're like, okay, no messing around, we group up as 5, what you gotta do? Let's see this team fight that you have. Blacklist, 5v5 situation now. Gabby looking for an opening. He's gonna jump in for that avalanche. Static Storm, there's the combination, but being trampled down, all of the meeples just get melted! Mickey's gonna come through and blast them all to smithereens. Blacklist. They don't stand a chance in this fight. It ran straight into the meat grinder. And his name is Mickey. Double barreled up, ready to serve, and that's a lane of racks down. Could be a next. Tim's getting found out by 33 on an absolute warpath on this Omni Knight.
Yeah, that was really good play by Nisha. He was standing on top of Moeta so that the Tiny cannot toss him. That was
Too big of a body.
Yeah, that was really, really good. Like he was making sure Gabby can't really get the Moeta, because the only way they can win the team fight is if they get Moeta into a very dangerous position, because he has no BKB, so that the Omni and Oracle can't save him.
Yeah. This is perfect calling as well. Mickey able to just turn around, pop that down. Every little bit counts in that area, right? The Reign of Destiny from Insania, healing them up big time. Nisha able to pop the BKB. And you think maybe Blacklist, if they were 10 to 15 minutes ahead in this game, maybe the Disruptor Aghanim's, maybe even more tools like the Hex or the Shivas or anything of the sort could have helped them out in killing some of these Liquid heroes. But as it stands, no way of healing reduction and no way of stopping just the sheer sustain of Liquid.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
If you're not killing the Moeta, Moeta is just killing everything. Like she has just totally
It's so much damage, yeah.
totally forgotten
It's
the
ridiculous.
BKB. It's a moonshot now. And she knows
Yeah.
that she can't die in the team fights.
Radiant's top tower.
And all she needs to do is pump out damage, because the rest of the heroes, I think a part of the Omni, I mean, even the Omni and the Primal, they don't really do a lot of damage. So Moeta has to kind of.
Oh, Winter, you can't say that when we saw both of them tag team up and instantly melt the Meepo. I think if they get the opportunity, right, they can do damage. It's just that I get what you mean though. Mickey is the great equalizer. He just comes in, guns blazing, wrecks everybody. Now if an Aegis, nothing to be scared of.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I honestly thought that they were a Blacklist when we saw this draft, as we see 33 might get caught out here, but Gabby can't get the touch. Oh, here's Nisha. Trying to catch onto MJZ. Kinetic Field will keep him in place. But yeah, even though Gabby's around in the area, he can't try for this kill. But yeah, I was thinking, when I saw this draft, I thought it was going to be a Meepo mid. Potentially, we'll see this again. Yeah, tries for the toss back, but immediately blink in from Boxy as well. He's completely unafraid. He knows he's covered well by his team. Tims tries his best to kill off the Oracle on the back line, but at that point, all your Blacklist heroes are already dead, and yeah, there's nothing much you can do. But yeah, I thought it was going to be a Meepo mid, and like a tiny support, and like a Nature's Prophet 1, and they were going to try and ramp up the pace, but this Prophet 4 hasn't really worked out for Blacklist at all.
I mean, I can only see the hero working if you can abuse like how mobile he is in the lanes and TP around, get a lot of kills, then maybe I can see the hero working. If that's not happening, then the hero is definitely a liability to your team. And this is the last draw. Talos looking for a backstab.
Gonna try. MJZ gets spotted out first. There's Palos jumping out onto Insania, but the Guardian Angel, Insania, false promises himself. He is A-OK, stuck in the Static Storm, but he doesn't need to cast a spell because his team's doing all the work. Arbet pops the BKB, just has to run with the ghost, and Insania back up to full HP. Way too many defensive protocols for Liquid to work with. And the shot through onto MJZ. GG is called Blacklist. They're out of this game.
Yeah, GG. Liquid just showing, even though they're not using, I mean, they're just trying out different heroes, but still, you know, they understand what they need to do on the map and just completely outplaying Blacklist in the early portion. So, and once they kind of ran into a couple of very very strong team fights from Blacklist, they started to just group up again and making sure that every time they try to kill Moeta is not killed. She's alive in a team fight. She outputs the damage, and people can't really stand a chance in a team fight against the Moeta.
This kind of feels like one of those situations again where Blacklist, the lanes just this time went so poorly for them. They didn't really have any options to speak of. I think in any sort of other setup, maybe DP Tiny in the off lane, they might have been able to threaten the task. But this whole Tiny off lane Nature's Prophet 4 thing, it really just didn't work out, huh? I wonder what the thought process was.
With Tiny, you need a stronger laner because we've already seen a couple of games where in the first few levels, Tiny gets abused a lot, right? So you need like a techies, like for example, in the lane to be able to help stabilize the lane for you. MP just doesn't offer a lot for you. And they kind of have they open a draft with Disruptor, Tiny, and what's the one, DP, right? So they already had the Tiny in the pool, and it just shows me that they don't really understand this Tiny offlane a lot. And Gabby kind of also ran into a situation where his heroes a lot of it got banned out. So maybe they felt like they didn't have anything to go to, so they just decided to go to the Tiny core.
Yeah, maybe that's the case. Just Gabby's hero pool traditionally has been quite wide on this off lane, but maybe they didn't see any options that they were happy with. And this DP pick, I mean, I know it's like hindsight is 2020 and all, but you know, you got Arbet in the game and he's playing DP, and I feel like he just doesn't really get a chance to shine as much as he would like, limited by his ultimate cooldown. And despite him not even necessarily playing bad, it's just Liquid are way too far ahead from some of these early kills that they've grabbed. There were a couple of nice responses though, as we can see here on the highlights. Just the glimpse back, perfectly executed. Like when Blacklist, when they can play together and set up the fight the way that they want, they can actually outfight Liquid. It's just that Liquid never really gave them the chance to do that. A couple of missteps from them, like getting a bit too comfortable, but in every honest 5-on-5 fight where Liquid are playing together and, you know, respecting Blacklist, Blacklist just seemed to just get completely collapsed upon.
Too much saves, too many targets that you have to kill, like Tusk, Oracle, the Omni Knight. I think it was like a really, really tough team fight for them. Whenever Liquid is already ready, you have to kind of go on the Oracle with the, I guess, the Tiny or the Meeple. You have to delegate your tasks, and at the end of the day, MP just doesn't do anything, right? In those team fight, you're just kind of waiting for a team to go in, and then you cast your ulti, you TP in, you try to. I think you can probably try to just like what he did. You know, he was trying to TP into the Oracle all the time to try and force him to use false promise on himself. That was basically his biggest contribution in the team fights.
Yeah.
But outside of that, he just doesn't really offer much.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you really needed to get somebody on Blacklist on Insania and threaten him, but that never really felt like the case. Even in this last fight with a nice wraparound from Palos, it was a good try, but Liquid very, very wise to it. Immediately throw out all the defensive protocols to help out Insania. And from there, as long as they keep each other alive, the Blacklist just don't have gas in the tank to get this game win, and unfortunately for them, that will mean it's another loss for them. Liquid looking large and in charge in this Group B. They will secure themselves the upper bracket, although they already did since the last game, but that has to be a good way to end off this round robin stage for them. But we're not done with the Dota just yet. So remember when I told you guys there would be a whole sort of set of permutations? Well, we can get into that a bit later. What we know for a fact now is that Liquid, upper bracket secured. We're going to hear from them in an interview potentially, so stick around for that. We'll be back after a short break. Another day of the Elite League round robin stage and another great win for Team Liquid. I think Liquid fans all around can rejoice. They finished the group stage with a very nice score of 3-4, putting them at the top of Group B and securing themselves the upper bracket going into the playoffs. We have none other than Mr. Insania joining us for an interview now. Insania, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, pleasure to have you join us. So, I got to ask, I have to know. That Oracle first pick, was it you telling 33, give me my hero now that it's chill?
Yeah, I kind of wanted to play Oracle, and Meta picked it for me, so I was very happy.
Okay.
Yeah, we were kind of speculating
apart from that,
everyone had to have a cheat game, you know, like you need to get to play the hero that you want to play, because sometimes the captain can't really give everyone what they want, and these are the games where you have to just let your players have fun.
Yeah, I mean, I've been excited to play this hero for a while now. I feel like it hasn't been good for a long time, but now it's kind of pickable. I don't think the hero is like necessarily amazing, but in some games you can actually end up picking it. So I feel like whenever there's an opportunity to do it, I'd be, very excited to play it.
Yeah, sounds good. I mean, you made it look really good. A couple of hairy moments there with the last minute saves and the false promises, but it worked out. And I do want to ask, because Team Liquid's approach to the current meta seems to be very different from what we're seeing from a lot of different teams. You guys seem to prioritize very high tempo heroes, ending the game early, putting on a lot of pressure and early map rotations. Is this something intentional that you guys have identified, or is it just your way of playing and it's unrelated to the meta?
I think it's always been kind of a staple of our team to be kind of aggressive, and then sometimes, to our own detriment, that we like get a little bit too excited and dive too hard, or like split up too hard and play the map too much, and don't group up enough. So I think this concept of pressure is something that we're like very passionate about. Obviously, like it's been, I think, relevant for us regardless of patch. It's something we always look for and try to find ways to accomplish. So I think it's more related to us than maybe the meta itself.
Yeah, and you guys have been looking really good with it as well. And of course, final question for you here. Moving into the playoffs, I think this start for the group stage is quite a strong showing compared to some of the other more recent events that you guys had. I know you guys did a couple of interviews, you especially saying that, they weren't really, you guys weren't really in the right frame of mind at those events. What do you feel like is different coming into this event, and what are the expectations for you guys as a squad?
I mean, I think Dream League was very disappointing for all of us. I think like we didn't expect to do as poorly as we did. And I think in some ways it's good to lose a tournament here and there because you're gonna get the fire fueled again. And I feel like everyone's like very, very motivated, and it's very different to like be putting in effort when you're highly motivated to do it compared to like putting in effort when you don't really feel like doing it. And I feel like there's like a certain fire in our team right now that maybe has been awakened from like the disappointing result in Dream League, which makes it feel different compared to other periods of the year where like you're still trying, but it's different when you're highly motivated and you're putting in effort as well.
Yeah, I can definitely see that you guys have a new fire within you, and you're really lighting a fire under your opponent's butts as well. They just have to respond, but they can't seem to. But yeah, thank you so much for your time, Insania. We'll leave you to just chill for a bit until the playoffs start, but congratulations once again.
Thank you.
There you have it, folks. The ever personable, lovable Position 5 from Liquid, a fan favorite for many, and I think a lot of Liquid fans will be very happy with this result going into the playoffs. Fingers crossed that they'll be able to keep this performance up, because I'd love to see how they match up against some of the Group A teams. Winter, I mean, that was pretty clean stuff altogether, and as we can see again, that will cement themselves at the top, but we are far from done from today's decider matches. Still tiebreakers potentially to be had here.
Yeah, things are still looking pretty heated. I mean, the last game is between Boom and Gladiators.
BetBoom.
Next game. Sorry, not the last game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Blacklist, they
I mean,
still have a
both teams
chance. I know they have a
having
flight to
to-
catch.
I mean, both teams really have to. I guess even if they win, they are not really guaranteed, right? They are kind of hoping they need like the other match to go with a draw. Because they
Correct.
need them.
So-
Yeah, they need them to only get 1 point to force tie breaks. If any of them
Exactly.
get 2 points, then it will be really bad for BetBoom and Boom, right?
Yeah, exactly. So BetBoom and Boom, the only way that they have a chance at qualifying at lower bracket is if Aurora and Xtreme ends in a draw. Any other result, so if Aurora wins or Xtreme wins, then they are completely clocked out. Because like you mentioned before, 7 wins is the benchmark. 7 wins is the gatekeeper. But we'll find out the results of that. We have
Yep.
Aurora versus Xtreme coming up for you right after this short break, so don't go anywhere. a lot of different permutations that could result from the end of today's matches. Maybe we got tiebreakers, maybe we don't, but we're just about to find out. Our first series concluded with Liquid taking a very handy 2-0 over Blacklist. I think Blacklist, to be fair, all credit to them, even though they're mathematically out of the tournament already, they did put up a very good fight. And now we have Xtreme Gaming versus Aurora. Both these teams with the exact same score. They tied against all their other opponents and they both beat Blacklist, and now they need to defeat each other to secure themselves a playoff spot.
Yeah, crucial games, crunch games, time to bring out your best Dota for Aurora and Xtreme, both of them just wanting to secure their slot with a 2-0 either way.
Yeah.
And their friends in the bottom or opponents in the bottom kind of hoping for them to have a 1-1 draw so everybody gets to play tiebreakers.
Yeah, it's always a very sour feeling. I don't know if you have experience with this, Winter. I'm sure you do, but when you're stuck in a tournament situation where your fate is no longer in your hands, right? BetBoom and Boom are playing later on, but to allude to what Winter is talking about, if you guys haven't checked out the groups, they're currently fighting for survival, but their match later only matters if it ends up being a 1-1 between Xtreme and Aurora. They're hoping, praying, fingers crossed, everything in the kitchen sink they can muster into this effort. They're just giving their energy to both opponents, actually, to try and even the score so that they actually have something to play for.
Yeah, it's always tough to have your fate in your opponent's hands, but it is what it is right now for them.
Yeah.
They didn't play well enough in the beginning of the group stage, so this is where they are sitting and they're going to be watching nervously on the side.
Yeah. Fingers
Cheerleading,
clapping.
cheerleading.
True, yeah.
Oh,
As soon as Aurora win one game, they like switch side. They go, 加油, XG, 加油. Yeah, that's both sides. They want their game to matter. BetBoom did come out with quite a convincing showing, and Boom were able to tie up their series yesterday as well. So they still have that fighting spirit within them. We're looking at Aurora now, who, of course, I think the big story with them was the little blip in the system. Between this tournament, they had King come and stand in, and everyone was a little worried. Okay, you have this unproven, 16-year-old pop star. We've seen this before, but this time it works out in their favor, puts them in a very good position in this round-robin stage of the tournament. And here they are, up against Xtreme Gaming, who... The funny thing about Xtreme is that we all know they're a world-class team, but I feel like the way they've been playing lately is a bit laissez-faire. They're just chilling a little bit. They're picking funny heroes. It feels like Ame, he just kind of decides on a new carry he wants to pick every day, whip out some Juggernaut, whip out some Monkey King. It's nothing too serious, but they are strong contenders, which is how they've made it here so far. And we have ourselves a draft. I think this will be very important because Xtreme Gaming, I think, and Aurora both, sometimes it feels like they shoot themselves in the foot as early as the draft.
I'm loving the bands already.
From Xtreme? Or from Aurora, or both?
Viper Sniper. XM is the best. I mean, he's okay, maybe not the best. I don't know if he's the best, but he's the Viper Lord from China. And renowned for
I hate that he's the Viper Lord. I feel like Viper Lord is such an uncomfortable nickname to give someone. But yeah, I think XM has always shined on these very static, strong, stable, tower-ish mid heroes. I think the other one that he's really known for is the OD. Razor, part of his repertoire as well. We've seen it played by him for the most part. I think in the past XSS was also playing this to some degree, but lately they've really liked it in the mid lane, and it's going to go up against a Lesh, which is a very strong pick.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, Razor is always like the counter. Who was it that kept doing Razor? Was it Aurora themselves that kept doing Razor against Lash? I think
they didn't mind. They would just grab it. I think back in the Southeast Asia close qualifiers, the team that we saw this most prolifically from was Geek Fam, right? Mac was just picking this non-stop. And they take this up as an answer to the Lash. And, I mean, Aurora also really like the Razor themselves. Jabs plays it a whole ton, so I'm sure he knows how to work around the hero. We'll see what Aurora try and cook up around it.
Force stuff. Buy force stuff.
But here's the secret, folks. This is a high MMR tip coming from Winter Dota himself. Literally just buy 4 stuff. I think in the previous game we saw it just completely fall flat because there's no control that Razor provides you, unfortunately. He just has to do the thing where he runs at you with his legs, if he even has any. And if you can do the thing where you run away with your own legs, then suddenly this hero is looking a little sad.
So in theory, Disco Pony will outrun the Razor with no legs.
Yeah, he has 4
According to-
legs. Let me.
According to your story.
Oh, dude, I have a whole. You know what? On the topic of legs, I just want to say that I feel like the whole leg thing. It's crazy that Sand King has 6 legs, but he's still so goddamn slow. Like, it's actually legal. You'd think that an insect with so many little scuttling pincers would move very quick, but I guess that'll make him a little broken because Power Strike would be so easy to land. Some respect bands coming out here. Phoenix, played by DY. I think yesterday, Xtreme Gaming, they had an amazing game on DY's Phoenix. Just egg on the high ground, sunray everyone down. I dare say he almost solo carried them that game.
SD and Phoenix both very good heroes against Lash. Good heroes that can kind of counteract Lash in the team fights. I mean, SD, obviously, we've talked about this time and time again, the Purge. If Lash is not moving, he's not killing people. And for the Phoenix, because Lash is not the best 8 hitter. And with the Sunray, you can kind of just destroy the Lash in the team fights.
Yeah, Lash wants to run in and do damage, and then if you run into an egg, you're basically toast. So, yeah, that's that whole idea there.
I mean, ET can also be like a really good pick here for them to deal with the Lash. It's really good with the Lash, but it's also really good against the Lash because you kind of don't want to be near the Lash. So you want to burst him from far, 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 far away with your Zeus, Razor, whatever it is.
Yeah. Is Luna still available in the pool? The key one of the heroes that we've seen come out time and time again in this current meta. They go for the IO though, and if I'm not mistaken, this is the first time that Aurora are bringing this pick out. They'll pair it up with the Marcy. So they have strayed away from the IO. I think the IO has shown up only in some select teams. Xtreme, another one of the teams to bring it out. But this IO-Marcy combination, we saw Liquid tear up Blacklist earlier today, and Aurora looking to repeat that result.
It's definitely very powerful with the Lash. I think it's very powerful with the way teams are playing around the map, having relocate. Because you're trying to always be efficient on the map, kill, push out waves, and then you want to go back to the other side and push out the other lane. I mean, with relocate, everything just becomes so convenient for you. And your mana battery for Lash, everybody knows if the Disco Pony never runs out of electricity, he's going to roast everything.
The thing with a disco is you need good music playing, and to have good music playing, you need to have electricity, right? You just pop the batteries in there, you can just keep discoing on. And back up with the Marcy as well, quite a decent chunk of relocation potential, but you toss them back into the Lash, they try and run away, and you have overwhelming physical damage onto the Razor, but very quick picks coming out from Xtreme. This is an XSS special, the Centaur War Runner, and Sin-Q gonna be bringing out his Dark Willow, so a whole lot of team fight. You want to run in so bad, we'll give you hell to run into.
Terrorize the Brambles. Like even the Dark Willow with the ET Aura is gonna be very scary, the Bedlam.
Yeah.
You're gonna be able to destroy heroes so quickly with the Aura. I think they have solid lanes, Dark Willow, Centaur. This is a lane I haven't seen in a while. Right? I'm just too used to see Takis.
Yeah, true.
Takis or what was that?
Even Rubik, right?
Even Rubik, Takis, and all these heroes. And now Willow makes a resurgence. I mean, the Terrorize is good against the Relocate. Bramble as well. You just set up the Bramble when you see the Relocate coming in. It's very useful against IO, and they go for their team fight with the Enigma.
This has got to be a Jabs hero if I had to guess. I think throughout this entire round robin stage, they've picked it near their last pick, and it's really bailed them out. It's something that Jabs clearly has a lot of confidence on, and he's looked really powerful on it. I think it gives their draft a lot of good team fight and just a catch-all into the Razor. Although Earth Splitter cancels... Does it cancel BKB Black Hole?
Yes, sir. It does.
Yeah, so I mean, if DY can just stay out of trouble, I guess it takes a bit too long.
You have to
preemptively
preemptively cast it, knowing that he's going to. I mean, if you cancel a black hole, BKB black hole with ET ulti, it's always based on luck.
That's true. If you do achieve that, you deserve a bit of a pat of the back, a massage, and an award, I think, and a good meal of Steamboat. I think that's what
Steamboat is a good meal. Where's my chicken rice?
Okay. Wait, you're telling me between chicken rice and Steamboat, you prefer chicken rice?
Yeah, I mean, of course.
Okay.
I just
Not
want
to each their own. I'm sure these guys would love to just get some fish hits.
you know,
teamwork
like
going
the
on, you know?
I guess the Enigma also kind of likes to lane into the Razor because Razor can't really bully him with the summons. I think that's the other part about why Enigma was chosen here. I mean, they're just
10
preemptively
seconds remaining.
picking an off lane
Blocking out, right?
that can lane against Razor just in case the Razor is the
5
safe lane
seconds
because we don't know yet.
Yeah, it's a good move. Even though Xtreme Gaming have largely put XM on this Razor, curveball, definitely something that they can pitch out to Aurora here, catch them off guard. It feels like the name of these drafts in this day and age. You always want to start your draft with a strong core hero that can be pivoted across 3 roles. Razor fits that build perfectly. Lash, not so much. Aurora, I think their cards are very clear. The only thing that remains a slight mystery is whether this Marcy is going to be paired up with the Enigma as a support, or whether it's going to be a Marcy carry and we're last picking a support here. still
Marcy
need-
plus Enigma lane.
Yeah?
Decent, actually.
Isn't that kind of insane? Like, you just can actually fight into the Elder Titan and...
Yeah, you can jump
Throw hands.
jump on the creeps, on the summons, initiate.
Dire team
It's actually pretty strong in the lane. Is that
Okay.
I guess Shaker must be 4 then. Shaker,
Yeah,
Enigma
what are
lane,
we-
Io, Marcy.
Yeah, it has to be, right? But very interesting selection here. I'm not really sure what this is about. I'm going to be honest with you. We've had 2 rather curious last picks so far across our series. This Earthshaker is a bit of an interesting one. Is there a chance that...
What, carry or Shaker? Are you thinking about carry or Shaker?
No. There's
Or
no
mid
way.
Shaker,
There's no way.
carry Lash. I mean,
I
you can
mean,
always have
things-
Io, Marcy as support duo, right?
That's
Io,
true.
Io Lash safe lane, Earthshaker mid, Enigma plus Marcy top. I think it's also feasible. It's entirely
yeah.
possible.
It's kind of crazy though. We'll see what Aurora are cooking up for us today. Xtreme Gaming have one last pick to either grab an XM hero or an Ame hero. It's just about how they want to lane this Razor. I mean, either way, the Razor's lane unless it's against the Lash.
Yeah, I feel like you want the Razor mid, right? With this type
You
of
do
setup.
want the Razor mid. Yeah, I don't think there's any other option. Just because it's so good into the Lash, and there aren't really a lot of other good Lash counters other than maybe Lina, who's still in the pool. OD, Viper, and Sniper, like
And
you
they could
mentioned,
just-
already banned.
They could just pick Lifestealer and just put the Razor mid.
Oh, that would be nasty stuff. But Lifestealer into Enigma, though,
I mean, what else can you do? Gyro, I guess? Gyro?
Gyro banned.
Oh, Gyro's banned. I mean, there's not
Yeah.
many good calls. I mean, good carries. I feel like you just pick Lifestealer and you help the Razor. I mean, screw your own lane. Whatever, you know, you have ET Lifestealer. I think the lane shouldn't be like totally unplayable. The ET can just get damage from the Enigma summons and try to tank for the Lifestealer in the lane.
I'm trying to see what carry options are still available. Faceless Void was banned out. Gyro was banned
You may
out.
now select your
Clinks. Okay.
This is a good hero against the IO because you can snipe the IO very, very easily. Same concept with why people pick Weaver into IO. Once Weaver, you can weave around the team fights and find that pesky IO in the back line. Use
Yeah.
your Swarm and just kill him off, and you can always chase him down, right? Because you're high move speed. Same as Clinks, you know. Clinks is very
Yeah.
mobile in the team fight, so you can run around. It's very, very difficult for Enigma to find you and black hole you, so you kind of have that going on, and you have Stampede on your side. So all you need to do is just try to, I think, snipe up the back lines and just kind of hope that when they are going on your Razor, because I imagine Razor is going to be like a very, very focused hero for Aurora. They're going to try to focus him down so that your Lash is going to be unkillable in the team fights, and Klinks has to try to find those counter initiations from the side or from the back.
Yeah. Look, I'm not dumb enough to bet against Leshrac as well as Jab's Enigma, but I feel like Xtreme Gaming have a pretty good recipe for dealing with it. Every single one of the heroes that they've selected for themselves have so many tools in the team fight to work with. You got Stampede to run away, you got Terrorize, and on the flip side, it feels like in terms of the frequent fights, you're completely relying on the Earthshaker and Lash setup. If Lorinov doesn't get off to a good start, this Klinks is gonna run rampant on the map and put on so much physical damage. I think you were the one who told me, Winter, this Lash doesn't really build a lot of physical resistance. He's very susceptible to getting killed off.
Yeah, normally you get the Shivas very late and you're waiting for your damage resist talent if you need it at level 20. So generally they play very, very, very greedy with the build and Klings can kind of abuse it. Any hero that can have a massive physical burst in the early game, it's always nice against Lashrak. So he has to rely on his teammates, I guess, to try to bail him out in the team fights, especially the IO, to protect him. Maybe some early mech into Solar Crest, I guess. Those are items that are really useful against the Klings. And you have the Earthshaker to set up. I really like Earthshaker with Lash because you can easily set up the split of because you're always from a fog, right? So the enemy can't focus you, and you can easily surprise whoever that's standing in front with a fissure, and then you follow up with split, and usually that would end up with a kill on your side.
I guess my main concern is that Aurora, it feels like a lot of their game is going to rely on the Lash being on the front lines to give them vision. Because you don't have any other tools, right? A lot of other games, maybe you see something like the Bat Rider, the Disruptor, all these little bombs on the ground from the techies just to give you that advanced notice so that Enigma can land a killer black hole. But it feels like Q and Jabs this game, they're going to be operating blind. They don't have anyone to give them that advanced knowledge. They can't really spot out where Xtreme Gaming will be coming from.
Do you consider the Enigma summons as stuff that can scout?
Somewhat, but then you run up into a Razor and he just plasma fields them down, and that's the end of that. Like, not much of a scouting tool. I guess that's my main concern, because it feels like there's a lot of weight on the shoulders of Lorinov to be that beefy frontliner. 23 also is another hero on that Marcy who wants to bide his time, right? It's not like Marcy runs up to you and tries to take a one-on-one fight. She always wants to get that jump. So Xtreme Gaming, it feels like if they can stabilize the ship, get strong on their cores, and fight together with the vision advantage granted to them by the ET and the Klinks, they should be in a good spot. I very much like Xtreme Gaming's lineup with the Klinks as a final pick. We haven't really seen a lot of this hero, and I'm excited to see what they can put out.
Yeah, I wonder what Jabs is going to do with the Enigma, because with the Klinks, he can eat your creep. Then I don't know if you want to still get the helm, or you have to try some other build. I don't know if you actually just... I guess because nobody can cancel the BKB Black Hole apart from the Earth Splitter, then maybe it incentivizes the Enigma to try to just play for the BKB Black Hole, right? You just farm.
Yeah.
Maybe you can get a Blitz for early game, then after that you get a Dagger BKB so that you are the win condition.
Yeah, the tricky thing this game is that, you know, every single time we see a Lash, we think about who is going to be the aura builder on the team, right? For Aurora, they only have Jabs who can buy it. Sure, Ollie can get a Greaves, maybe a Mech, maybe a Solar, but a lot of it is going to be focused on the burst heal. It's things like the Pipe, that's a bit too much gold for the IO to get. It has to be Jabs. Flats, all these other nifty items that they want to get so they can get more resistances against some of the damage that will be put out. I mean, we didn't even talk about Natural Order yet coming out from the ET. That's still a major factor in terms of bursting down some of these heroes on Aurora. Again, stakes are high for this particular match. In fact, I would argue to say, as it stands currently, this is going to be the most important match of the day for Group B. We have BetBoom and Boom waiting on the results of this match to figure out whether their best of two even matters. And for Aurora and Xtreme Gaming, this is an upper bracket seed on the line here.
Yep, very important game for a lot of people. So just gonna sit tight. We have the luxury to sit and watch and not be a part of the stress, but just enjoy the show.
Yeah. Gotta put ourselves in the shoes, you know, really feel what the players are feeling. I'm starting to sweat a bit. I think Aurora, they've done a good job flying the Southeast Asia flag high. And on the flip side, Xtreme Gaming, one of the big bullies in the Chinese scene right now. I mean, DY in particular, I think I was watching his Phoenix game yesterday. Insane stuff. I'm sure he's been playing a lot of high-ranked pubs in his time while he was taking a break, but to see him just come back and perform at such a ridiculous level, I mean, yeah, you can't take the pro Dota player out of some of these guys, I guess.
Years and years of playing. Like, even you retire, I imagine if the player retires, you still kind of play on your spare time, you know? So it's not like you're totally away from the game.
Yeah.
I just feel like people who play Dota at this level, they're a different type of beast, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when you've done it for so long, right? And it just kind of feels like muscle memory. It feels like a part of your routine at this point. And Dota has a pretty interesting way of just kind of hooking you back in. I feel like with every new patch, we have Crownfall to look forward to now, and the meta is going to shake up again. There's new items, new concepts. I think most recently, everyone's just enamored with the Kanda because that just brings a whole new mechanic never before seen. I think Pure was the one mentioning this to us in an interview where he's saying like, look, Kanda is so cool, and I don't know whether it's broken yet because it does a lot of work and it allows so many of these carries to play in a different way. I'm still undecided, but I'm having fun, right? And I think this is something a lot of players are trying to incorporate into their builds. I'm sure you are as well, Winter. Big Kanda fan on this cast.
Yeah, not sure I can actually buy them in my games here. You look at the heroes I'm playing, but like even early game, like you see DY, he was trying to scout to see if the Earthshaker's fissure blocking the creep wave, and Army. Usually you don't see the carries blocking the creeps like from the tier 2 towers, He was actually already doing that because he's expecting the fissure to come and trying to get the wave as near as his tower as possible.
Yeah.
Just all the small little things that the players do to get a upper hand in the lane.
So important, especially for an Enigma, to get that priority in the first few
Yeah,
levels.
I mean,
because
the DY scouting in between the tier 1 and tier 2 is like something I've never really seen before. And yeah, I mean, you think about how they want to play the lane, it's going to be very useful for the Kings to know if the fissure block is going to come or not.
Yeah, absolutely. It gets Army in a very comfortable position in this top side where he's able to last hit casually, not really feel any threat of being fissure blocked off. And DY doing a good job planting his body right in the trajectory where Q might try and block him off. So any fissure that is going to come his way, I think Army will be able to, see it coming from a mile away. Just blocking out the small camp, but clears that out. DY knows how important the pull is, but Q does as well. So just
33.
trading out the blocks. Uh-oh,
Oof.
dropping low on the
It's
Marcy.
a level 2 power spike. Almost
Yikes.
killing him off.
We saw this happen to the Marcy IO lane, despite it being very strong. The weakness is the magic burst early on, right? You just kind of need to play to sustain. So, chill a bit here, Don't get too frisky. SinQ and XSS, the X-Bros, as they are called, can really do a number on you.
You're just trying to get the creep waves as near as their towers as possible so you can farm safely. I mean, the Marcy is in kind of a dangerous position on his health, right? If he's not above half health or 60% at least, I think he could actually just die to the Centaur Storm, to the Bramble, and the Shadow Realm.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you, Winter. I feel like 60% is even being generous. It's not like Marcy has a lot of HP to work with. And XSS, we're gonna probably see a large focus into the Hoof Stomp and Double Edge for him. Retaliate doesn't do much for you in this lane.
I mean, she has a bracer, so I mean the bracer is definitely gonna help the Marcy in this lane.
Lotus picked up by Ollie, which means that 23 should be in a very safe position, even if he's under any threat of being burst down. You have that just kind of spur of healing from the Lotus that comes from the tether. Nothing too crazy. How's this mid doing? XM, as expected, just kind of whipping Lorinov back away, but with the high levels in the Lightning Storm, he's still able to secure quite a lot of last hits, keeping up very well on the Lash.
Yeah, as long as there's gonna be stacks later for him to clear, he'll be fine. This lane is, like you said, it's not really going that bad for Lorinov. And as long as he maintains parity, 50-50, he'll be really happy.
We didn't mention this yet, but the one downside of this Earthshaker IO support duo is they're not really the best at setting up stacks, right? We see an early ward from Xtreme in the triangle, but Earthshaker has his hands full. Even if he did go into the triangle, it's kind of awkward for him to get that double stack off. And IO wants to be attached to the hip 23 down here. So, I mean, if Lorinov wants to be farming any type of stacks, he'll have to set them up himself, it seems.
They also have a lot of wards placed in the bottom area to see all these rotations into the jungle to protect the Lash. I mean, you see 3 wards in the bottom area. Yeah. Just tells you about how much the players are really anticipating what will happen in the game and just trying to have preemptive measures done to deal with it.
Yeah. Very smart play here. And they're just worried about SinQ swinging around and catching the Lash off because just one Bramble should be enough for XM to get that additional drain off and potentially even threaten the kill. Very quiet early game, all things considered, as everyone getting the farm up. No one really suffering. And I think that has to favor Aurora, right? Because I'd say their lanes are strong, but up into Xtreme Gaming, I feel like maybe you're hoping to get 1 or 2 kills. XSS being jumped upon now, 23 with the toss back, Blood Grenade. Not even sure whether that connected. But the Brambles, unfortunately, the Aurora duo has to back off, but a good bit of damage onto the horse.
And they still have a lot of regen. The south, a small little play there by Oli just getting the creep aggro with the tether, so they get the pull.
Nicely done. The smart wisp plays here. Honestly, unless XSS really steps out of line, I don't see them being able to kill the Centaur, especially if Xingqiu just sticks around. 6-minute runes.
They're gonna
coming
fight
up
for the
in 10
runes.
seconds.
The Centaur's death is not important right now. His
That's
life
true.
is whatever. The runes are important.
True. Get over here. Here comes the ET Spirit, ready to get a stomp off. They pop the ult preemptively. XM taking quite a bit, but the rune's gonna be in the bot side. Q just has to give up his own to save the Leshrac. And first blood drawn by XM, nicely done by the Razor.
Yeah, he's gonna be really, really happy with this exchange. First blood, they didn't get the rune on the Lash. He really, really needs it. He didn't get the 4-minute water rune and he didn't get the 6-minute power rune, so it's gonna affect his resource a lot. And you see Oli here just coming over to give him a little hand, but I mean this Razor is just gonna be absolutely huge right now, especially after if he gets to actually just run in and steal the stacks of the Lash if there is any. I think that's gonna be up in his mind right now because he knows that the Lash is not really feeling comfortable in the lane, and he's gonna be relying on the stacks to recover. And if he can steal them, that's gonna totally ruin his game.
Pretty smart scan out from Q. Not sure if you saw that, but he scans in his own triangle because he's worried that Xtreme Gaming are on the prowl trying to contest the stacks or trying to get a sneaky steal on the Wisdom. 1-for-1 on both sides though, Xtreme Gaming and Aurora able to snag up that juicy EXP. I feel like that's especially important for the heroes on Aurora because Q and Oli, they are going to be hard-pressed to find space to find, resources on the map. So any little bit that they can get is very important here.
Yeah, and because nobody's dying, right, so you can't refill the bottle of the Lash. And he really needs to get the stacks. I think every single stack should actually go to him. I mean, Jabs is kind of farming one of it. I feel like they should just give it to the Lash.
Classic Jabs. What do you expect, man? This guy, he'll take everything he can get.
And he's
Yeah,
behind,
that's-
so I guess that's also understandable. He's having a tough lane.
True. Yeah. He's actually doing not as hot as I thought he would, to be honest. There's another rune fight brewing here. But again, the 8-minute rune spawns in the bot. So nothing to be found this time round. Aurora able to immediately extract themselves from that situation. But Oli denies the haste rune. Might pay the price
Yeah.
for it. In comes XM ready to collect.
That was
Nice.
such a lifesaver for Aurora. That's so big, Cannot underestimate.
Oh, XM running up to the high ground. This could be troublesome now. He's taking a lot of magic damage, but unfortunately Q blocks his own team off with the fissure. Just off the mark there. That could have been an XM kill, and that would have been ginormous for Aurora.
Yeah, and not to understate that the importance of Oli denying the rune there, making sure that the Razor doesn't get the rune. That could have been really, really ugly. And sometimes I feel like even if you have to die to deny certain runes to certain heroes, like say like a Storm being low and you deny the rune and maybe you die for it, it could actually still be worth it. These runes they are the key to turning all this early game advantages into more, or turning the early game deficit into something else.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this Razor with a haste rune, that is the stuff of nightmares here. Nothing that the Aurora lineup can do against that.
I guess if you see it, if it's a important rune, you maybe consider to trade your life for it, like a haste.
Yeah.
But if you see it's an illusion rune or invis, then you don't go and die for it. I guess that should
even
be
if it's like a shield, it's like whatever, right? We don't want to interact with you anyway. It's fine.
yeah,
Just back up.
correct. So as long as it's not a rune that can allow this Razor to snowball, I guess you don't have to try and use your life to trade for it. But if it's a haste or maybe some low hero with a regen, then maybe you can consider trading your support life for it. I mean, this is what you have to think about in a game when you're playing support nowadays.
True,
It's just another day at the office, just doing what you have to do.
Yeah, sounds like a lot, but I'm sure Oli has it all locked into his brain. Key items being picked up now. Drums as the rush for Jabs. That's what he's
Laurenov is
prioritized.
saying, if the rune is bought again, I'm done. Oh shit, okay.
Come on, dude. That's just unlucky. 3 in a row. What can you do? That's just the reality of it sometimes.
I mean, how he's still rich, like considering that he didn't get a single rune.
Yeah. I mean, Ollie's left 23 largely to his own devices on the Marcy in the bot side, because realistically, just the Centaur can't threaten the Marcy. And he is just joining up. We talked about this mana battery already. Lorinov, he's not getting any bottle refills, but he's getting tipped off by Ollie at every stage of the game right now. So, no runes, you know, still have a buddy over here, it's fine.
Yeah, making more stacks. Lash is patiently waiting for his servant to create more stacks for him.
Yeah.
Everyone is just reduced to servants for the Disco Pony. Whenever you
True.
pick this hero, everybody has to bow down and play for this hero.
Correct. Can you imagine introducing a new king and it's literally just a horse with like glowing lights? That sounds ridiculous, but that's the age of Dota that we live in right now. I am a bit surprised by how well Ame is doing in this lane, and as a byproduct, how poorly Jabs is doing in this lane. Even despite farming some of those stacks, his net worth is not looking cute at all. He's gone for the drums, he's going for the, I guess the shard, immediately rushing it for himself. A lot more of a fighting Enigma build, because I guess he realizes he can't afford to farm and be greedy. That's kind of interesting. I feel like Jabs has just been using these drum charges. I guess he wanted the drum charge so he can make it to get this stack off, so
Dire's middle tower is
it
under
ends up
attack.
being worth it, I guess, but he doesn't manage the stack, so yeah, I mean, these charges are gonna be in short supply if he just keeps pumping them out like that, but still up here farming away. Ame is
Radiant's
okay as
bottom
well.
tower is under attack.
Yeah, I think he just feels like he doesn't have room
Much to do.
He doesn't have a room to be too greedy with his build, right? You have the Lash already taking out most of the jungle farm, so he just has to buy cheap items to help his team fight and push down towers. And we already mentioned that he can't really go Helm because of the clings.
Yeah.
So maybe he felt like this is like the
only option for him, eh?
alternative. I mean, I don't know if it's the only option, but
True. I mean, this game just feels so scary for Aurora because it feels like you need at least 2 to 3 items plus a BKB if you want to fight into the Xtreme Gaming lineup. They have so much magic burst, so much control. The Marcy, we've yet to see her fly in and get any sort of kill yet, where in contrast, in the previous IO Marcy game that we saw, Mickey and Boxy were just in there, right? Constantly beating onto their opposition. XSS has had a pretty decent time on this Centaur War Runner. Working on the Blink Dagger, just 200 gold away from that, and you gotta imagine that Xtreme Gaming, they're gonna pick up the pace as soon as that's done.
no, you're right. I mean, Klings doesn't like to sit down and trade farm with a Lash or a Marcy. Right? Those heroes scale better than him. He's gonna have his Deso, and the Deso and Dagger timing on the Centaur War Runner is just going to align perfectly for them to just start the ball, get the ball rolling. You know, they're going to try to roll and kick Aurora out of the map and try to just limit them in their base and take the rush and slowly but surely push the high ground.
Yeah. Let's try and suffocate them, it feels like. Yeah, for now, you know, it's not like Aurora have had the time of day on this map. They've secured the top tier 1 tower, sure. But the mid still stands, and you want a different set of scenery if you're playing the Lash, right? You want to make action happen on the map. You want to start pushing the issue. I guess Aurora, they're also fine. I feel like Aurora, they're the team, and I keep saying this every time I cast their game, but they're the team with the highest average win time. I think the last time I checked, it was a couple of days ago, they were sitting at around 49 minutes every time they won. So very comfortable in the late game, as to be expected. Some of the hints of their former roster and their specialty there. But now on the prowl, here comes XSS and company, waiting for a jump in. Slightly off the mark though, has to pop the Stampede. Settle for a kill onto this
Wow, that's a
Earthshaker.
big heal.
Huge heal! And the Echo Slam, but it's not going to be enough up against XSS and XM. A slicey down. Here comes 23, ready to fight a black hole from the low ground. Found out on the Razor, even with his Blade Mail, it's not going to be enough. The heals. 23 is still alive. Standing his ground, finally goes down to a stomp. But this fight has not gone the way of Xtreme at all. Running forward now onto Lorinov. They got the control onto Ame. This was supposed to be their timing. With the last bit of a heal, the Kings will be able to walk free. But Lorinov still zapping down the Dark Willow. As the dust settles, ends up being a trade that favors Xtreme Gaming given that Ame lived through it all. A couple of Deso charges and narrowly surviving thanks to that death pack. But still, the fact that Aurora managed to get so much out of that engagement, that has got to be something they're okay with.
I don't know if the trade actually favors them though. Like I think that you're happy that the Lash got a lot of the gold and XP there. And Klings is a hero where he's gonna eventually run out of time in the game, you know. And in all these early team fights, if you're trading evenly against the Klings, I think you are super happy to take that trade.
Yeah. Clean black hole on the low ground as
I mean,
well.
I would
and
say the
fact-
Lash is way more important than the Marcy. Marcy dying is like whatever.
Yeah. All bow down to the Pony Lord, and the Pony Lord's looking strong right now. Jabs, unfortunately, tries to finish off onto Ame, but doesn't expect the death
another
pack.
rune spawning bottom. Lorenov is like, it's okay, I don't need the runes to destroy you this game.
Yeah. I mean, he doesn't have a choice, even if it's it's not like it's in his hands. He just has to accept a runeless game right now. But I think MVP of that fight has to be Ollie, coming in with the clutch. It wasn't even a mech,
Was it a
was just a
Lotus?
burst heal Lotus, probably with a wand as well.
Yeah, I mean, the Earthshaker looked like he would not be able to cast a single spell there.
Yeah, he looked like he was going to be dirt, then suddenly he became a mountain of a man, just crushing them. He does end up going down, but he buys so much space for the pony to work. And the low ground black hole from Aurora as well was just clean. Xtreme, you gotta respect that move though. I think it was executed as nicely as it could be. But that initial jump in from XSS just didn't connect on the Earth Spirit, right? If they just got the kill cleanly there, Io wouldn't have been able to come in and save. It would have looked very different.
Small little details end up mattering a
Yeah.
lot. That is the life of all these Dota Pro players. It's difficult, you know, man. Sometimes you make a mistake in the game and you know that it has such dire consequences, and you just let it sit behind your head and it affects your play throughout the game. It's difficult to get past it sometimes.
Yeah, that's fair. And for what it's worth, though, I think XSS has shown himself to be a top-tier competitor throughout most of his time on Esther, as well as more recently Azure Ray. He rarely looks shaken up, even if his lane doesn't go too well, and he always has a way of still finding relevance in the game. I think that's just a slight misstep, and more than anything, good defensive positioning from the Earthshaker, right, to realize that a move might be coming that way. Xtreme Gaming, they still need to pick up the pace, though, still need to get things going and get more of these Deso charges on the Klings. Running around with XSS now, looking for their next target.
I mean, BKB done on Razor. XM is really, really powerful now. They should be looking to
Jeez.
get a fight, win a fight, get Roshan. This is their next objective. I think you should just go to the triangle, I guess. Smoke into the triangle. That's probably the best chance of you getting a big fight.
Yeah. Here they go. Tier 1 tower on the Aurora side is down, which means that pathway will be open. It's only Q guarding that area, but he very quickly realizes that he has no business being there.
It's
don't
not
see-
my base. It doesn't
Sorry?
belong to us anymore. Q
It
says.
really isn't. It really isn't. It looks like a Radiant part of the map, but believe it or not, Xtreme Gaming, they own this property. Gonna spread out around the area.
I mean,
And
they already
with-
paid the down payment, right? For that.
Yeah. They're leasing it already. They signed the agreement, chopped the stamp on it and everything. Aurora just bail out of there like the good law-abiding citizens that they are. They don't want to be sued in court.
trying to reclaim their land right now with the smoke.
Desperately, in as sneaky of a way as possible, try to pull the rug from under Xtreme Gaming. But the question is, even with this blink on the Earthshaker, the initiation, it feels like it has to be perfect if they want to find a kill.
I mean, this Enigma is just playing like what caster Enigma, drum
Yeah.
Aether Lance, just with the Whisper of the Dread, just trying to use the Malefice.
Yeah. It's I mean, it's a pretty strong spell this game. Not so fun into the Razor, shocking you every time you cast a spell on him, but other than that, it really janks up what Xtreme Gaming want to do. Could end up being annoying and good enough.
But would it be enough though? That's what I don't know.
Yeah.
He's like literally saying, I probably don't need to use Black Hole as much. Or he thinks that with the Aether Lens, it's gonna actually help him with the Black Hole more than getting a BKB.
Yeah, I might just agree with him, because in terms of the jump from Xtreme Gaming, it's only XSS and he has to be the first one into the fight, right? So Lornoth
top
finally
rune.
gets a rune.
Is that his
Let's
first
go! Big dub. Arcane rune. The question
I mean,
is whether
he's-
he can use it.
He's been winning the fights on his own without runes, and now he gets the runes, so he must be indestructible at the moment.
20 minutes, first rune. We up. Big dubs. Cheers all around. Round of drinks for the boys tonight on Aurora. We made it. Used to pray for times like this. And they're gonna chill. They're just gonna grab the arcade room and go into the Tormentor.
Yeah,
We thought they were gonna heat things up, bro.
You have to get the Tormentor. Who
Yeah,
wants
that's
the...
true. That's true.
Guess they don't really have the best ones.
I mean, Earthshaker shot would be lit, but
Oh no,
Ollie grabs it. Wait,
shot
Ollie's
is-
one is even better. Wait.
Yeah, he's actually better. His one is better.
Yeah, no wonder.
Spell Lifesteal with the Disco Pony.
Disgusting.
Take it away.
Radiant
Are you actually sad that the Spirits is not relevant spell right now on IO?
I feel like it's a cool spell, but it's always been so hard to use, in my opinion. Like, it gives vision, but it feels very clunky. I'm not too sad about it. I think a lot of the beauty of playing IO is spacing and positioning, and we're seeing that still from the IO pros, right? So I'm not too sad about it.
The Spirits revealing your own position is kind of like a no-no for this hero.
A bit of a grief, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think anytime spirits are relevant, Anna's gonna come out of retirement and try and dominate everyone again. So I'd rather not. You know what I mean? I'm fine. I'm fine with this current state of affairs. Here comes Aurora, trucking forward. They want to make use of this arcane rune and the timing that they've got. Black hole available. This tower ripe for the taking. In with the Echo Slam and bursting down onto Xingqiu. And there's nothing he could have done about that. Very unfortunate. But here comes Lorinov. Onto the next tower. They don't have the Echo Slam anymore, but still have that black hole. Just about the setup. Here comes XSS with the Stomp. Popping the BKB immediately. Pony on pony action. They're TPing in on the Razor, but a bit too late. Here comes XSS
Razor's
draining
dead.
up. But just TPs into a black hole. Aurora. They were completely prepared for that. And Xtreme Gaming, you gotta wonder what the idea was there. They're filtering in one by one into this lineup. They have ultimates for every single one of you.
They got caught out by the Aether Lance, especially the Razor. I think he didn't expect the black hole to be able to reach him. That's why he was playing so aggressive. Didn't pop his BKB.
Oh, 23.
And now Aurora just hitting a very, very powerful timing with their lineup. Double BKB on the Marcy and the Lash done. They're going to be moving into Rosh. Are they going to go for Rosh? What's going
This
on?
is kind of crazy though. There's still
No,
a
no,
Earth Splitter
okay.
and the respawns are coming through.
Yeah, it's
you
going to
can't,
go back
you
and farm. Push out waves. You want to wait for your Aghanims. I think Aghanims is too good on Marcy to pass up, and
That's
right
true.
now he has the BKB, so he can come to fight if he needs to, but ultimately he still wants to make it to his Aghanims timing before he joins the crucial team fights, especially the Roche
Yeah,
fight.
that's the... I mean, I get it. That's the annoying thing about Marcy though, right? As a carry, she doesn't really have any way of amplifying her own farm. I'll see a replay of
I
that
mean,
fight.
when the IO is not following you,
Yeah, that's
you
true.
definitely feel that.
Yeah, exactly. Everything for the Disco Pony. As I say, saw a short glimpse of that fight. Xingqiu just getting caught with his pants down. Face unwashed, unfortunately. And the rest of that engagement, Centaur jumps in. Ame reveals himself, like, uses the arrows on the creep wave while XSS tries to get a stomp, but Lorinov is completely prepared for that and boom, straight into a black hole, jabs, gets the surprise jump. And that just looks so easy for Aurora. Now, Xtreme Gaming, they're on the prowl though. They have this smoke and they've established priority in this area. No black hole for another 60 seconds.
Are they gonna force the rush, or they're gonna just stand on the high ground here? They need to pick a position to hold here if you're XG.
Yeah.
Wait for Aurora to commit over. But I think the smart thing for Aurora to do is just try to delay until it becomes night. Then maybe you can shift over to the other side. Because right now,
Yeah.
XG is definitely the ones who is already in control of this outpost here.
Radiant are scared.
Yeah, true. But you mentioned this earlier on. Enigma Eidolons as a scouting tool. He's just sending his little buddies in to die. It clears the way, and for some reason, Xtreme Gaming, despite aggressively positioning in this area, what was that?
Checking if it works, you know, the classic one.
Oh, there we go. Down to 7 seconds now. Just gonna have to dance this one off. Unfortunate, but Xtreme Gaming choose not to stick around. Back up instead. I wonder what that was about. Maybe they were just thinking that they could get the advanced position and try and take advantage of the black hole cooldown, but especially if it coming off cooldown now, they'll be a lot more wary.
I mean, Aurora is already posturing top. They're gonna go top. Smoke
Yeah.
top maybe, or try to go. I think they have to try to just get there and put an observer down. Actually, they're obsing they're ancients here, so they're expecting XG to invade in this area. So, or waiting for the Klings to actually come and try to find solo pickoffs.
Gaimin's been
Interesting.
playing real safe this game. He's just chilling.
Yeah, he's been always like close to his team. It's
Yeah,
not
top
really
of the net
taking too
worth.
much risks.
This is what you need from your carry player in this particular game.
Well,
can't
sometimes I
afford
would
to-
say that you need your carry player to be a little bit balls deep. Yeah.
True. Yeah, but then if he goes balls deep this game, everyone's gonna be like, "Oh, Ame, he's
Yeah,
goofy,
maybe not on the
no,
Klings.
he's
Okay,
destroying
fine.
the
You
game."
win. You win. Not on the Klings.
Yeah, not this guy. He just needs to stay on the back lines, pump out damage, and hopefully that can take Xtreme Gaming the distance here. Posturing around this nighttime Roche is available, it's just about who gets the jump. Lane now, XSS will show himself. In comes 23, the jump is not sufficient. Pops the BKB, turns around, beating into XSS, forcing the Stampede out. BKB's traded and ultimate's used at the moment. 23 is not going to have that one available, so his power level severely dampened. They still have the Echo and they still have the Black Hole and a crazy disco pony on the front lines with Kaya Sanj and a Veil.
He's close to Shivas. 300
Yeah.
gold. If they can actually wait for it, that would be amazing for Aurora.
The thing is, Xtreme can't rush this Roche down as well, right? So they need to win a fight before they can walk into the pit. Trying to get a jump out. Looking
they
for
got
a
jabs?
blink. They got jabs. That's a huge target. The heals desperately trying to save him, but Ollie, it's not enough. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Razor trying to run away, but Lornov realizes this is not a fight they can take anymore. XSS will be able to clean up Ollie as well. Great
what a-
initiation from Xtreme to find the Enigma there.
What a decisive jump by XXS. We see this time and time again throughout his career. Always finding the key openings for his team to win team fights, and we saw that again. Just no hesitation. You see a hero, jumps right away.
Yeah, that was clean stuff. That was the target they needed to grab as well. Jabs perhaps posturing a bit too aggressively. He needed to take HY's advice and stay in the trees. Q, he's learned a little bit now, but he's playing Ring Around the Rosie with Sing Q. Not really where you want to be, maybe just trying to contest or maybe get an annoying fissure out, but he recognizes there's nothing he can do. And this Roche will fall into the hands of Xtreme, again off the back of that amazing Centaur initiation.
Has fallen to the dust.
I mean, given that it's only one hero, I don't know if it's like a really big initiation, but it was on an important one on the Enigma.
Absolutely,
I guess
yeah.
that's ultimately what matters the most for XG, and now they're going to claim the Spoils of War, the Roshan. It seems like Aurora, they don't really fear them having the Aegis. They're still trying to maybe try to get a pick off here with Shaker. Fissure, Enchant Totem, easy kill.
Oh my goodness, just clobber her to death. Sing Q gets beaten up in just like bullies in the schoolyard. Just collapse on you, throw the hands out. Looks like a boxing match between a baby and a full MMA fighter.
Is under attack.
Life's not fair.
Life is
sooner-
not fair. Like
The sooner you learn it, the easier you get to accept things.
yeah, so far, Sing Q, he's been the one on the front lines tanking a lot of this brutality so far from Aurora. But, you know, it's the limits of what they can do, right? They can only really kill off the supports. They've reached the stage now where I think Xtreme Gaming are very wary and they know what Aurora have in their arsenal. They know there's BKB Amasi, they know there's the Blink Enigma, they fell for that trap before, they're not looking to have it happen to them again. This game, extremely important. That's why you can see the hesitation from both teams. But in moments like this, you need someone like XSS, that decisive move. That will make the difference. Leading the charge now in the smoke move, looking for another juicy pick-off. Unfortunately, everyone at Aurora has already retreated.
I'm kind of surprised that Jabs is still not trying to build a BKB. You know, he's building a E-Blade.
Ah, classic Jabs. You know, one thing I've accepted very long ago is that I will never be able to understand this
Why
man.
is he actually going for E-Blade here? He wants to stop the Razor or Klings from
Yeah,
killing.
stop the Razor and Klings. I mean, that's kind of the only thing. And he's,
Oh,
like you
he-
mentioned, he's playing very much for the spell damage, right? Earlier on, he had the Whisper of the Dread, he went for the Malefice, a bit of a spellcaster Enigma build, perhaps. That's his strat going into this. Hey, who knows, you know, maybe it's new technology we haven't seen yet. That's the same thing with the Primal Companion from 33, right? So, haven't really seen
Yep.
it come into effect yet, but
We can only judge after the whole game. So
Exactly.
Now, or just let the chef mix the
yeah, we let the
ingredients.
chef cook. Her Thai cuisine is amazing. We'll see what he has prepared.
Authentic ones are amazing.
True. Yeah.
You don't want to go for the localized ones, you know.
Dude, this Aurora lineup has the highest concentration of Thai players across the whole pro Dota scene right now. I'm not even sure whether is it Motivate Trust? Do they even still exist anymore? What did they turn into? I don't even know.
I think some of them stopped playing already. Yeah,
Yeah,
so
sad. That stack was fun to watch.
this is what the remains of the Pad Krapao, you know.
True.
Or the
Boy,
Pad
do
Thai.
they look good. This Group B performance for them has been, I think, a really nice showing for the Southeast Asia fans, right? Especially, I feel like sometimes Aurora, they falter when there are high expectations on them. And, you know, they are carrying the Southeast Asia hope. And to see them perform so well,
Oh, they
it's,
see the clinks.
definitely nice.
Mike, they see the clinks.
The Clink sees them. The Clink sees the courier, kills the courier,
Dire's
and
top
forces
tower is under attack.
this poor Earthshaker out of his own tier 2.
Has fallen.
I mean, you can see with his Aegis now, the Clinks feeling a lot more aggressive. Bloodthirsty even.
What do you think about the lack of a Kanda in this game? Nobody actually bought a Kanda because there's no heroes that can use the item.
What do you think about this Midas at 30 minutes from Jabs, bro? That's what I want to ask you.
Huh? What did you just say?
He has just purchased the Midas. Why would I lie to you?
Dire are scattered.
I don't think we're playing the same game or watching the same game. What's going on with this Midas? Thinks that
I don't know.
he thinks the game is just gonna be a freaking long one.
I guess so. I mean, the high ground is difficult for the Razor until you get something like an Aghanims, and your only pushing power is this Clinks with his little skeleton army.
Okay, so the
So maybe he
logic
thinks
is
he can wait it out.
enemy cannot take that tower. They're good at killing heroes, but not good at killing buildings.
That's true.
I mean, I feel like the Razor can just
Wait,
get
what the hell?
a Razor can just get an axe, you know, so that would change.
Oh. I was so scared. I saw the Clinks die. I was like, what the hell's going on? Sinq might be dead too. Holy shit. Why are they trying to face off against the Tormentor? They don't have the facilities. They need XM in this area. They basically give up the Aegis. But I guess, you know, it's running out anyway, so they're not too bothered about it. Shot now for XSS. He's got to be a real factor in these fights.
Now I'm really curious to see if this Midas is gonna be useful. Like how long the game is gonna go. I guess at this rate, if Razor doesn't have axe, he's building a Skadi. But I feel like if you lose a fight, their heroes should have more than enough firepower to just take one lane of Rex very easily.
Yeah, it feels that way, which is why
It's strange,
he's
you know,
shaping
like
up
the
to make
Midas is
sure-
such a I don't know. Like you think about it, like do you even need to be even more greedy to win in a late game? I don't think so, right? Their heroes are just gonna be strong later with Black Hole, BKB Black Hole.
I don't know about that. I mean, you're working into a Sinq Dark Willow who can also do quite a fair bit of scaling, and an ET late game. If DY decides to start going into the businessman build with the Aghanims and even get the Cleave
Does he
Tavern, he
have-
can farm up real quick.
Does he have the businessman mindset? He has a game.
I can assure you DY stands on business, okay? This guy knows what's up.
He has a glimmer now. Come on.
It's 34 minutes into the game. He doesn't know that Jabs has one-upped him with a Midas. Smoke move up now for Aurora. Trying to find an opening. This has been such a strange tempo that this team has set so far. I think it's gone and shocked us all. But Xtreme Gaming seem to be able to read this
When
move.
nobody knows what's going on, so everybody is on even ground, right?
Yeah, what is going on in that beautiful mine, Jabs? XM, oh, this would be a huge catch, but what is that? Fissure, jumping forward now, BKB on XM, he'll turn things around with the Skadi, he's starting to slow them up, here comes XSS for the initiation, 23, just caught in place, but the Black Hole holding down the Razor, and XM is gonna go down before XSS can interfere, a huge Earth Splitter though, punishing Jabs, and now Marcy in a whole world of hurt will just get crushed under the Centaur's foot. Ollie relocating back in place, but now Lornoff's the one in trouble. Oh, huge Echo Slam. Ollie, he might have just bought Lornoff some space, especially the healing, but Army, big bad Army, is here to clean things up. And the supports on Aurora, they are going to be easy pickings. Ollie Might just be able to TP out of this one, but 4 men down. They commit just about everything on the side of Aurora to find only 2 targets. Ame stands supreme.
Well, that looks like a really, really crazy fight initially. I thought Aurora had the upper hand when they jumped on the Razor with the Black Hole and they killed him, but I guess after this fight, you have to really reconsider, can you actually Black Hole the Razor or you have to save your Black Hole for the Klings? You know, Klings is the one that has the biggest amount of damage in the team fights right now, so you probably have to try to focus him.
Yeah, absolutely, and good discipline from Ame as well. You'll see he only pops his BKB near the tail end of that fight because he understands if there's any chance of a counter initiation, he has to be invulnerable through it. It's a good Echo Slam and good set of team fight spells thrown out by Aurora, but you gotta imagine that first whiffed initiation with the fissure. If they managed to block the Razor off there, it could have been a very different outlook.
You
for the
sure
fight.
they needed to block? I feel like they just needed to stun the hero.
Even just landing the fissure, right?
Just stun him. I think he dies. I
Yeah.
don't think they needed to block him. Like
Yeah.
maybe overthinking a little bit, trying to land the fissure on the right, just instead of just stunning him.
Yeah, I don't really know what that
Because
was
if
about.
you
Maybe just a misclick.
you stun him there and you land the split up, I can't see how you can actually save the Razor.
Yeah.
There.
I still think that it was probably just a misclick from Q. A very unfortunate one, but fortunately that's the reality. Oh, we're watching back to this chat. Okay, well, this was quite a while ago. Don't be fooled, ladies and gentlemen. This was a while back, but a very similar story that Jabs gets picked off. This is
This is
XSS with a clean initiation.
game 1 within game 1.
Yeah, true. This feels like an eternity ago at this point.
Do you,
I mean, the
do
game's
you
only
think,
gone on for 36
No,
minutes.
do you think
but-
Jabs would have survived if he had a BKB instead of Midas? He actually could have had a BKB this fight.
Ah, that's true.
Maybe
But I mean, he was just taking so much damage.
yeah, he
right?
did.
I
He did
don't
his
think-
job. He black holed the Razor, but he took so much damage and he got caught by I think the Brambles and the Fear, the Terrorize.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the problem, right, with the Enigma. The second you throw out your black hole, in the same way that the IO throwing out the spirits reveals your position, everyone knows where you are. They can throw a Elder Titan spirit out, they can just put the Brambles under you. It's very easy. And, I mean, 23, he tries his best in that fight, but no cigar. I feel like somebody needs to deal with Ame. They just haven't turned their sights towards him in the fights because XM has been such a major problem. I don't know what this is. I don't know. I still have no goddamn clue what Jabs is thinking. Because he started with the E-Blade Q up, then he bought a Midas, and then now he's like, yeah, I'll get the BKB.
You can never understand the mind of Jabs.
Yeah, true.
I'll tell you.
Yeah, it's...
You just have to follow the flow. He's just like flowing, like a river flowing, right? You don't know where it
Yeah.
goes, but you just have to follow him. Like I think
True.
he's that type of captain where you need to put 100% trust on him, even though sometimes wherever he's leading you, it seems like there's no light towards the end of the tunnel. But you just have to go with him because it's either he leads you to like a oasis that you didn't know that you were gonna find, or he's just gonna lead you to death, you know. And I think that's a fair trade.
Yeah. Heaven or hell. Jabs giveth and Jabs taketh away. That's been the age-old
So
conundrum.
would you rather be a team that's always consistently plays 8th, or you want to be a team that has a chance to be first and second, or but sometimes they just bomb out? You know, that's like the difference.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I think in terms of Southeast Asia captains, Jabs has definitely led the pack in terms of being able to bring Southeast Asia teams to heights that other organizations
Yeah,
just
sure.
haven't been able to match.
Sometimes he's like, oh, you look at his team, you're like, oh my god, what are they doing? You know, you just have all these questions in your head. But
Yeah.
at the same time, if you look at their track record since last year, they've been doing things no other SEA team has been able to do for a pretty long time.
Sure, yeah. I mean, I completely agree. I think that Jabs, love him or hate him, he is one of the stalwarts of the scene. And, you know, he
I'm
can
sure it'd be
definitely do it
so
here.
interesting, you know, being on the same team with him.
Right?
Getting
I always
through,
think, I mean,
getting through the team talks after the post game talks, and then he's telling you what he's thinking. You're like mind blown. Like what in the
yeah,
world?
like what are you? Either what the hell are you talking about, or like, man, wait, this guy has
it's
a
either
vision.
you're a genius or you're a madman. It's always like a really
I think it's both.
a
I think it's
fine
both.
line. Some
Yeah.
games you just look like the absolute beast that every single thing that's going on in the game, and sometimes your teammates don't even know what you're trying to do.
Yeah. Jabs is the type of person to dance between that line. Like he just constantly jigs back and forth. Right now though, Aurora,
Well,
kind of in a
he used to be such a good boy. Like he just follows orders. He takes orders. When I was working
yeah.
with him, like
When was that?
a long time ago when he was in Faces, he was like such uh, a good boy.
Oh,
Like
I remember
you
that.
tell him this is good, he's gonna follow. Or the team wants to play against, you just say okay. But now he's telling everyone, you either follow me, or I throw you down.
It's my way or the goddamn highway, okay? Like it's literally no option. Bit of a crash here for XSS. It's heating up a bit too hard, so has to try and take some time to come back.
Yeah,
Changing the PC
driving too fast on his PC, overclocking with the stampede. You need to take a break.
It heats up real soon. Yeah, coming back though. That's what XM is telling us. So
Yeah, you gotta have a good cooler for your PC. Do you have a good cooler?
I think so. I mean, my PC is running fine. I haven't had issues with it so far.
Have you ever tried overclocking your PC?
No, I have not. I've not needed to. And frankly, and this is a secret between you and me, don't think I'm tech savvy enough to even reap the full benefits of it.
I mean, I don't think it's a secret right now that you say it like this.
No, I mean, this is just me and you. What are we talking? Aren't we just having a private conversation? It's paused. No one's listening to us right now. You can share your deepest, darkest secrets, Winter.
I already did. Have you not noticed?
I don't even... I'm trying to think, I don't even know what you could be referring to. Okay, before we waffle on about other miscellaneous garbage, let's look back at what we're actually dealing with here. If you're just joining us or you joined us recently, we are into the second game of today. This is all Group B matches, and because of the way Group B has panned out, we are in a situation where there are still deciding matches to be played. Specifically this one, a lot rides on this particular series because Aurora and Xtreme, if they win 2-0, they catapult themselves to the upper bracket, and that's that. And they might be in a tiebreaker situation with Tundra and some others, but that's a different story. However, if Aurora and Xtreme Gaming tie this series, suddenly the match afterwards, which is BetBoom versus Boom, has a meaning because these two teams waiting very, very anxiously only have one shot at surviving this tournament, and that's only if there's a tie. That will force tiebreakers for the lower bracket seed. Of course, after this, that's the last game of the day, so we'll only know when that happens, but of course, Blacklist playing up against Gaimin afterwards as well. And there's XSS. So we'll be back into it very shortly. Thank you for your patience, everybody. You know, these tech things happen, especially when you're playing so hot, so fast and furious like this Centaur War Runner. And these things occur, but Ame, he's also looking very furious now. Basically, 5 slotted at this point on the Clinks.
Yeah, you'll be thanking your lucky stars if you're Aurora that it's a 5-slotted Clinks, not a 5-slotted anti-mage or Morphling.
No, that's true. Klink's still a hero that's very susceptible to being burst down despite the death packs and the keep bursting.
I mean, we talk about that, the man has 0 death.
Yeah. 4-0-4.
Yeah, I mean, Jabs has to, I feel like he has to just black hole him.
Yeah, that's what I think too, but I'm not sure whether they have enough gas in the tank to deal with this Razor. XM with a Skadi, Sanj, and Yasha.
I think you can kind of kite him around with relocate, with the fissure, just block him off. I feel like if you have to black hole the Razor, then the Clinks is just gonna kill everybody.
Yeah, he's just gonna barrage you down, and now he's working on that Aghanims as well. So he'll have the whole burning army just beating into you. It's a lot of damage coming out from just one hero. And honestly, even if you black hole him, if he's already used all his burning archers and pops down the army, it's still a metric butt ton of damage that you're eating. And nobody can really hit those archers other than Marcy.
The Lash? Right clicking the archer.
Right, yeah, Loranov. That's the top of his priority. He's like, I need to eliminate all these archers ASAP. That's the plan.
Yeah, he doesn't
AD
care. He has IO.
Yeah, he doesn't.
Giving
he
him
has IO.
HP and mana, and here we go.
Everyone
Jabs.
else doesn't have that privilege.
Master Jabs has BKB.
Let's go. 5v5 team
time
fight.
To Black Hole, the Razor, and the Klings. It's like all these casters, they have no idea what they're talking about. What do you mean Black Hole, the Klings, or the Razor? I'm gonna get them both.
True. So far, it's been single man black hole, so we've ruled that out of the equation. But running forward now with the Jabs leading the charge.
I mean, that's obvious, right? Because the Klings and the Razor, they are mostly gonna be opposite sides of the fight, right? I don't
True.
think you're ever gonna see the Klings and the Razor together hitting something unless it's like
Ooh.
closing out of the game.
Look at this. Shivas scouts him out. XSS, he's ahead of it. And jumping onto Ollie already. The Wisp is just
Oh, they got
dead.
Enigma?
Shows himself in the wave. And they kill off Jabs. Disaster for Aurora. Not sure what they were hoping for there, but the IO showing on the wave. XSS with another decisive jump. He buys back now, but they've already lost the gem. That happened before I could even blink. I don't even know how the Wisp went down. Because they walk past the ward that's in the Lotus pool. They see that it's there.
Stun him, double H him, Bramble against them.
He just gets
Okay,
destroyed.
let's just wait for the replay. Yes. I just want to see how the Enigma died. I think he was standing on the Watcher and Klings was on the high ground of the outpost, and
Nah,
he just
the
died.
Shivas.
Look at the Enigma. Okay, he's there, and
Rest in
he's
peace.
just gone. He already cast Black Hole, dude.
Yikes.
He got Black Hole out, but I think he died to the Archer or something.
Yeah, he died to the archers. He tried popping a black hole out, but Ame ahead of the curve on him. Pops that BKB. And Jabs is just doing no damage.
Imagine
Now
if,
Xtreme Gaming with another
imagine if
situation where-
you die there and the enemy just tips you. Nice Midas, you know. How tilted you're gonna get.
Oh. Look, I don't know
Okay.
if Jabs is the type of person you want to tip though. To be honest, you want to beat him first. You know what I mean?
Dire are scared.
Because I feel like that's the type of thing that will enrage him. Ame showing on the wave. Q sticking around with 23. Maybe they wanted to try for a go there with the Echo Slam, but
Do
not
they
to
have
be.
enough in the tank? He's pretty tanky though, 3000 HP. Can they kill him?
Yeah, I mean, 23 just has the hands, right? With a crit stick and a basher.
oh
They
yeah,
just
that's
need
true.
Ami
That's
to
true.
show on the wave.
Eliminating the Aegis is going to be useful no matter what. This corner,
Oh, they... unfortunate.
looking for him.
Q tries to pop a dust down, but Ame just not even in the same location. Now they need to come back to try and respond to this push coming out. Loranov has the shot. No, he doesn't. I'm high. I thought he was going to respawn a second time, but no. He doesn't have the shot yet,
I mean,
so...
talking about the shot, I think the Agalims is going to be useful. Because they're all physical, right? The Razor and the King, so the Nihilism is going to be... Yeah, it's going to be actually a
Absolutely.
useful tool in the team fight.
Yeah. But so far, we've seen the team fight tends to end for Aurora before it even begins. Is forced on the back foot from these huge jumps from XSS. Bot lane,
Another jump.
got the controller onto Ame, beat him down to a pop. BKB popped by 23, starting to punch into the center. No initiation for
Big
you,
echo.
you're stuck in a corner. Huge echo! Q finds all the targets, and XM just has to
Wait,
run.
no one
the
died?
Grimmer will keep him safe. How have they all survived here on Xtreme Gaming? Terrorized now, setting up back for Xtreme, and Ame laying into them with the arrows. It looked like such an amazing setup, but it's just not enough. XM survives with a sliver of HP and heals all the way back up. How has XSS gotten out of this as well? Now you're forced to buy back onto Q, but your big team fight ultimate's already used. You're waiting for Jabs to come in with a killer black hole, but where's the opportunity? XSS already burning down on your Lesh, and he just goes down.
He's stuck in
Still
the
waiting for a
brambles.
black hole. He can't. There's no hope. All the Xtreme Gaming heroes, they're just so split up, and I have no idea how no one dies there, but at this point, I don't think anyone's dying. Aurora, they need to come up with something fast. The Rex just dropping like quickly.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
They need the biggest black hole of Jab's life right now.
It doesn't look like it's gonna happen. Still
He's
pressuring
hiding.
up Xtreme Gaming.
He's hiding, he's
Can't-
waiting.
He can't. Yeah, I mean, there's just brambles in front of his face. In comes XSS again. I mean, are you really gonna solo black hole a centaur? That can't be the move.
That has to
That's
be
it.
game.
That is it. I mean, I feel like we're waiting so long for the black hole that never comes. And this pick, this Enigma that has been so successful for Jabs throughout this entire round robin stage, it doesn't really have the time of day this time round. There's great splitting on the map. Xtreme Gaming. I feel like they addressed this lineup of Aurora perfectly.
Well, like, fountain farming? XXS?
XXS, what is that? I mean, they'll jump in, but really nothing else to give here as game number 1 goes the way of Xtreme Gaming. A very clean, decisive victory for them.
A very, very clean one indeed. Like, it's one of the best games I've seen played in a while. From start, laning phase to mid game to late game, team fights wise, I think Xtreme Gaming just displayed that why they are one of the top dogs, right, in the tournament still. They've displayed a really good understanding about the drafts, how to play the lane, the importance of the clings in the draft, how to deal with the Enigma lane, how to play the mid-game team fights. I think that was really, really impressive how every time Arme seems to be able to find the pickoffs and XXS starting the fights, just that reliable initiator that his team always needs him to be. And you have XM, just a frontline raiser. He took a couple of really annoying deaths, where he got black hole, got caught by the Earthshaker, died, but his team always just somehow finds a way to utilize his body and to win the team fight.
Yeah, and the big story of that entire game is where is the backline jump for Aurora, right? The entire game, Sin Q and DY standing far, far away from the team fight, just casting their spells, and no one's stopping them because they can't even deal with the front line.
Yeah,
XSS
it probably has something to do with itemization, right? Because maybe the Marcy needed to buy a dagger to actually just jump the backline and kill the AT. But at the end of the day, I also felt like some of the team fights could have actually been won if they had better positioning, better coordination with the black hole.
Yeah.
And they are supposed to be able to get the crucial hero and just land your spells and just win the team fight, but just didn't really landing. The one they were smoking top to the Roshan and the Eye was standing outside when Jabs, your captain, just got his BKB. He wants to fight and they got caught. Yeah, just seemed like they had a chance, if they were able to position themselves better in that team fight.
Yeah, it feels like, honestly, a bit of a handicap in the draft because if you look at the heroes that Aurora have put together for themselves here, they're all very strong in this current meta. You can understand each of these picks, right? The Io, maybe the Earthshaker not so much, but the rest of the heroes have been shining. But when you put them all together, what you have is a recipe for what feels like too much pressure on the Earthshaker's shoulders, where he's the only one who can comfortably initiate the fight. We saw what happened when that fissure didn't connect and then Marcy has to jump in, just get zapped down by the Razor. You need to commit a BKB Black Hole just to deal with him. And then by the time your BKB Black Hole is out, Arme just kills you off. And even when you get the BKB Black Hole on him, Arme just kills you off.
Yeah.
Because he has 20 items and you have nothing.
Arme
and
just... Another flawless game by Arme. Just 0 death, 6 just always finding the right heroes to initiate on the clings. I think this hero is not a simple hero to play. You have to understand your role in the team fights, who you are supposed to go on, how are you gonna start the fights, or at least follow up the fights, and go on the crucial targets. If your Centaur is stunning the Lash, and then you have to find the IO to prevent the save. So a lot of things to look out for this hero, and Arme just showing why he's still one of the top carries in the game.
Dude, I won't lie, this particular team fight over here reminds me of LGD in their prime, back at TI10, when they seem to cover each other so nicely. It's this ET. I was wondering how XSS didn't die, but basically he tucks himself into the corner. DY throws in a Spirit and a Stomp just to finish off 23, and it allows XSS to blink out as soon as Aurora try and regroup, try and get some sort of chase going. Huge Terrorize comes out from Sin Q, sends them all flying, and they get the control there. It's just brilliantly executed altogether. And Xtreme Gaming, they need one more game to secure themselves an upper bracket spot. They tie this, they get into tiebreaker hell. They want to clean things up fast, but so far ties have been the name of the game for both these teams, so we'll see whether they can break free of it and come back with this game number 2 after a short break. Look, if you're a fan of if you're a fan of Aurora, you are hoping that they tie the series. But if you're a fan of any other team, and I'm not just talking about Xtreme Gaming, I'm talking about Tundra, I'm talking about BetBoom, I'm talking about Boom, anyone else under the sun, you want Xtreme to just you want this to be tied. Because either way, if Xtreme Gaming win here, they secure themselves an upper bracket, and then suddenly, none of these other matches happen, like even matter anymore, right? But if there's a tie, suddenly Aurora, Xtreme, Tundra, and potentially BetBoom or Boom are now fighting for different spots across the group. So it can get really messy, but we'll have to see how things go here. Aurora, of course, the only chance for them now is to tie things up because they don't want to be in a situation where they're fighting for their lives against some of these other teams. So fingers crossed here if you're an Aurora fan, but Xtreme Gaming, of course, want to full steam this all the way to a win.
How can you be so biased, Mike? We just want some good Dota. We have to be unbiased casters. Just
Yeah,
waiting
I'm
for
not,
good games. Doesn't matter who
I am
wins.
simply laying out the stakes, you know what I mean? That's the reality of this tournament. If Aurora, if they get another tie here, both them and Xtreme will be 1-6, which puts them right next to Tundra. Which
That is
means we have a full
the-
day of tiebreakers tomorrow.
That's the most interesting scenario, right?
I think so,
For
to be fair.
for
Yeah,
the tournament.
yeah, because if not, the games later are gonna feel a little bit, and the BetBoom and Boom there.
All right, let's go. Let's be biased. Let's cheer Aurora on. I mean, that's gonna
Yeah,
be,
we want tiebreakers.
That's gonna be
we want
easy
more
for
Dota.
us anyway, right? Cheering Aurora on.
Yeah, I guess so. Although, after that game number 1 victory, I feel like Xtreme Gaming, their play has been so convincing. I think even though they've picked some heroes that weren't really commonly seen, like the Clinks in the last pick for Ame, still looked amazing on it. Played very safe, very reserved, exactly what his team needs. Played the fine line in the team fights, never got caught out. Ends the game 6-0-6. Flawless performance from the Uncrowned King as usual. Trying to figure out though. I mean, now the Timbersaw has been left open in the pool. There's Doom still available. What else we got? Lesh also left open. Choose to ban out the Comfort DP for Aurora and the 23 Savage Morphling. So just showing some respect there.
Okay, so what does Aurora have to do right now with this Timber? I mean, Lash is still open, no? What the hell? Ario is still in.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think Xtreme Gaming have shown from last game that they know how to deal with it, know how to counter it. But for, Aurora, maybe they think the same. Maybe they're not too concerned. They a bit more worried about XM on his Razor or some of his signature picks. The Viper is in the pool if they want to break up this Timber at any point. We've also mostly seen this Timber go to the mid lane for Aurora because it's a Loranov special. So still flex potential available.
It's kind of tough after losing the last game, like the manner they did. They have to try to. I think you need to kind of reevaluate how you're gonna play against XG. You have to try to match their team fight. You also have to kind of match their laning phase. I think the scaling part might not be as important right now if I'm in Aurora's shoe. I have to try to make sure I set up the lanes in a way where I can succeed with it. And after succeeding in a lane, I need to be able to match their team fight. Like late game scaling for me right now is, I know for Aurora they always prioritize the late game scaling, but right now against XG, the way that they're playing makes it really hard for you to think about like 50 minutes in the game.
I agree.
You have to deal with like the first 30 minutes first, so you have to be able to battle them, or at least hold your ground.
Yeah, I think so too. They ban out the Viper, Razor, and Sniper, so a lot of attention given to XM. OD still in the pool if they want to snatch that up later on. I don't think it'll be picked up this early. And one thing to highlight is that much like it was Boxy's birthday, it still is Boxy's birthday. But guess what? It's also Sunbee's birthday. So birthday buff not really working out for Aurora the same way it is for Boxy. Hopefully they're able to turn things around, going back for the Mirana. That's a hero we've seen largely ignored as the tournament has gone on. Still a stable and robust position 5 though. A lot of utility with the Moonlight Shadow, jump potential as well. And just
Wave
good
clear.
stunts.
I mean,
Yeah,
this hero is
true.
one of the best wave clearing position 5s. I mean, with the shot, you can just clear the wave in with the Starstorm
5 seconds
easily.
remaining.
Yeah.
I think wave clear is an aspect that sometimes it's a little bit underrated when you're thinking about the draft. But when you watch the top teams play, then you slowly understand why wave clear is so important, because it decides who has the upper hand to smoke if you're pushing the waves constantly in. Like for example, like the Darkseer TB type of game, it's very easy to notice it when the wave is always shuffling with Ion and the
10
illusions from
seconds
TB.
remaining.
Then you feel like you're trapped on your side of the map, and your opponent has
Yeah.
a lot
5
of
seconds remaining.
leeway to just decide, okay, let's just smoke here. We know they have to defend this wave. The moment somebody shows, and that's the moment they're gonna jump on the other side of the map. That is why wave clear on position 5 especially is very valuable, because not only can you clear the wave, and you're expendable.
Yeah, that's true. I think earlier on we saw from Liquid them picking up that Rubik. Insania was just all on the dead lanes. Getting killed off, but making a lot of space and getting a lot of information for his team. Speaking of getting information, the ET will be defaulted back to. It is something that Ollie
5
really
seconds
likes.
remaining.
Could also be the Q hero, although I'm more inclined to believe Q will be playing the Mirana. So it's a position for Mirana. Position 5 ET, that's the guess. Yeah, because probably it's got to pair up nicely with whatever offlaner Japs wants to pick. On the flip side, Xtreme Gaming, in picking this Gyro this early on, I'm inclined to believe that it's going to be Ame's hero. So maybe suggesting that they're comfortable into a Bat Rider Gyro laning up into Timbersaw offlane.
Yeah, they just want like a magic damage hero, like a core that can kill the Timber. I mean, normally we see Lunas, you get 2 points in the Lucent Beam to deal with. But Gyro is even more absurd. Like you can just max the sorry, what's the Rocket Barrage? Yeah, my brain.
Rocket Barrage.
Yeah, just max Rocket Barrage. I think we saw that from OG. I think I saw one of their games where Timado actually maxed Rocket Barrage. Can't remember if it was against a Timber, but he was in a contested lane and he decided to max the Rocket Barrage to win the lane.
Yeah, I think Rocket Barrage Max is not quite as crazy of an idea as it was before. I remember a time period where we saw all the gyrocopters. It's just a cool kit build, you go stats, go flat cannon, farm the stacks, it's vibes, get early Crystallis. But yeah, now I think Gyrocopter, one of his main strengths is being able to win the lane along with a strong position 5. And they're going to try and push that issue. Luna, like you mentioned, still in the pool for Aurora though. Going to snatch that up for 23. One of the carries that he's been performing well with this tournament.
Yeah, let's see if what are the counters they're gonna pick for Luna. So they go for the Pango first, deciding that it's more important to secure the mid lane hero. And XXS, as usual on this team, he doesn't really get much priority. It's Ame and XM on the mid and the carry that has a lot more priority than him. And he's just you have to have one person on the team that's like that. You have to just take the bullet, take the hit, and just tank it. So he has to deal with Luna, which is a pretty strong lane. Luna ET. You have Dark Willow on your side.
The Centaur still available in the pool.
I
Brewmaster as well.
I imagine it's
if
gonna
XSS
be
wants to go
banned.
there.
Like Centaur and Brewmaster. I imagine those are gonna be the 2 bans.
Okay.
I mean, you're probably still stuck with you're gonna have like some options like Darkseer against Luna.
Mars, Primal
Mars.
Beast.
I kind of like Darkseer. I think they need more damage.
You need to
They're gonna
summon
need,
some
like-
Lunas, is it?
Yeah, you can summon Lunas and you can have like more scaling, right? Because Pango is kind of like
10 seconds
a hero that will allow the offlane to be greedy, if I explain that correctly. Because he does a lot in the game. As long as you can help him secure the runes and everything, he's gonna do a lot in the game. So your offlaner can farm a lot more. And you have not the best combo. You can vacuum into the Dark Willow spells and the Pango. A vacuum into cooldown sounds okay. Maybe it can work. But if there's no Darkseer, there is Mars. So pretty sure no matter what, he's gonna have a solid hero here for XG.
Interesting that they ban out the Puck and the Enigma implies to me that they're trying to protect a certain mid pick. Does that mean that the Timbersaw
Wait, they
is
think
going
the
to be...
they think the Pango is off lane? Is that what?
Yeah, right? Like, that's kind of what it implies. Unless you're telling me that Timbersaw potentially wants to be on the off lane up against the Gyrocopter, and you're not putting it mid against Loranov. Because I feel like Timber into Pango is a pretty decent matchup, right? Like, no reason for the Pango to, or rather the Timber to dodge that. So maybe they're thinking Xtreme Gaming will last pick a mid. It's going to be the Centaur. XSS snaps that up because it's still left in the pool. A bit of a no-brainer there for them. What is the response for Aurora? Surely you must have seen this one coming. It's been the hero he's been decisive on throughout most of the tournament, not just last game.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Feels like you need like an offlaner that can help mitigate some damage. I'm thinking like Underlord against Gyro. Like it's always like a good hero against Gyrocopter. You get all the aura items, you block out his damage.
Your hero.
As the Brewmaster, it is a bit scary into the Gyrocopter, I will
Yeah,
admit.
I feel the lane. I don't know how I feel about the lane. I feel like Brew into Gyro and what Bat Rider.
Yeah.
Sounds like they can just easily boink you back with the Flame Break and kill you with Rocket Barrage.
Yeah, sounds like the Brewmaster's gonna eat shit if you ask me. I'm not gonna lie. Like, this guy,
And
he's
he
not
has-
gonna have a good time.
He has Mirana in his lane, so I think that the way you have to play this lane is probably you get Arrow at level 1 and you try to just push the wave in to avoid confrontation. So you always make sure that you secure the range
Sure.
grip, you shove the wave in so that you can get your level 2 faster, and by shoving the wave in you also can pull the side cam, make sure you can abuse that. Because if
Yeah.
you fight into this lane head on with Starstorm and the Cinder Brew, I think you're not gonna like what you're gonna find.
Yeah, I can see that. So does that mean that you're liking the Xtreme Gaming lineup more overall in terms of what they have in the draft?
Yeah, unfortunately, I feel like. I mean, don't get me wrong, Aurora's draft is also very, very robust. With team fight, good lanes, you have good scaling with ET, Luna. But in terms of the lane, I think which is going to be, again, so important. Bat Rider, Gyro, I think they're going to win their lane, and Dark Willow Centaur as well against the ET Luna. I think they're also going to have the upper hand in the bot lane, and mid is going to be like probably favorable for Loranov, Timber against Pango. But I think winning both the side lanes would unleash the two supports to help the Pango, and the Pango controlling runes is going to be fine, at the end of the day against the Timber. So winning the two side lanes, I think, is going to be the key to success for Xtreme Gaming this year and sealing the series 2-0. That's what I feel would happen.
Yeah, and just to remind everybody, Xtreme Gaming winning here. Big news for, I guess, everybody, or at least who's an Xtreme Gaming fan, means that they go up to the upper bracket. But if you're a fan of more Dota, if you want tiebreaker madness, if you're rooting for BetBoom or Boom to still be in this tournament, and of course, if you're an Aurora fan, you want that tie so bad, because that sends us into a whole world of tiebreakers that Gaimin might be involved in as well if they manage to 2-0 Blacklist later on. So, one up already, Xtreme Gaming, 1 foot in the door to securing themselves the upper bracket in the Elite League playoffs. They've had a great sort of set of performances so far. I'll be honest though, I feel like a lot of their earlier games and ties and whatnot, it's been pretty funny to watch because it feels like they're experimenting with different heroes, just kind of picking whatever they feel like. And now, especially that last game feels like mode serious. Not that they weren't before, but it was all business, nothing personal, right? Xtreme Gaming coming out the gates, beating up Aurora, not giving them the chance to have all their crazy teamfight ultimates come together, and it's a pretty good, clean game. I'm gonna try and repeat it in this game number 2.
Yeah, just some warding shenanigans going on. Q starting out with boots, hoping to get into enemy territory, but he was scouted. He still plays a ward here on the cliff on the left, which is not going to scout the
30
rune,
seconds
but
to
still
battle.
going to give them some
Yeah.
good vision. Yeah, very interesting. Yeah, sometimes I see people start with boots, then sell it after you place the wards on the side shop or secret shop. But he's
I've
just going
seen-
to straight up start with boots.
Yeah. Maybe just trying to set up for a situation where he starts pulling the lane. Maybe he doesn't want to interact with the ET and the Luna, and understandable,
yeah,
right?
that is true. Mike, you're a genius.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just... Come on, man. I mean, yes, I think we cover each other well, right? 3 runes though to Aurora in this early stage.
Yeah,
Pretty decent start.
Gaben wants to see tiebreakers.
Gabriel wants to see tiebreakers, that's true. How bad is it though? Because we know the ET Luna lane is pretty powerful, but I would also think that Centaur Dark Willow is formidable as well.
Not at level 1. I think level 1 they are stronger on the ET Luna. With the Spirit and the Lucent Beam harassing, poking you. I mean, you get the damage and armor, and then you run in, Lucent Beam, and then the ET gets like 2, 3 right clicks on you.
Fair.
That is not fun. Your Willow and Centaur become strong when you have kill potential. I think at level 2, level 3 onwards. Level 3 especially.
Yeah, that's fair. They try and do everything they can. Sometimes you see Luna max that Luna Blessing to try and outlast hit their opponents, but I think you've mentioned it before, you'd like to see a bit more levels into the Lucent Beam just to try and contest,
Yeah.
right? That additional...
2 points in a contested lane. I always like it.
Yeah, this feels like one of those lanes where...
But you
2
never
points would
go
help.
you never go more than 2 points, I think. 2 is max.
True. And that just feels like an over-investment because you need to get that bag up. You need to get the farm going. And a lot of what Aurora want to do is around this Timbersaw being an immovable object, protecting the Luna, right? You want to hit this timing where your Timbersaw is just threatening so much on the front lines that they just can't run past him and your Luna's just trucking out so much damage from afar.
With the Kanda, my friend.
Exactly.
Don't forget the Kanda.
Gyrocopter can't build Kanda. Very sad, but
I mean, you kind of can, but...
everyone can
You
build
can.
Kandas, just whether
Yeah.
it's good or not, Winter. Come on. These guys ain't gonna do it. They ain't like that. Lornoff, though, in this mid lane, doing very well for himself. That's to be expected. I feel like there are very few lanes that Timbersaw mid loses.
The Viper?
Yeah, that's about it. But they basically banned out all the options, right? The Sniper, Viper, and Razor. Other than that, not
OD,
really.
I guess. Actually, maybe
protecting
not.
us.
Yeah. But don't take my word for it, you know. I'm a trash mid player.
Yeah, true.
Every time we talk about, oh, this lane matchup sounds favorable. Okay, in the end, something else happens.
True, yeah. I mean, I think
top lane,
especially...
23. Oh, he squeezes past the brambles. How did he not get hit by one of the brambles? He's alive because of it.
He's a slim queen, okay? He's been working on his fitness, slides through trouble.
How did he actually miss that I don't understand. It looked like he was just inside the bramble.
He, you know, his cat, pretty long legs, you know, just used to the wilderness. Able to traverse that area.
Alright, now they got him.
Yeah, now they got him.
And this
Unfortunate.
level 2, level 3 spike with the Centaur Dark Willow just starting to hurt this Luna.
Yeah. Our observer is a 23 savage sympathizer, you know, doesn't wanna watch him go down. I understand. That's painful stuff. The Luna's supposed to be farming, and I guess, you know, you're not the saddest about this situation because you can still go back into the jungle and farm, right? But you need those first few levels.
I mean, you need like a lot of levels. Level 1 in Glaze at least. Level
Yeah.
2, level 3 on Blessing
Yeah,
before you can farm efficiently. And right now, it's not the time, you know.
true.
So
Meanwhile,
how's our Gyrocopter doing?
now Gyro is doing phenomenally. He's doing great. He's just chilling down here, you know, poking at jabs with the flat cannon. And true enough, as we expected, this Mirana Brewmaster lane, you know, you just arrow the creep, push the wave, it's whatever. No real kill threat because Bat and Gyro a bit too strong for you in this early stage of the game.
You do what you gotta do to survive. I mean, Gyro, Bat Rider especially, just a lane winner. But this hero just has such strong level 1 stats, right? He's very tanky, high move speed, he can reposition you, slow you. Sometimes you would say that life ain't fair, you know, but we've already discussed life is not fair.
True. Jabs being chased down here. Arrow to stop army in place. Nice creep wave tanking some of the pressure away, but with the Lotus, DY able to help his carry and looks to be trying to commit for a little bit more action.
And DY is just 1v2.
He is going in, slowed down by the Cinderbrew, trying to get the Firefly onto them. Q has a pounce out of trouble and leaps back to safety.
Man, just one man zoning the Brew and the Mirana.
Yikes.
They have to flee in the sight of this terrorizing Bat Rider.
Yeah. That's kind of scary. I feel like the last time we saw someone run away so egregiously from a Bat Rider is when it was Core. And now it's just one support, 2v1ing. Homing missile set up onto Jabs, but DY. No more Firefly. Tanking a lot of damage though is Q. Nice pounce up to the high ground again. Just able to dodge out of trouble, but this early laning stage, DY and Ame have been putting the works out onto this poor Brewmaster.
I mean, both the Luna and the Brewmaster are struggling. Yeah, in struggle city right now. Timber saw like I mentioned, he's the only person that's gonna be having a fun old lane against the Pango. 6-minute rune. He'll be happy to snatch the rune up. Doesn't want the Pango to refill his bottle.
Support's making their rotations already.
Wait, he's walking top right away instead of going bot. Okay, that is rather strange for the Timber.
Unlucky. Rune
No,
spawns
I mean, I
bot
thought he
again.
was actually gonna go bot because his support is at top.
Yeah. But luckily for him, the Pango was a bit too occupied with the wave and they are going to opt
Yeah,
for a smoke.
Pango expected that he couldn't fight the rune because he knows the support is coming.
Yeah.
So he didn't go to the rune and then the Timber didn't go to the rune.
All mind games here. They want to get a kill into Ame though. With Ollie being the only one showing on the wave, you have to expect the move is coming. DY breaks the smoke.
Man, this is
Arrow
not
goes
easy,
wide.
though.
Yeah, this is
Bat
a very
Rider.
awkward affair. The Bat
It's
Rider
gonna take a long time.
juking around now. Still try, but will get sliced down. Lorinov able to cut him down with the Chakram. That's not really the kill that they wanted though. That's the problem.
Ame is thanking him, his bodyguard. DY, just like always, thank you so much for covering my ass, dying for me. This is what I want from my support.
Yeah. Hit him with the
saving
big
my
old
life.
CSC, you know.
For saving my life every game, I will make sure that you stay in the team.
Yeah, I will make sure that we stay in the playoffs, brother. Like I will carry this game. That's kind of what it's looking like right now. Xtreme Gaming. Upper bracket. Who would have thought? I mean, some of their early performances were pretty funny. You know, picking Gyro aggressively, picking these funny offlaners and mids and whatnot. But it's working out for them. They're still a superstar lineup, and they're not gonna
Seems
let
like
you
they
forget
have,
it.
They have their own pool of carry heroes.
Yeah, they
compared
do.
to everyone else.
They don't actually give a hoot. They just are doing their own thing. It's working out. And I feel like when you can do that as a team, it just goes to show how strong you are. Same kind of thing going for Liquid, right? They have their own set of strategies,
Yeah, I mean,
their own way
you
they
make
want
it
to
sound
play.
like it's so easy to just do your own thing, but you have to understand like the game at a really, really good level to be able to just achieve and accomplish what you want to do.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're watching the highest level of Dota right here. We have assembled perhaps all of the best teams in the world. We're not even missing a single one, and they're all battling it out in this stage of the tournament. Haste Rune.
Haste Rune,
Nice. Snag from XM.
Hasted Pango, speeding when he's driving.
Yeah. I feel like, you know what's crazy? I feel like the Haste Rune on a Rolling Thunder, they should double speed it. You know what I mean? He's already rolling. It should be additive.
And you don't want the traffic police to be coming over to
That's
catch
true.
him.
That's true. The camera's gonna bling off. You know, you're gonna get a ticket. Not fun. Don't know about Chinese driving laws. Ollie though, nice stomp and TP out. He's fine. Trying to contest for some of these stacks though. Lorinov able to clean up some of the creeps. Here comes XSS as well. Curse Crown onto the Timbersaw, but he's able to Timber Chain back to safety. So nice quick grab here from Aurora, losing nothing and grabbing some of the resources that Xtreme Gaming had prepared for themselves. Mid lane, Q. He's being hammered down here. Lorinov. This guy is so aggressive on the Timber, and I think he just knows that he can't really be threatened.
For the event.
I think the only way they kill him is with Lasso and a Bedlam. I think without Lasso and Bedlam, I mean just a roll, you probably can't kill him. I mean, I guess if Gyro decides to show up to the party with his 4 points in Rocket Barrage.
Dire's top tower
Yeah, I mean, first step to that also is XM. He needs his Diffusal, right? Because the only way you're doing considerable damage to this Timber at the moment is through that Swash. Very quiet early game, Aurora and Xtreme. Both teams that are completely fine chilling. I think Xtreme, they have their item timings to hit, so they're not in a rush. They play very disciplined, similar to last game on their things. Trying to make an aggressive move onto DY, the stun
Slapped.
connects. And there goes the arrow. Great set of stuns, and should be able to kill the Bat Rider. I say that he still jumps up to the high ground, forcing the split out from Jabs. But that's what the Gyrocopter is good at dealing with. Just turn around the flat cannon. A nice bump back. Good try there, but the leap already used by Mirana. to get out of trouble. They still want to find at least something from this split usage, but DY will be able to swoop back to safety. Dude, the
I mean, they're gonna get the
supports-
tower top for free because of the split being used at
Yikes.
bot. You were saying the supports?
Dude, the supports on XG just seem to be able to do so much with nothing. This is a Bat Rider with no boots, mind you. All he has is a windlace, and he's like juking around on Aurora, baiting out the moves, setting up for his team. It's just very, very impressive stuff.
Playing the
honestly.
dead lane and not
Yeah.
dying. And baiting the enemy. That is the highest level of playing the dead lane.
Yeah. And wasting so many... they literally use a split, and they get nothing. And that situation looked like Jabs almost died too. A defensive split in a 3v2
I think he
situation.
would have kind of died if he didn't use the split, if I remember correctly.
Just way too much magic damage coming out from the gyro, and that's why we were saying, you know, this Brewmaster pick last, sure, it's a very relevant hero in the meta,
Radiant's turret
but
has been
it's not really looking good this game. Ooh, that is a painful courier snipe though. DY's gonna get his boots chopped off.
I mean, he's flying, right? He doesn't need the boots. No legs,
Yeah,
according to your theory.
I guess so, yeah. He's already moving pretty quickly. Set on to Q. Leap not gonna get him over the wall though. Spites his time. Hops back to safety. Oh, he narrowly dodges out that brambles. I thought he was gonna get caught. Again, XG. Very stringent about clearing out their side of the map. They don't allow these trespassers to come in lightly. You know, they throw a couple of missiles, throw a couple of brambles, be like, hey, get off my lawn.
You have to have some respect, you know,
Yeah.
for your own property. You can't just let
Exactly.
people walk past. And imagine you have like a papaya tree or a fruit tree, and people just pass by and just take a piece of it every time.
Yeah. Illegal stuff, honestly. I'd be mad. Those are my papayas. Xtreme Gaming. Holding on to their papayas, as in, and by papayas, I mean their jungle and their stacks. A huge one being farmed up by DY now. That should help him out towards his Blink Dagger. But more importantly, XM, with some of this gold, we'll be able to finish up that Diffusal Blade that we were talking about. Just the earliest power spike for the Pango. It's been such a defining item and hero combo for so long that I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing some moves immediately after.
First, he needs to take a
Get back to
take a
base.
shower.
Yeah.
Take a shower at home. You know, it's very tiring doing that stack. You know, you're gonna sweat a lot.
You swing all the swords, you know, there's so much movement, so much exercise going on.
A lot of cardio.
Yeah, absolutely.
Radiant's bottom tower is
I won't lie, Pango doesn't look like he packs a lot of muscle on him. I don't know how he maneuvers that sword.
He's
so-
lean, bro. He's lean.
He's got a sleeper build, you think? It's, you flex, pull up the sleeves, flex, and then suddenly this dude looks like a...
You don't need to look big to be strong.
That's true, that's true.
Wait, which hero is a good example?
Marcy. Yeah, Marcy.
Yeah,
Literally looks
Marcy.
like a typical frail anime girl, and then it just beats you to a pulp. Throws her hands on you.
Yeah, looks are deceiving. Like,
Absolutely.
do not judge a book by its cover. You have to read the contents.
Yeah, well, you know, we were judging a book by its cover in terms of the Aurora draft. We weren't very convinced about it, and I think now I'm still... Unfortunately, I'm like a couple of pages into the story that is Aurora trying to win this game. I'm not entirely convinced either. They've been playing
I mean, the
rather
Luna has
passive.
already caught up. I mean, Luna ET later, you saw how strong it can be
Bro.
with the Kanda. You're buffing up so much damage with the shot, the level 20 talents, 15 and 20, I guess.
Radiant
Yeah,
are
15 and
scanning.
20.
Oh, Sinkyu. Very aggressive positioning. Spots out the Moonlight Shadow, so he knows something might be coming. Just blocks those Ancients, being as annoying as possible. XG, they'll group out around the mid lane trying to find this tier 1 tower. I'm afraid that Aurora in the area, Ame, just posturing so aggressively.
Dire's middle
pick that off for
tower
free.
has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I'm not really sure what this is about. Like Aurora, it almost feels like they want to take a fight, right? They have split, they want to kill somebody off, get this tower, force a response, but no one's biting. Xtreme Gaming are just straight chilling, piss chilling, some might say.
Yeah,
And
they're making sure they're farming every corner of the map. Or they're sending supports down bottom. The bat previously, and now Shinkyu, he's just taking the dead lane.
yeah,
Just making sure nothing is wasted, you know. We don't want to be wasting any farm on the map. And
Uh-oh,
top lane,
23.
they're poking to see if Aurora is gonna overcommit to the reaction. just
Yeah.
one ET.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, these are the really annoying moves, right? They poke, so someone TP top. Now they're gonna use the gate, move bot, and play with bot or smoke mid. You know, so just trying to outmaneuver you at every junction. You know, XXS with the dagger on the move again.
Here he comes, blink in, and with the call down, looks like Ollie's dead. Lorinov trying to help out the cause, but not much this Timbersaw can do to save his position 5. Again, Xtreme Gaming, just superior movement on the map right now, routing out Aurora. And Aurora, not really sure what they want to get done here, but whatever it is, they can't seem to find it. They've tried to Moonlight Shadow, they've tried to smoke, they've tried to TP in, group around these towers.
The
Just
Bruce
don't have the
split,
push right now.
They need to fight with the Bruce split because the Timber is not very useful if nobody can lock heroes down, right? And
Yeah.
you have ET and Rihanna as your support duo, which is not the best at initiating when you don't have Rod of Atos. Remember they had a game where they bought triple Atos when they didn't have any initiation and it worked out. And this game, because the early game is a lot tougher, so your Rod of Atos on Rihanna is going to be unfortunately a lot later than you want it to be. Timber's rushing a BKB, which is going to help him deal with all this magic damage. I mean, Timber rushing BKB, also again, you know, not something you want to do as Timber. You want to go greedy with your dagger, Kaya, Singe, kill people. With BKB, you don't die, but you also don't kill people.
Yeah. It's kind of an awkward build-up in this situation.
And XG, they're on the move again. I mean, this Veil with the Gyro joining in, or the Dark Widow, is just so much damage.
Uh-oh, Lorinov. This would be a big pickup.
X,
Blinkin
X,
stopping out
again.
that Timber chain. Perfect stuff. And Lorinov, even though he gets the secondary one off, the Curse Crown on his head sentences him to death. A killing spree for Q now. Dude, XSS on this centaur, how can you let it through at the last stage? I don't get it.
I guess they feel like what was that? What was it they banned, right? They banned Puck, right? One was the ban. One of the last two bans was.
I'm not too sure.
No, I mean they feel like Centaur is not gonna be
I think
a
they banned
problem
Enigma. They banned Centaur. They banned Puck and
Yeah.
Enigma.
because they think that the ET Luna would fare well against Centaur in the lane. I guess that's why they don't really feel like they need to ban.
Dire's top tower is under
But
attack.
now, I mean, the Centaur is not just like the problem, right? It's like the whole thing, you know. Like they have this draft where they pick this Brewmaster into the Gyro, which is going to like they showed the Gyro. They literally showed the Gyro early.
Yeah,
And you-
the gyro was literally like second pick or some shit. Like,
And they still decided to pick the Brewmaster into it, and he suffered in the lane. He's so poor right now, and he's gonna be running into a horseman, a disco pony, a centaur. Alright, never mind.
okay,
He's lucky today.
yeah. Blessings be upon Jabs on this fine day. XSS.
I mean, yes, it's
spares-
Radiant soon.
Yeah,
With
that's
his,
something.
Philosopher's Stone gold per minute.
Hell yeah. Major bag alert, as the Migos would say. I mean, all things considered, even though it's Xtreme Gaming with a gold lead, it is Jabs who's largely doing the suffering and the supports, right? The Xtreme Gaming supports have gotten a lot of traction out of some of these pickoffs and movements around the map. Like you mentioned, they've been very diligent about farming, and a lot of the gold disparity comes from the Brewmaster. Everyone else on Aurora is actually doing okay, right? Timber's at 10k, they're all neck and neck with the Gyro along with the Luna. This is fine, right? As long as Jabs can still try and find some impact with his brew. He'll get set up again though. XSS jumping in. They got the control onto the bat on the sidelines, and Jabs gets the split off. Good team fight start for Aurora. Trolling onto XSS as well. Nice try on the Stampede up into the sky, but here comes XM with the Rolling Thunder. Trying to at least find some purchase onto anyone on Aurora, but there's no good target right now. In comes 23, starting with the Glaives, the Terrorize. It's gonna send him running, but XM, he's out of the Rolling Thunder now, and he just gets sliced up by Lorinov. Huge Earth Splitter to try and break things up. Sin-Q will try and
I mean, the
TP
Pango
out.
died too?
Yeah.
Holy.
Pango just gets obliterated. So Aurora bringing the numbers this time round, and it's a rare fight where Ame isn't anywhere nearby to contribute his overwhelming magic damage. Good team fight from Aurora.
Yeah, they kind of went on the different targets too. The Bat Rider went on the left, Centaur went on the Brewmaster. If they went on the same hero, probably they had enough damage. But at the same time, maybe the Bat didn't want to go into such a deep position. So it was some miscommunication there, maybe a bad move from
Yeah.
XG. They are human after all.
True, yeah. Not just these immovable objects. To be fair though, I also don't think that DY knew Aurora heroes were there. They probably just assumed the Brewmaster was alone. So they just try to approach from different angles, get the setup, get the go, but unfortunately Aurora were prepared this time round. They read that move like a book. It felt like dangled jabs in front of them. Hey, you want to get this panda? You know, he's poor as shit. You could kill him off, as you have been. But that's going to put Aurora in a pretty good position. The fact that XM dies there, I think especially, is huge.
Yeah, for sure. They're gonna have to spend some time to rethink what is the next course of action. I think farming for the BKB seems like a good time now after
They're
losing
gonna
that
try and keep
engagement.
things going. DY, no blink available, which means he just has to rely on the drum's move speed to get him there. Maybe he's just hoping that XM can find that initial swash and slow down with the diffusal. Aurora, they're playing very safe though. They're holding hands, they're making sure they're linked up. The only person who's solo on the map is this Timbersaw, who was up in the top side up until now where he's TP'd down. So, split map now situation for Aurora and Xtreme. Xtreme taking the top side while Aurora grouping out around the Roche pit potentially. They might just try and rip the Aegis. They're all just kind of around the air. Yeah, they're just gonna go in with the glaives and the timber. Okay. That's pretty cool stuff.
Nothing XG can do from here. No clue. It's
Yeah.
a very good sneaky play.
Dire's top tower
And you gotta consider that if you look at the triangle for Aurora, there's a very deep triangle ward placed by XG, but they smoked so far back and so far to the right where they're certain there's no vision. And they get that move by surprise. So now an Aegis for 23, just that additional bit of insurance should XG try any aggressive move, and suddenly makes it so that, you know, if you try and smoke up into the triangle again, the fight might just turn out poorly.
Yeah, XG just have to be patient. Wait for the BKB on Gyro. I
Has
think
it
the
complete?
Centaur BKB also done. Yeah, double BKB. Pango doesn't need one obviously, but he needs his dagger.
Yeah. He has that too. So everything's synchronizing nicely for Xtreme Gaming at this point. It's been
Time
a very
to
slow
go.
game in terms of kills so far, but I think both
Run.
teams just biding their time.
Run into the Aegis. Do they think that they are strong enough? I feel like the Luna is pretty powerful too. Maybe you can only try to abuse the BKB timing. Like he doesn't have BKB yet, but he's gonna have it in the next minute.
Yeah.
So the window is not that big.
I took a look at the position for the Aurora heroes. They're kind of blanketing over where the Luna is, right? Has a dedicated bodyguard right next to him. Has DY just kind of scouting out the triangle, getting the Watcher back control there. Still, they don't have Moonlight Shadow, but Jabs is farming in a very safe spot on the map. Lorinov is tucked all the way in near his own triangle, so they aren't risking any sort of pick off here, but Xtreme Gaming on the hunt now.
radiant are
DY has the blink complete as well, so really everything lining up for this timing for Xtreme. Want to try and make the most out of it. I'll start by coming through the twin gates. It's
I
only...
think they know. Yeah, they know. They were somebody was looking on the map because they have an observer on the twin gate.
Clean.
They were pinging.
Yeah. Quick escape there, and 23 with that BKB now suddenly becomes twice as hard to kill. I'm not even mentioning his second life. And smoke up Aurora. They know exactly where Xtreme just ended up, and they can plan for an interception here. Only showing the Luna in the mid lane. Want to push down this tier 1.
tower is under attack.
But the Blink Dagger of the back could catch them by surprise. XSS, he's been clean on these initiations so far.
Manta dodge.
Oh, beautiful Manta dodge. 23 though, still in a whole lot of trouble. Will lose that first life. Lasso out, stopping the primal split. XM with the control on the back line. But here comes the Earth Splitter, breaking things up. Crack! There goes your heads. Xtreme Gaming. Ame still standing his ground. Doing quite a bit of damage, forcing Jabs back. You need a rejoin for the split. On the
XM.
sidelines, controlling up onto XM. Slept up for
Oh,
now
he
with
missed
the
the
Aethos
arrow.
up. They missed the arrow though. Not enough control. In comes XM XSS. The Storm goes wide. And now it's just poking and prodding. Ends up being a 1-for-nothing trade so far. I don't even know how. You get the Aegis out, but you've used most of your ultimates. Xtreme Gaming now, they just have to back off.
That was actually good for Xtreme Gaming. They traded support for Aegis.
Oh, that was brilliant, yeah.
I mean, looking at the team fight recap, everybody kind of did
some damage, on Xtreme side. It's not just the gyro, whereas on Aurora, they are heavily dependent on the Luna to do the most of their damage.
I feel like the BKBs were so important for Xtreme there because I feel like if Ame and XSS don't pop their BKBs in that situation, they just get destroyed by the burst coming out from the ET, reducing so much of their magic resistance as well. But good plays there. And nice move from DY just to grab that lasso on the Jabs, deny the split for a little bit, and put Aurora in a precarious position. Still doesn't result in much though. At least you kill off the Aegis. That's a 1k gold lead. Very, very even game. A lot riding on this particular win for Xtreme Gaming. Upper bracket at stake for them. Quick jump in. DY spotting out Ollie. This will be a freebie. Fortunately, nothing you can do about that.
Yeah, still a very, very tight game. Minute 25. Let's set a K lead. 1k lead for Xtreme Gaming. It's gonna come down to late game jumps, initiations.
Radiant's middle tower is
How have
under
there only been
Right,
10 kills this game? That's kind of crazy. When you look at Xtreme Gaming's lineup, you think they want to try and fight. Same thing for Aurora. But these two teams have just been playing so hesitant,
It was
so careful.
it was the bottom smoke, right, when they kind of messed up the initiation and bot when they were going for the Brewmaster, and
Yeah.
that kind of affected the whole pace of the game.
True. Yeah, they had to wait for the BKB times. But now, they have all their key items now.
under attack.
It's a very important game as well, Mike. So teams
It
are
is,
being
it is.
very, very cautious about every single move that they are making.
That's fair.
A heavy price if you don't do well here.
Heavy price of potential 3-4-way tiebreakers, which is just such a damn slog. And you're not planning to play tomorrow. You'd love to just secure that, have a break day before playoffs, have some time to rest, recoup. It's been non-stop days of games so far for them. Every single day, 1 or 2 more best of 2s. Stream gaming. But use that breath of fresh air, but similar situation for Aurora. They need to try and make sure Sunbi has a happy birthday.
we go.
Here comes Ame, forcing the BKB
dodges
from
the stun.
23, but from the side, they kill off Ollie instantaneously. No more ET in this fight. Lorinov slices through the Bat Rider. In comes the homing missiles though. Still controlling
in
on
trouble.
Luna, bouncing around. Where's the help? 23. Someone get him out of this situation. He's able to turn around, but he still gets killed off. Too much damage from Ame now, as the Gyrocopter still standing strong. Jabs, he comes out of the split now, and he is in a world of hurt. Terrorize, being pump faked by Xingqiu, but they don't want to chase any further. Happy with the core kill that they've gotten. And again, Aurora. Their Luna is just out there, taking so much damage, and there's nothing anyone on Aurora can do about it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Like he dodged the Centaur Storm, but still wasn't enough for them to take the fight.
Yeah, look at Ame.
I feel like Gyro just out damage him. Like he did like almost 6k damage in the fight somehow.
Yeah, I mean, look at this fight.
Backhand.
The entirety of Aurora is running away from a Gyro. Meanwhile, you have Rolling Thunder, Storm, XSS on top of your Luna, and Xingqiu still pumping out damage. And now Ame comes over, forces them back. This Gyro is just a major problem. I don't think you can afford to allow Xtreme Gaming to get the jump on you. You can't be showing like that on the wave. Aurora, they need to try and play a bit more sneaky, because every
Should-
single time XSS gets a blink, it's just curtains for them.
It should probably be the Timber in front, right? I don't think the Luna can be in front anymore.
Yeah, it's
You
it's
can
just-
you can be in front if you have the Aegis, but without the Aegis you can't. You just can't.
Absolutely not. Maybe she's thinking within the BKB she resists enough of the magic damage, but it's clear that Xtreme Gaming, they can just cut right through you.
I mean, the thing is, if she's tanking and she's stunned, who is doing the damage? Like Timber
Exactly.
is not doing enough.
Timber hasn't really scaled up to that point yet. Higher Sanj complete, looking at the Hex now for some individual control, maybe gonna try for some pickoffs. But again, it just feels like Aurora, a bit of a misread of the current status of the game. They keep thinking they can show on 23 Savage in these lanes, and that's absolutely not the case. Xtreme Gaming prove you otherwise. Comfortable 4k lead for them. Army still scaling up, Daedalus, and looking at the Satanic next. He's near his peak power level at this point. This Gyrocopter just trucking through so much damage in the fights. No one to stop him. You think in these situations, the Brewmaster come through with the Wind Panda and Cyclone him up or something.
Yeah, but
Even
he's
that
just
doesn't
using-
feel...
Using his BKB early to make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
It's tough, you know.
Yeah, solid plays from Ame. And, I mean, you're looking at the Brewmaster, Mirana, and the ET. What do they do once the BKBs are
is under attack.
You just can't protect your Luna in that time frame. Now it's Xtreme Gaming paving the road ahead.
This is going to be the
Dire's
key smoke,
top
right?
tower
If
is
Aurora can try to tip things back to their favor.
Trying to get the kill, but a nice 4-star away, Sinkyu. All over it. And this Dark Willow's gonna be fine. Winding up the Rolling Thunder now, crashing through, trying to control into Lorinov. Army's just beating into this Timbersaw. They get the Primal Split off though.
Dire's
Oh no, they don't
No,
even
he
use
actually
it. I mean, Jabs, he
he did
just
use it.
pump fix it, yeah.
It's just the rolling thunder.
I think he just tries to scare them a bit. I swear I heard the sound effect off screen, so... But I think Aurora very quickly realized that there's no fight to be had there. No point. Ame didn't use the BKB as well, so just amazing trigger discipline from him. And this is what you expect from him. Been such a strong carry in the scene for so long. But the question is, Aurora,
scanning.
how do you break into this Xtreme Gaming lineup? We talk about needing to get a jump when every single hero on Xtreme has defensive maneuvers they can pull out against your silly little Atos stun. Who starts the fight? The Timber with his Blink Hex? Okay. I mean, that's still trying to be farmed out. It's like 1.6k gold away. You now need to fight around this Aegis, but the question is, Aurora, it doesn't feel like they're ready. I'm not sure if they are.
I mean, Kanda is ready. I think this is as much damage as you're gonna get with this lineup with the ET Aura.
Dire's top tower
AC
is under
complete as
attack.
well for all this Brewmaster. Some additional resistances. You gotta get some info with that ET Spirit. Just to find out Xtreme Gaming not in the pit just yet. They've been able to control up this high ground. And sure enough, this
all
day...
or nothing.
Yeah.
They have to go like find an initiation. I think the Timber just needs to kind of sacrifice himself and just be the front line.
Yeah.
Give his team the vision. BKB go in. Be the target that the enemy wants to focus.
Moonlight Shadow. The fight is on. Aurora getting ready for aggression. Atos
got the
comes out.
gyro?
They have the control on the gyro, but they can't finish him off in time. Just able to get out. Split pop by Jabs, but it's Brulings. They're dropping so low, they're dying. You get the lasso out, pull them back. Huge Earth Splitter though. But Ame, in the middle of everything, is still doing so much. Just ripping into the Aurora heroes. He's starting to drop a little bit low, but that's what XM is for. BKB run out on 23 Savage now and bumping them around. This Pango's doing so much work and kills off the Luna Aurora. It was all or nothing for a tie-up, for a tiebreaker potential. But now Xtreme Gaming, well on top of this Roche Pit, well on top of this fight. And nowhere for Lorinov to run. Xtreme Gaming, they're on the hunt. You can try and Timber Chain out all you want. The Curse Crown is gonna pop and stopped in place. Brambles all around. He will just get cleaned up by XSS. Great fight
Oh
by
boy.
Xtreme Gaming. Again,
Is this Rex straight up?
it has to be. I mean, you get the catch on the gyro, but he still has a Satanic, still has a BKB, and he has that beautiful 4-star from his supports. Just clean stuff. Despite a beautiful Earth Splitter, it's just not enough. It feels like Jabs and Lorinov, they just can't do enough in these team fights.
I think it's mainly Jabs. Like he's just not very useful against the flag cannon. Like he just died in one flag cannon charge.
Yeah.
He has to revert back to his hero form, and just basically it wasn't very useful, apart from tanking some damage and just gyro in there and just reign supreme in the
Yeah.
team fights with the flag cannon. And also good disruption there by the Pango is coming in between, stopping them from helping Jabs out.
Oh, yeah, it was perfect. I think XM, his roles have done so much well. It's so easy to look at Ame and point at him and say he's the big bad boss in this situation, but I mean, even in the 1v1 fight between Ame and Luna, or 23 rather, Ame doesn't necessarily win that. We saw him dropping pretty low, but it's that BKB expiry and XM coming through with the swashes, with the shield crashes, bumping around on the Luna. And Aurora, this Timber is looking so dry right now. This Jabs Brewmaster is barely having an impact in the fight, and despite the support's best efforts, you don't have anyone who can start it. You don't have anyone who can get a pick off, get a stun. On the flip side, you have Stomp, you have Terrorize, you have Curse Crown, you have Lasso, you have Homing Missile, you have Rolling Thunder. So many tools for them to play with. And Aurora just falling prey to the catch.
And they have to find a will to defend, find a way to defend this high ground right now. They have a couple of buybacks. Brewmaster has buyback, ET has buyback.
Still a 5v5 situation, but Ame still has that second life and all the tools to play with on the side of Xtreme. But Luna on the high ground. I mean, it's not your high ground, but at least you can try and kinda shock them back.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
You try and get a lasso, and I think Xtreme Gaming, they'll understand that they have no place here. They don't need to risk it. They are 14k gold ahead at this 35-minute mark.
They're about to risk it with this AD.
Are they? Oh, yeah.
I'd have a rapier in 100 gold.
True. Oh my goodness.
Wait, okay, not rapier. It just says. Oh, does he have the whole thing? Oh no, it's not a rapier. Sorry, I thought
It's
he's buying a
MKB.
rapier. I see Demon Age. I keep thinking he's buying a rapier.
Yeah, but now he's gonna be able to hit through this silly little Moonlight Shadow evasion and the Radiance that's been bugging him. Xtreme Gaming up onto the high ground now. Ame with an AD. No hope of challenging this. Feels like you just have to give it up. Lift will buy some time, but Ame still has a good half duration where his base damage is increased by 80. This guy is hitting for 400 a pop. You're not even counting the crits yet.
Dire's bottom barracks has fallen.
1 lane, 2 lane, 3 lane.
Is under attack.
Just gonna keep rolling on.
Middle tower is under attack.
Unless Aurora have something they can do to stop it.
They have to initiate. I think the Timber or the Brew just has to go in. There's no other way. Lasso.
Trying to pull it in. They got the control and 23
No
is
buyback.
just dead. This
This
is
game.
This is over. This is over. Jabs will buy back, but he gets so easily killed off. And look at XM. Just unbothered here on the back line, rolling through all of them. This is not what the Southeast Asia fans wanted. And BetBoom and Boom, they will be looking on in horror. As Laurenov able to get a nice BKB, bit of control out onto Syncue. Instant buyback though. Xtreme Gaming, they sense their opportunity to win this game. XM on the high ground, still putting on so much pressure. Just instantly kills off Ollie by himself. This Pango has been a menace. And Ame still up here with his second life intact. There's nothing else you can... 40 seconds about your Luna. I mean, this is going to be Mega Creeps at the least. The game at worst. What's going to stop them?
Nothing. There's nothing Aurora can do right now to stop them. Like, even with 5 men, 5 heroes up, I still feel like this gyro is still gonna hit your base, you know? And now your
Yeah.
Luna's still dead for 20 seconds.
Yeah, Laurenov,
You're
he
kinda
finally
like,
completes that Hex, but like, for what?
You're kind of
Try
like
and get the
hoping for
setup
them
now.
to just play hands-off keyboard, you know?
Yeah, drop all your keyboards, everyone disconnects, but even then, there's a mechanic called pause. I don't know if you've heard of it. Aurora. Hey, they don't have much time left. It's gonna be Mega Creeps on the side of Xtreme Gaming. Very, very confident showing here from Ame and the boys. Enough playing around, you know. The earlier parts of the round robin, getting some ties, you know. Just having some fun, picking some random heroes like Juggernaut. And now it's nothing but business. Gyrocopter all the way, piloting them to success. Luna is back in the fray though. One last chance for Aurora, and even then, not sure how they're supposed to come back from this huge deficit. Keep your eyes out on DY. Lasso available. Looking for a target, or maybe it's XSS. Who knows? Xtreme Gaming. The world's their oyster. In terms of initiations, in goes XSS. Controlled up immediately and hexed up. The arrow's not going to connect though. But again, just the constant swashes. Harassing and poking back the side of Aurora. Still have your Lasso. Still have your BKB. Aegis will time out in 20 though. And that should be enough. They back up. Show that respect to Aurora.
A refresher done on gyro, so double flag, double BKB.
Yikes. That's gonna be a major problem. I mean, he's already a major problem. But he does forgo his buyback here, and Aegis is running out. So, with that expiring, if Aurora somehow kill off the gyro, there could be a chance. Although, that chance is extremely slim. Win probability now 1% for Aurora. 99% for Xtreme. I don't know. This looks like the end of the road for our Southeast Asia boys here. I don't really know how they can come back from this. This Ame Gyro is just looking so monstrous.
I mean, he still hasn't died, right, this series?
He hasn't. Completely flawless game from the King.
0 deaths the last game, 0 death again this game.
I mean, dude, also respect on XM's name, right? This guy has played a flawless Pango. Sure, he died once, but every single one of these roles has been so disruptive and impactful for his squad. Really, Xtreme Gaming, pat on the back for all of them because they've played phenomenally this series. Definitely showing why they're cut above the competition and why they're heralded as perhaps the strongest team in China right now. The best of what Southeast Asia has to offer, facing off against their Chinese overlords. It's not looking pretty. Xtreme Gaming just biding their time here, not in a rush in the slightest. They know that Aurora are just herded around their base like a bunch of sad sheep. Lincoln, messing around the 23 a little bit. Still gotta be careful though. The rest of Aurora are smoked up. Lasso up onto the Luna. They just pull her back and she is dead again. You have buyback this time round. You need to try and rejoin the fight, but hope is starting to fade here. Dwindling on the time. And Lorinov just being controlled. Jabs will get just held in place as well. XM doing so much work, and Ame still on the front lines. They finally get a Cyclone on him, but he's so comfortable in the air. He doesn't even need it because the rest of his teammates are doing so much work in this game. Everyone on Xtreme completely unscathed. Lorinov dies in his own BKB. Jabs to fall. And even with this ancient glyphed up, it's GG. Unfortunate stuff. For Aurora, they had a really good showing, but Ame, a flawless game, godlike on the gyrocopter, and Xtreme Gaming, they'll secure themselves the upper bracket.
Well played. They fully deserve it. Like 2 really clean games, not much like mistakes. Maybe this game they had like 1 when they were trying to go for the bottom play onto the Brewmaster in the early game with the Centaur Dagger. But I think apart from that, they just played the game just so cleanly. Did everything they needed to do, played to their timings, their triple BKB timings on the Gyro, the Centaur, actually the double BKB timings and the Dagger. I think that was the timing that allowed them to kind of come back into the game after flopping the smoke move to the bottom lane. And the laning phase as well, like both the side lanes just doing really well, just pressuring the Luna and the Brewmaster out of the lane. Like even though Lorinov he was the fattest hero in the game for quite some time from the beginning, but just couldn't really do anything on his own, you know?
Yeah, that's kind of one of the major problems of the Timbersaw in the mid lane, right? It feels like at a certain point you need to drag attention to you, and if they're busy just killing you off on other sides of the map, that's a big problem. But I think Xtreme Gaming, they take a very mediated approach to it. They just split up heroes on the map, farm, and they get so much net worth that even though the Luna can ramp up quickly, Ame's right there with you. XM, phenomenal game on the... I mean, this Pango, every single Rolling Thunder, bumping and weaving and dropping heroes like flies, forcing out these BKBs, and even then he's doing so much work next to that Skull Basher.
Yeah, I mean, not the most impressive score, right? He didn't have a lot of kills, but he definitely did his job. 3 kills and 1 death, 12 assists, but it's all about setting up for the King Gyro.
It doesn't really sound like the most glamorous scoreline, but you gotta remember that this game, the amount of kills overall, very low. This was one of the team fights that looked like Aurora might have stood a chance. You take a look at Ame facing off against 23, but Ame just does so much damage. And look at that bump back right as the BKB ends, pushing back onto 23, creating the space for Gyro. And look at the reset. Everybody else on Xtreme Gaming still fine. He's still full HP on this Pango. And they just clean up shop. And this feels like it was already the beginning of the end there. Get that second Aegis on the Gyro. After losing
this fight, Aurora just had very little avenue to come back into the game. They had to wait for the Luna to be able to get the Kanda, maybe even get a Butterfly at some point, but with the MKB purchase on the Gyro, I think everything was just going to be so difficult for them.
Yeah, and unfortunately, if you are an Aurora fan, of course, that means that I believe they are in the lower bracket still. It's not that bad. They have a score of 1-5-1, but now they are hoping that Gaimin lose. They need Blacklist to basically put Gaimin out 2-0. If not, they might risk a tiebreaker situation.
Give a brother a hand, right?
Yeah, give a brother a hand. Come on, Blacklist. Bring hashtag for Southeast Asia. Do it for the homies. You know what I mean? And of course, unfortunately for BetBoom and Boom, there's still a chance for them, funnily enough. If I'm doing my math, dude, this is one of the most annoying parts. I need to try and figure out, because Boom are currently at 1-5-1. If they win up against BetBoom 2-0, they go up to 7-7, which is the new sort of gatekeep for the last slot in the lower bracket. Because now Team Liquid are in upper bracket, Xtreme Gaming are in upper bracket, so we have our 2 upper bracket seats confirmed. But in terms of our lower bracket, that could still go a bunch of different ways. So suddenly the matches after this, I think there's still a decider to be had, but it's not over just yet, right? All we know is upper bracket secured, Xtreme Gaming, Team Liquid. The rest is still a bit of a toss-up.
Yeah, only one way to find out later, just to watch the games.
Yeah. And of course, Xtreme, they don't have any English-speaking players, so we won't be having an interview with them. But I'm sure that they're very happy with this outcome, and I think they've been playing clean Dota. So definitely an exciting time for Chinese fans. I think Chinese Dota has been back for quite a while now. But that brings us to our next series. Like we said, there's a chance still. Blacklist, they just need to keep Aurora safe by 2-0ing Gaimin Gladiators. How many times has that been a pain for so many teams last year? We'll see whether Blacklist Rivalry are ready to do it for Southeast Asia, or whether Gaimin Gladiators can move on and potentially force some sort of tiebreaker shenanigans. Of course, that won't be me and Winter though. That will be the lovely Gary B and Lacoste bringing you that action. So for the last time, unless we have some tiebreakers tomorrow, it's been a pleasure casting. Thank you for joining us, and that's Permasneeze and Winter signing off. See you guys again.
Welcome back to your Elite League broadcast here, brought to you by ESP and Fisher as we get ourselves into the middle of the day. Another best of two to come, and a very important one, Lacoste here. Gaimin Gladiators against Blacklist, last day of the group stage, and this is pretty important for the standings of not just these two teams, but a bunch of others, right?
Yeah, seems like everybody else will be watching what's happening here in this one because the things are looking right now very spicy. Gaimin Gladiators, everything is in their hands. As you said to me, their hands were tied yesterday during one of those pauses against Tundra, but now everything is in their own hands. So if they manage to beat Blacklist 2-0, they will be 8-6, which means that they will be qualified for the playoffs. Lower bracket, however, and then we have Aurora, BetBoom, and Boom eliminated. If they draw the series, that means that Aurora and Gaimin will have the same score, and potentially one of the teams, the Boom teams, BetBoom or Boom, one of these two teams need to win 2-0 in order to have a three-way tie if Gaimin loses one game in this one. So yeah, pretty straightforward. It sounds complicated, but if you see it on screen, you would probably also manage to do it, because if I could do it, you could probably do it too.
Easy maths, quick maths, super simple, nice stuff. But yeah, if you want the fun and chaotic, we want Gaimin Gladiators to draw against Blacklist here, then we get that tie, but they could do like 4 birds with 1 stone kind of deal here. Qualify and knock out 3 other teams with a 2-0 victory. Game 1, it looks like it's just about ready for us. It's cooking. Draft has started. Gaimin Gladiators against Blacklist Rivalry. Game 1 about to get underway as we round out our group stage here for the Elite League. We've had plenty of very exciting games, lots of new, interesting heroes popping up. I think one of them is already banned, Disruptor, as we move. Oh, we're going to take a look at the rosters first. Spoilers, Disruptor is already banned. One of the rising stars of this league so far.
Spoilers, Duracho, Quinn, Ace, Tofu, and Celery playing for Gaimin Gladiators. What a surprise. But,
no stand-ins.
No stand-in this time around. Yeah, this team also, I don't remember them ever playing with a stand-in. These guys are very resilient when it comes down to diseases and stuff, which means that they always show up, no matter what.
It's vegan diet, having that mate tea, it's all good health for them, I guess. Yeah, I was trying to think, because it was Liquid that lost Boxy at Lima, right? So I thought that was Gaimin Gladiators, but it wasn't. Yeah, I think you're right. I can't think of a time where Gaimin Gladiators have needed a stand-in. Maybe chat will correct us. They'll have some
chat knows
one
everything.
Single game from 2 years ago.
Yeah, August 2020. Maybe not 2023, but 2022, they played with this guy, the other half of the game. He stood in, took over Pudge, swapped them for techies, and played a game. Repicked
in a show match.
Yeah, it was something wild. But yeah, the draft has started, and probably we're going to see that pretty soon on the screen. I think a couple of these heroes that you mentioned, the IO is definitely going to be heavily contested. Blacklist will take Pango as their first pick, but we've seen so many pairings with IO that looks really good. Like, even if you don't have that straightforward pairing with IO, that one OP combo, you can still make of something. Because Gaimin, they have a lot of heroes that they play with IO. Yesterday they banged out CK, so not the most popular one. It's good, but let's see if they decide to take it. Nope, Gaimin Gladiators straight gonna take Bloodseeker to counter Pango, forcing him to get the Lincoln Sphere as his second item, pretty much. But this Bloodseeker can be played from multiple roles. I believe I've seen Ace play the Bloodseeker in one of those games. Actually, 2 games from the offlane Bloodseeker.
Cool.
One against Aurora, one against Liquid. So yeah, they can still play it as a position 1 as well. You basically go for the same items. You want to get that Maelstrom because you want to farm up, get the Gleipnir BKB. In the second game that he played, it was a bit different. Falcon Blade, because he had a better start. Road of Atos picked up a Blade Mail, but the game was pretty much over. They only managed to get 8 kills in that game against Liquid. So pretty rough one. But overall, I think this is a good way to swap things around.
Yeah, because Pango has been a menace for the past couple of years. We need this. We need some kind of drafting mechanism to deal with them. And we've seen a few drafts where Bloodseeker's been banned second phase with Pango first pick. People a little afraid of picking him so early. And Gaimin Gladiators say, nah, we're just going to slam him out here. and show you what we're made of. As the kind of whispers of the Bloodseeker against Pango. We've not seen it on our stream, but like you say, it has been played in some of these other games. Next round of bans: Sniper CK joining that Timber Chen Bat, Lesh DK Shadow Demon Disruptor. So like you're mentioning, that IO still out there, and so is the Enchantress for Celery, which he's banged out a couple of times. As has Blacklist Rivalry. They've got like 2-3 games of the Enchantress here in the group stage so far, so it could be a contested pick.
Potentially. I checked the win rate of Pango, sitting at 33% win rate. Not, Bloodseeker, not too high.
Oh.
So, yeah, he's been played 9 times, so relatively popular as a hero. Not too many changes in the recent patch. Some small buffs, some quality of life improvement, but nothing too big.
10 seconds remaining.
Faceless Void gone as well. Weaver has been a hero that Game Gladiators have loved to pick for Duraccio very early on in the draft. And Faceless Void, a hero that you mentioned, is kind of a counter to the Weaver, very annoying in lane, in game, depending where things go.
I think you can go with something like Crystal Maiden, maybe, just something like stable, because you have an opportunity to lane it with Bloodseeker as a position 5, and then it's going to be like position 1 Bloodseeker. So yeah, they're actually going to go for it. It's set up for your W on Bloodseeker, which is really good. You have like the damage, a lot of damage can come out of the Crystal Maiden. Nice pairing overall, because they did not want to reveal anything. Tiny. I was about to suggest just don't pick Phoenix into Bloodseeker. The reason why is he plays on low HP all the time. Given a Bloodseeker, he uses his HP to cast spells, and Bloodseeker really loves that. Also, Tiny, if you harass him early on, that also means that doesn't build into Tranquil Boots early on. Sometimes you're forced to get it, maybe against some of these heroes. But yeah, I'm not really feeling this Phoenix pick.
Yeah, we'll see where it goes. Because it's also felt like kind of a weak laner in some of these setups. If he's being run at and dived, level 1, level 2, you don't feel super strong. Even though he's decent at trading with Fiery Spirits and can potentially play aggressively, if you're on the back foot, you can feel a little weak. And this could be the support duo from Blacklist, Tiny Phoenix, as Gaming Gladiators come out with the Queen of Pain again. And last night we saw kind of a right-click build coming out of the co-op.
Yeah, that Gleipnir, we might see double Gleipnir coming out of this one. Queen of Pain plus Bloodseeker. A lot of damage. They also synergize nicely with the Bloodseeker ulti, the pushback, so you're getting that damage from Rupture. Great against Pango. He uses Rolling Thunder, so they have multiple abilities to kill Pango during Rolling Thunder, which is always going to be nice. Gaming Gladiators, a lot, like Queen of Pain uses a lot of mana. Crystal Maiden's going to come very handy with just 1 point in Aura early on.
Pushback with the Rupture. How many combos can we get? Do we want like a Grimstroke or something to have double Rupture, double Frostbite, the daggers from Queen of Pain?
Maybe.
There's a silence against Phoenix.
I don't know if they want to go maybe like Snapfire just to have something to kill the egg. You'll already have a Bloodseeker. Clockwork is also good. Feels like maybe they needed a body in front instead, because if you had like Snapfire or another ranged position 4, that would mean that you have like, sure, you have melee plus offlane potentially, plus
10 seconds remaining.
range coming out in the offlane with this Bloodseeker being a flex, but yeah, Clockwork also a good one. Definitely. I don't think Pango is going to enjoy this time. Like, this is very unenjoyable Dota 2 game for Pango. They might also need to shift it to the offlane, because this sounds pretty miserable for him.
Yeah, it's a pretty sad time. And Clockwork, one of those heroes I think we've seen do well against the Phoenix with that dive under tier 1. You bring someone through the Twin Gate, Crystal Maiden Clock +1. I could get in on top of the Phoenix, push the Lifestealer out of lane. This already looks very good for Gaming Gladiators.
5 seconds remaining.
And Lifestealer here is going to be able to, rage, maybe break out of cogs, get away from some of these annoying spells. But you're still going to get, like, ruptured and chased down by, there's piercing spells here, right? From Gaming Gladiators already?
There's so many.
Hookshot, Sonic Wave, Rupture. Yeah, I mean, Lifestealer's Rage not going to be as effective as usual. A good
Yeah,
Razor Band, though.
Let's see how they approach it, because this Razor is also potentially a flex pick. If they want to, get something for the off lane to ruin Lifestealer, there is always Slaughter still available. I think Enigma is really up there if they want to play this Bloodseeker as a safe lane, but if they're looking to find something for the off lane that make Lifestealer's life miserable in the lane, definitely Enigma.
That would be a great pick for Ace. And Brewmaster out. And Blacklist probably still looking for their off lane, even if this Pango's having a bad time. You said he could switch to 3. We just so rarely see it. So I'm going to come down to whether or not Gabby wants to play it. Gabby doesn't strike me as a Pango player. And that's why Gaming Gladiators get rid of 2 very off-lane heroes. And 1 more to go. And Gaming Gladiators also have the last pick. So Blacklist gonna... Okay, good Enigma ban. You called it out. Puck gonna be their grab here.
Yeah, so they will shift this Pango to the off lane. As mentioned, it doesn't feel like Pango is gonna enjoy himself. So, what can they do other than Enigma? I mean, it's an okay Broodmother game. Other than Pango, you don't need the lane. You're playing it for the later stages of the game. I think that's fine. If they need like extra catch, we've seen Axe being super popular for Ace.
Could you still put Bloodseeker up there? Is the flex still there and good? It's gonna be the Doom.
Okay, they just wanted to stop this Lifestealer. Having Phoenix as well behind them. But yeah, Blacklist. They're smiling. They're already out, so they're playing it. Good practice against Gaming Gladiators. Always one of the best teams out there, definitely. So. I'm not a big fan of their draft, I gotta say. This type of a draft, Pango off lane, it can be pretty bad. You're also going to be playing into Bloodseeker Crystal Maiden in the lane. The reason why I don't like it so much, because I've tried to play it multiple times from the off lane, you tend to suffer way too much. And also having Frostbite, having the silence on top of it, playing into Queen of Pain. Very difficult game for Gabby. And I feel like it's going to be a lot on Abed and Tims to do stuff. Lifestealer, either straight up Radiance after finishing Orb of Corrosion. Maybe he wants to get an Armlet. There's like two ways to go around it, depending how you're feeling about it. Whether you need to fight slightly earlier. They do have good vehicles for Lifestealer. Puck, Tiny with the Blink Dagger, even Pango later on. But kind of difficult, because Doom is going to stop you from getting the heals off. I don't think you're going to be dooming Puck. Maybe if there's like a situation for it, you'll go for it. But most of the time, you have one target, and that's Lifestealer.
It's kind of funny, right, with that change to Doom, because we always used to talk about, Lifestealer, Medusa, these heroes, not caring about Doom too much. They stand there, they hit you. But because you can't heal anymore, Doom is great against Lifestealer now. Not able to sustain through it at all, just got to run away. And yeah, that Pango very, very much plays like a Spirit, or, like one of these mobility heroes like a Puck from the mid lane. Once Bottle, once Active Rune. And playing from the off lane, you're not going to get any of those things, really. It can be a struggle to convert that bit of net worth into impact. We'll see how it goes, though. Blacklist Rivalry up against Gaming Gladiators, and I think we're both leaning pretty heavily. Is this like a 70-30 kind of deal? Team plus draft? 80-20? How far are we going?
It's, I think, 80-20. I'm still going to give them 20% because they can play well. It's just that this is not going to be an easy matchup for them. And I think they got heavily outdrafted. A couple of the heroes on their side. You have Doom against Lifestealer. You have Bloodseeker against Pango, Queen of Pain on top of that. The good thing is they have Coil, so at least that's something. They have ability to break the Coil with Tiny, so you always have some kind of a play, even when they have like BKBs. If you can get that instant initiation, instant jump before they can get the BKB off.
It has to be said, though, Blacklist, they're eliminated. Gaming Gladiators need a victory, so the pressure is on Gaming Gladiators, and the pressure is completely off Blacklist here. It's a Southeast Asian team, not playing for anything in particular apart from pride. pride for themselves, pride for the region, and this is the kind of game and series where crazy magic could happen, you know? Dota's very often a game about ruining the experience for your opponents. And I think Blacklist absolutely could do that for Gaimin Gladiators here, but unfortunately Gabby is going to get caught. Swashbuckle's ready, he's got Avalanche to help him. Battery Assault and the Frostbite were annoying, but Gabby gets back to the high ground and does not spill that first blood. MJZ Phoenix just going to try hold the high ground. This Gaimin Gladiator is already out here with early aggression.
So starting with Avalanche level 1 on Tiny, not the thing you want to have. Maybe if they want to drag the Creeper, because they probably want to do that, considering you have Pango, who has Swashbuckle level 1, then you have Tiny. In 99% of situations, you want to have a tree grab just for the harassment. But not going to be an easy one. First of all, this is like a very easy lane for them. Again, Bloodseeker into Phoenix into Bloodseeker seems very suicidal to me, because you're going to be using those Fiery Spirits. You use like 150 of your HP. There's going to be harassment coming out in the bottom lane. Bloodseeker against 2 melee heroes with the support from Crystal Maiden. This lane could be super bad for Blacklist.
Yeah, this Bloodseeker could just run away with this game already. 4 bounty runes to start for Gaimin Gladiators as well. I thought Celery was all chatting to say 4, because that's what I would do in a pub game. When you get 4 bounty runes, you're just like, 4. That's what we got. You got nothing. Down at bottom, Gabby already taking a beating from Celery. Up at top, Tofu got on top of the Phoenix, dropped him pretty low, and will body block the small camp as well. A very good start for Gaimin Gladiators already. Aces Doom going to come forward, get a few hits in. It's an awkward spot for MJZ's Phoenix. He's just got to sit behind and kind of tuck in behind the lifestealer, not wanting to step too far forward, unless he's controlled up by this clock who has Windlace already.
Don't think you're killing anything in this lane for Blacklist. There's one counterplay to their lane. Scroll of Teleportation, it is called. They have no stuns whatsoever, so they can pretty much get out of danger for free if they don't feel like. Because after all, Ghoul Frenzy is online, the best ability in the game. Movement slow 15% at level 1. You don't even have to click it. Neither the Feast, so yeah, very interactive experience. Gameplay coming out from Lifestealer.
Nice passives. Arbad got pretty close to death in the mid lane. Was a click away from dying, but did get in behind his tier 1 away from Quinn. 10 and 4. 11 and 3 for the Queen of Pain so far. Arbed is going to get that bottle refilled with a water rune.
Dire's courier has been
Oh, nice play.
Going on.
That was a nice play from Gabby. He drops his item before the courier dies. So manages to at least get some value out of it. Doesn't have much region left. There are a couple of tangos. Duraccio putting in right clicks onto Tim's. Celery. Yeah, this bottom lane just screams first blood to me.
Yeah. Gabby's already very low. I did buy a bracer to try and tank up a little bit. Tim's trying to get that level 2 so we can actually unlock the toss. No one's died just yet, but we can see this net worth lead already starting to build.
Dire's courier has been
One hero out there struggling a little bit. You know, the Doom, 6 and 3, hasn't managed to get a tremendous amount of last hits. I should be able to catch up nicely here as Tofu will bully back the Phoenix again. And Palos with 7 denies, doing very well in that top lane. Triple Gauntlet of Strength.
What a build, huh?
What a great build, man.
Don't have any abilities to click, don't have any items to use. I guess that's why you buy Calling Blade on Lifestealer, just so you can use something, pretend you're actually playing Dota.
APM. Just raise it with Quelling Blade on trees. Well, this is where I'm going to try and make up the difference in these other lanes. Get Palos off to a good start. And like you say, he's got some heroes to carry him. The Punk and the Pango could be the Infest carriers. And getting on top of some of these Gaimin Gladiators targets.
Duraccio's... Look at his career. Full Orb of Corrosion, double raid ban coming out for him.
Wow.
I don't think that's a second raid ban, because it gets bugged when you're buying some of that, because he doesn't have a second slipper, but he does have 2 raid ban recipes. No, he does.
Yeah,
it's all
right.
good. There's one on the courier. My bad.
Okay. But yeah, you're right. It does bug sometimes. It's like, I'm going to complete this item, and then tries to complete it again with just a recipe.
Has been killed.
Oh, some courier
Another
snipes.
Courier.
And with that, Tim's going to drag the wave, but Celery seems like he's going to get the range creep away from them. The rest of the melee ones will follow the Tiny. And Dyrachyo gathers up the remaining members of the wave there. I'm just wondering how many heroes we're going to see mid at 6 minutes. We've had that a lot from Gaimin Gladiators, where both supports love to roam in, guard the rune, give Quinn maybe a kill potential. And especially when First Blood hasn't been spilt yet. It could be a big one onto Abed.
I think only one. I think only Tofu rotates. They're trying to play aggressive in the bottom lane because it feels like Puck will need some extra help. Maybe want to play with Tiny, break the coil. But we've seen a lot of these observer wards, and there it is. They're trying to make a go on Gabby bottom. Has Swashbuckle available.
Yeah, we'll use it. Long cooldown. And now he's kind of stuck here. Can't walk into Blood right. Trying to get around the edges, but a Blood Grenade and Dyrachyo slices. Take him down. Pango gone. And First Blood for Dyrachyo with this laning stage build. He's only going to accelerate further and further in terms of getting these kills on Blacklist heroes.
Great understanding of what needs to be done in this lane in terms of itemization. They're not like spamming any spells, so he's skipping Magic Wand, getting some extra. He's sitting at 16 armor. It's a lot of stats. Orb of Corrosion. Extra slow. Whenever he hits someone, they're already in trouble. And Celery is also making a move to the mid lane. Tofu's on a different side of the map. MJZ denied Invis Rune, so no value. Basically, 6-minute rune didn't happen.
Just gone. And Tofu, he TP'd out earlier on to escape from Phoenix. Like you said, no stuns mean you simply TP to safety. Now he comes into that mid lane. No kill there, though, even with the 3v3.
And there's a new trend that I did mention to you the other day, where mid laners are picking up blood grenades. There is one on Abed. I've seen people queue up like relatively early on to try to go for some solo kills in certain matchups. I don't think Quinn's gonna die here unless Tiny rotates and they manage to break the coil. XP rune is about to spawn, so Tiny needs to move. This is the perfect time to kill Gabby in the bottom lane. They know that Tiny's probably going for it, but Gabby playing very defensive right now. Just soaking up some of the XP, and that's it.
Just hide in the fog, stay in the trees. But it was real nice from Abed about 20 seconds ago. He knew that Quinn was going to jump him. Face shifted, the Scream of Pain stayed alive. Raindrop's going to help him out nicely as well against this Quap with all the magic damage. And it's Queen of Pain against Puck, the age-old laning matchup. So no Shadow Strike against the face shift, not wanting to waste it. Going max Scream for the big damage. Look at Gabby, he's moving in. Spotted out by the Radiant Observer Ward, and Celery's tracking back to try and defend mid. Blacklist have put a number of wards across their side of the river around mid, but they're not going to see the Maiden. They will see the Clockwork moving in, though. So I think Gabby and Abed here, realizing they'll be outnumbered in just a few seconds. And Abed gets back to his side.
Difficult kill to get if they don't go there with Clockwork, if he maybe misuses Illusory Orb. Rune is going to be top. Let's see if MJZ can deny it one more time. No, he can't. Quinn will pick up the Haste Rune.
So is Pango just like position 4 now? He's like roaming mid. Tiny's getting a bit of XP and gold bottom.
Yeah, I don't know. Pango off lane's position 0 in my book. Played it way too many times. It's just, it's not working. Like, it's just bad. You also need solo levels. There it is. First Rupture. Does have TP available. Not going for it. Celery with the Frostbite. Maybe he had those 3 seconds to try to TP out, but Lifestealer comes. That's a good play.
Yeah, turn around on Dyrachyo. And bring all the cores.
Infest, but that's 4 people to kill Dyrachyo. And Quinn probably thinking about making a rotation. They are scouting out both runes, so they will see his rotation. Quinn of Pain, one of the best heroes in the game to like rotate with the TP scroll. He was a little bit low on mana, has that haste rune available as well this time around. You know, you did mention the build that he did go for yesterday when things are going really well for him. This Gleipnir Maelstrom, more farm-oriented build. But this time around, he needs that silence. Great against Lifestealer, great against Buck, and seems like MJZ is gonna drop here, collecting some XP, but that's all you can do as a position 5 Phoenix. Try to dive away from the trouble.
And completely surrounded. Ace also going to be happy with all of the core rotations bottom, knowing he's not under threat from Lifestealer or Puck anymore. So he's able to now start catching up and accelerating, leapfrogs over the Pango and the Puck in terms of net worth, with that level 2 Devour. And a kill on Gabby. Quinn just going to snipe it out in that bottom jungle alongside Duracio's second Rupture, which nets them another kill on that offlaner.
Once you start TPing back to lane, it's just never-ending cycle. Because if you TP back to lane, you don't have a TP. His Rupture will be off cooldown. He ruptures you again. You're like, oh fuck, I don't have a TP. And
Yeah.
it can get really
Downward
bad real
spiral.
quickly, pretty much. What do you think, Gary? What is worse, offlane Pango or safe lane Shadowfiend?
Ooh.
Dire's bottom tower.
I mean, I think offlane Pango.
Offlane Pango.
I think
is
offlane
the worst?
Pango, yeah. Like by a fair margin. I think safe lane SF, you can make it work in a lot of ways. It didn't look good for Pure last night. It was a rough one. But I think, I guess the thing is, moving Pango means that your idea of the draft has gone down the toilet because you wanted him mid, you know? But
Yeah.
safe lane SF is like, okay, you banned all of my other safe lane ranged heroes and I have to pick SF. And that still fits your game plan, right? He's still a ranged Agi carry. So I think it's like the game plan kind of thing that hasn't been completely ruined by that move.
Feels very
So
awkward
far.
to see Queen of Pain without Shadow Strike, not even like one value point. But as you said, playing into Puck matchup, this has been going on for a decade pretty much.
Yeah.
So yeah, no Shadow Strike, he can easily dodge it, and then you end up with having max Blink, max Scream of Pain, more farm-oriented build.
Another Rupture.
Another Rupture. Tries to
Any
TP
stuns?
out. Sonic Wave in the 2
Ooh.
seconds. Didn't have it, and Celery was not close enough.
Yeah, Celery was trying to find his way around the trees. Gets caught up a little bit there. Man, you've reminded me now of the old Queen of Pain against TA matchup as well. And back then, sentries were like so expensive and you had to buy 2 of them at a time. It was like 200 gold to buy some sentries. You didn't want to buy them as a mid laner, and supports wouldn't buy them for you, so you couldn't level Shadow Strike against TA because you just mel dodged them back then.
Was Dota even a team game back then? The
No.
way you're saying it's like, yeah, your supports did not want to buy it for you.
That's a good way of looking at it. It wasn't, right? It was 5 individual solo players just doing whatever the heck they wanted. Everyone bought Blink back then.
Oh yeah, the 648B era.
What was it?
Pre-sixes.
DTS? Was that the team name?
DTS Chatrix, yeah, Dendy on it.
Yeah, the Ukrainian squad. It was them buying all the Blink daggers, jumping on everybody.
Because you couldn't
Right.
cancel the Blink Dagger. You could still blink out. Ace snaps the coil.
Trying to walk it off. Still 1,000 HP with toughness aura, a lot of armor. He's going to get the Hurricane.
Hurricane,
The
oh no,
cogs
Tofu.
blocking him. Tofu maybe going to get Ace killed here. Takes his teammate out with a little cage. A lot of ultis expended by Blacklist, but they got a pretty hefty takedown on that Ace Doom. Gabby's going to get run out by Quinn now, though. Tim's the potential to save with a toss back if needed.
Oh,
And
he's
GZ
gonna go for
gonna
Sonic Wave.
follow back with a Sonic Wave. The jump in from Quinn, a lot of AoE damage. And he's going to look towards Gabby as the finishing blows with that dagger now on him. Will jump forward to try and take him down. Finally gets the kill. Meanwhile, Duraccio, he's been unleashed here with a thirst. Will take out Tim's in the back lines of the fight. And Abed's still being chased. Rocket Flare and right clicks from Quinn. Chasing forward on the Puck. Another blink in. Phase shift, waning rift, but there it is. With the Scream of Pain, a double kill for your Queen of Pain. And nicely done by Gaimin Gladiators to trade the Doom for some big kills.
Ace is
Apollo's
even
dead
gonna
as
get
well,
the
what?
solo kill with the Doom. That was the first Doom of the game. Oh, they're bleeding left and right. It's just way too many kills that they're getting right now. And also Queen of Pain having that Blink Dagger, Blink maxed out. This also means the chase potential is gonna be there. So he used like 8 Blink Strikes in the previous fight. 7 Scream of Pains. Okay.
Tofu's like, Ace, I didn't mean to kill you. It was the ping, I swear. A high ping of the cogs. Yeah, I was not
maybe-
expecting Doom just to respawn and get a kill down bottom because Like in this kind of situation, you kill the Doom, you lose a couple of heroes, and it's like, okay, it's not that bad for Blacklist. They got a big kill, they got out of there, they lost a couple of cores, but at least Lifesteal is still farming, and then suddenly Lifesteal dies as well, and it's just absolute travesty.
You said he killed the Doom. Like, who actually killed the Doom? Was it Abed or was it Tofu? Tofu should get some assist gold for those cogs.
Yeah, it's like a good hurricane. And then the cogs came out. It's like, oh no. Unfortunate. Oh, let's see if he's got that ping fixed. No more cogs block on his teammates. Blink up for Ace now. Veil, Null, Bracer, Blink. I think I heard, I guess we've talked about it before. I heard Winter talking about the idea as well. We need some kind of combination of the Bracer, Null, and Wraithband, right? We need some Sanj and Yasha dealio with some of these small stats items.
Budget Trident. It would be too OP. I think you
think so?
can't just combine every single thing. Everybody would buy it. There's no way that people would not buy that, because you also need to get something extra from it, except besides the slot. There is Orchid now available on Co-op, so Abed looks pretty dead here.
Yep, silent stop, hook-shotted. Nice line from Tofu there to get the grab on Abed. And they'll be able to... Oh, Waning Rift? Phase Shift? There's no slipping away from this Queen of Pain, though. And in the meantime, Blacklist, they brought numbers bottom. 4 heroes chased Ace. Rolling Thunder used. They tried to get on top of him, but the Doom, too speedy.
Yeah,
Gets
they
away.
can't kill him. Tofu was not close by.
You're ruthless today, aren't you? Get him. If we get Tofu in the interview, you're gonna lay into him as well.
Shut up.
So in that game number 1,
we're
how
not
about
talking to Tofu. You're definitely gonna mention it.
Yep.
You're gonna get me fired again, Gary.
What do you mean again?
You almost got me
get
fired
myself.
the other day.
Gaimin Gladiators 7k lead and 8-2 on the kills. Move up to top with the Bloodseeker and the Crystal Maiden. MJZ Phoenix going to try and hold this wave back. He's going to get scouted here though. A dive and a TP is available. And he's being a slippery little devil. Let's get himself a bit of distance. Meanwhile though, the Orchid silence on the puck yet again, allowing Quinn and Tofu to play this partnership in crime. The duo here on top of Abed to get the takedown. Palos arriving with the help of Tim's. Looks like they'll be able to kill off Tofu at the very least. And Queen of Pain going to blink TP further up to the north.
He's getting way too much out of this Orchid. This is the second kill. He got on puck. Abed going into Witchblade next, but definitely needs Orchid to be able to dispel it off, because there is no save. Like, your level 2 Sunray's not gonna help you survive. Him and Tofu have been playing together. Tofu does have Glimmer Cape as his first item, Magic Wand, so definitely need some mana. So mana boots definitely up there, because it's kind of difficult to just sustain through all of that. If you use Battery Assault to try to farm a camp, you're not going to have enough mana for anything else. The good thing is he has Trusty Shovel, which does give 90 HP, as we discussed yesterday, instead of 75 or 100 or 125 or 150 before.
I didn't even realize on the tooltip of Trusty Shovel, they've a little shout out to the old days of Dota 2, Dota 1. You can find a bounty rune, a flask, or a doom down bottom on Pango. Ah, Gabby's just done for. A bounty rune, a flask, an enchanted mango, or a kobold. Like a new player coming into this game is like, what the hell is a flask? The salve, mate.
It's a bottle. You can get the bottle from, from Kobold.
Bottle from Kobold. God, I do miss buying like bottle and blink and stuff from Side Shop. Well, so if you bought bottles from Side Shop, it was like two out of three charges.
2 out of 3
right?
charges, yeah.
Yeah. God, we had some funny old stuff in the game.
People are also buying bottle for their mid laners. There was a couple of times I remember professional athletes. They did get Chen definitely. I remember Marana was buying it as well, playing from position 4, because you basically don't need items. You're just arrowing the creeps. Arrow was 5 seconds back in those days. You hit an arrow and you're like, okay, did my job. I'll get some gold from it. So I remember some of these elite athletes getting bottle bought for them and still dying in 1v1 matchup.
It was always a Storm Spirit as well. Like, you've been given a bottle and you're still losing your lane. Another little kill there on Tofu for Blacklist. Really, though, they are struggling to find a foothold on the map. 5 heroes there gathering to kill a position for Clockwork doesn't feel particularly good. And Ace is going to take their attention down further south as well. But he's hidden away in the jungle.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Top 3 net worth. All Gaming Gladiators heroes. 10k on the Bloodseeker and the Doom. And Queen of Pain, 501. Just 1,000 behind them. While Pango is sub 6k.
9k gold. When did this happen? Last time I checked, it was 5k. I guess during the pause, they gained 4k net worth.
Oh, yeah. They're alchemists. Making money and gold appear from nowhere. There's a Philosopher's Stone on the other side.
Speaking of getting the gold out of nowhere, so that's something. Going for the 4-staff on MJZ. Push.
Had a little chat with Nicholas Flamel. A smoke and a blink. Tim's going to try and debut this initiation tool with an infested lifestealer in him.
How many books are in that
like...
series? 3 or 6? Or 5?
How many what, sorry?
Books, or is it just one book?
How many books? Well, Ace just slays Gabby again. Well, there's... Hang on. Philosopher's Stone, Chamber of Secrets, Prisoner of Azkaban, Goblet of Fire.
I thought there was a... I didn't mean Harry Potter. I think there's not maybe... Oh,
Ratio. There's the Blink Dagger from Tiny. Getting a catch onto the Bloodseeker. Quinn has come in to look to clean up, though. Tim's is going to drop the Silence and Frostbite on the puck. Looking to find Abed, but a Illusory Orb over the top. Going to get him a bit of distance here as they turn onto a different target in the Phoenix. MJZ with a dive into a DD rune. But no escaping here from Gaming Gladiators and the squad. A good trade, though, for Blacklist. Finding Duraccio in that triangle.
Yeah, a lot of the times you'll see Duraccio die and the rest of the team cleans up. They get a lot of the kills from it. This time around, Puck didn't die. Sunray on top of him, keeping him alive during that Orchid. But this is also a fight where Ace is just playing different side of the map, punishing heroes who are overextending, going for that extra creep wave. Palos definitely needs to be careful because he can solo kill him.
So what did you mean, how many books?
It is The Alchemist by the Secrets of the Immortal Nicholas Flamel.
Oh, not Harry Potter. Okay.
Yeah.
And I have no idea what you're talking about.
It is the first installment in the 6-volume fantasy novel series. Okay, so I wasn't wrong.
Nice.
This time.
Yeah, when I think of Nicholas Flamel, I don't know. Philosopher's Stone, I immediately think of Harry Potter in the first book. But I guess it was different in America because they called it the Sorcerer's Stone because Americans don't know what philosophers are.
Yeah, they were far away from Italy and Greece, so they don't know what the philosophers are. Makes sense.
A Tormentor down. Tim's with the shard. But it's really just another smoke and infest play here from Blacklist. They need to get something done. Try and break out of the rut they're in. 10k behind. And moving in towards Quinn. Just jumps away. No blink initiation, unfortunately. And Gaming Gladiators do have people smoked behind him.
I'll hold that thought for now. I wanted to ask you about how are you convinced with Pango's performance in the last 10 minutes compared to the first 10 minutes?
It's about the same, isn't it? He's died twice every 10 minutes. Every 5 minutes he's dying. The Rupture comes, the Doom comes, he falls. And a hook shot into that mid lane onto MJZ. Gonna clear out the Phoenix. Quick and easy for Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Moral of the story, don't pick off-lane Pango. Like, they shifted way too much. 10k gold already 22 minutes into the game. Very difficult game. Palos, he's been farming on a different side of the map, and they were trying to set something on him. He does pack a punch, does have a lot of damage with this Armlet, Sanj, Deso build. Usually, before you would not see... Oh, Doom here. On to Puck.
Easy peasy. And Gaming Gladiators just bouncing from lane to lane. They see someone, they kill them.
Back in the days, you wouldn't buy Armlet against Doom, because you would just, like, instantly die pretty much. But nowadays, I think that's fine because you can use your items and you can't toggle it off. So at least that's
That's true.
something.
It's weird how these matchups change. Over time, you get so used to one way, then it completely changes the other. Sonic Wave and Silence onto MJZ mid. There's also a Rupture down bottom. Supernova used in the mid lane as Quinn going to BKB to take
He tried to
it down.
go for the deny. Tim's try to deny the egg, but you're tiny after all. Oof. Perfect timing for Quinn. Manages to TP out right when BKB was ending.
And then Doraccio ruptured the lifesteal of bottom, realizing he's not going to take that 1v1 fight. Didn't have Celery near enough by. So just TPs to go back to farming. Oh, this lane ward, it killed Arbed a couple of minutes ago. And it might lead to his demise yet again. There's no Doom this time, though, but a Blink War Stomp and Illusory Orb on cooldown. Arbed, he's going to have to pull out all the stops to survive here, but he's been caught in the cogs. Nice dodge on the hook shot. Jumps to the orb, but look who's waiting for him. Quinn just standing there saying, yeah, come to mama.
Oof, this one's getting painful to watch. And I'm not talking about all these Queen of Pain rotations because Quinn's dominating. They're hunting them down. Not sure what the play is. If they're waiting for next item on Lifestealer, Tim's is being infested right now.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, it's really difficult to see the way they come back into this. Like, okay, maybe you can blow up one core with your infest plays.
Is under attack.
Cause a bit of chaos with the puck and the pango. But
They
this
infested and ganked the big camp on side of Gaimin Gladiators.
sick. I just like this kind of game. It feels like they're gonna have to, you know, drag it out, cut waves, be annoying nuisances, and split push for another 15-20 minutes to try and just to level the playing field. Never mind coming back and trying to win. A jump on bottom. Ace is here. Doesn't want to spend the Doom on the Tiny. They'll get the hook shot forward from Tofu, and if Palos shows they can Doom him instead. Sunray is out. Doom is there. Tofu dying. Tossed around, but in comes Quinn and Doraccio now. Doom on lifesteal means he's out with the picture. And the dive silence counters the Phoenix. 3 for the price of 1.
Have they ever been 5 so far in this game? Blacklist. I really haven't seen. There's always somebody missing, trying to catch up with their own farm. I feel like if Puck is there, they get maybe 1 extra kill. Problem is they have no abilities that go through BKB. So there is 1 BKB, 3 BKBs basically. They were all 9-second BKBs except Queen of Pain, who popped that 1 charge.
Yeah, I don't know. There were 5 at one point when they were all in their triangle, you know, cowering and hiding. But I don't think they've ever been 5 when they've actually smoked out and been on the aggressive. Arbed does find himself now with Blink, Ewells, and Witchblade. So at least a couple of ways to defend himself. If he does get caught with a Doom, though, I don't know about escaping. 16k lead now for Gaimin Gladiators. And Doraccio with Celery, just holding that bottom jungle. Rolling Thunder, fake pumped. Ewells, Blood Right. The puck is still going to get away. And Doraccio wants to rupture someone here. Palos chases the Queen of Pain. Rupture onto the Pango now. They've got the TP cancel. Infest will buy a bit of time for Gabby. But he's being munched by Doraccio. Killing spree for the Bloodseeker. Lifesteal's back up a little bit. He's being turned on, though. The Glimmer and the Force
Tofu saves
required
him.
as Quinn dies. The Supernova and the damage out of Arbed kills up the Queen of Pain. Blacklist? They're chasing Ace now. This could be a big swing. Already 2,000 gold in their pockets. Ace would be a nice hefty bit of change, but he TP's out with his BKB.
Wait, how did Quinn die so quickly?
Puck and Phoenix? I don't know, I was
Angle
watching,
did-
there was like 2 fights happening at the same time.
Yeah, I was watching the other part of the fight. It's having a brain fart right now. So we're
Here we
gonna
go.
see that again, thankfully. So Quinn jumps in, gets coiled probably. No, he just used the BKB, came back into a fight, and sitting there. Maybe Tim surprised him with something. No?
We don't see him. And there's still a few Blacklist heroes kind of lurking around. Yeah, Quinn with no BKB walked back in and died. A lot of money going to Blacklist. A pretty decent swing. Still 14k behind. Gaimin Gladiators moving up to this top left corner where Roshan resides. Tungni gonna get hookshotted after the Doom initiation. Tosses back Tofu, but he's got a jetpack to fly over the trees and catch up to him. Tim's self-fuels to get away from the Gleipnir, but there's no blinking away from this.
They're gonna go for
Right
Roche,
into the
they'll
Roche.
get this. Aegis, maybe even to Quinn. Probably Doracio's gonna take it, but yeah, after dying, who got the last hit on Quinn? It was MJZ, so 1,000 gold for him. Let's see what he has in his quick buy after holding onto that Philosopher's Stone. Just changed things around, had Yule Scepter, now going for the Lotus Orb. It's a good way of dispelling things, great against Rupture and Doom, of course. Hey, so Quinn takes it.
Radiant's bottom tower is
He doesn't want to die again. It was a perfect game so far until that one death. And 10, 1, and 6 on his Queen of Pain right now.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Tofu trying to take the Watcher down bottom. Does remove it from Blacklist. Abed and Gabby both here kind of itching to initiate on him. Aces, he's coming in from that right-hand side.
Are scanning.
Blacklist got to be careful they don't get turned on and caught down here. And in the meantime, Quinn gets the farm out top. Doraccio permanently protected by Celery. The gem on the Maiden going to get rid of a lot of these Blacklist Observer wards. I could imagine this map getting pretty tight for Blacklist in the next minute or two.
Parasma finished on Abed. It's not as good as it used to be. Now, like in C patch, it got nerfed. In D patch, it also got nerfed. So, still a good item. Definitely a good item on Puck. It's just that they need another set of items. Palos is finishing off his Basher, so that's something. His right clicks definitely do hurt with that level 15 talent, extra 30 damage, having Paladin Sword. I think he's going to be the target of the Doom, so they can take him out, take out his damage, his lifesteal.
Yeah, he's got to be. And Paulus right now relying pretty heavily on Tims to carry him and do the heavy lifting.
Dire's middle
While
tower
the
is
Pango and the
under
Puck out on the map trying to split push and cut waves. In top lane, Puck is going to be met here by the Clockwork and the Queen of Pain. While Blacklist had to rally around their mid 2 to defend it against the rest of the game in Gladiators heroes. Double Dire Vision here, going to spot out the Doom and the Bloodseeker coming up north. So the pings are already there. Blacklist say, hey, we just want to dodge, play keep away for a bit. Don't entertain any actual 5v5 fights. We want to split push, delay this move. And it's only, 30 minutes into the game, Gaimin Gladiators. I'm not sure how comfortable they'll be just going straight high ground.
Difficult
Even with
one.
an Aegis on the Queen of Pain.
You need to take the fight before. You don't have those heroes.
Yeah.
The Siege Weed, you don't have any auras, no minus armor whatsoever, so hard to kill the towers. They are going through the backdoor protection in the mid lane, and we'll get it.
has fallen.
Gabby's under vision. Speedily gets away while Tims uses up the Clockwork, jumps away from Doom, gets on top of the high ground, and TP's out. And Tormentor's back up on that right-hand side, and Palos is saying, hey guys, let's get this before Gaimin Gladiators can.
Is under attack.
Goes straight for it on his own.
Radiant are scanning.
Tiny. And Phoenix going to help out a little bit here just to speed up the kill on the Tormy. Shard for Gabby. Every little helps. Pango's had some struggles this game, so a free shard, yeah. Have a little giggle about it.
He also has Nemesis Curse as his neutral item, which makes him die much quicker. I think you need to have something like Tanky from the off lane, whatever, like Cloak of Flames, anything that is helpful, because you're not getting those swashbuckles. You don't have Aghanim Scepter, you're not mid-Pango, so I think you just die faster, that's it.
Yeah. Yeah, just maybe had no better choices. Go raw damage, just output as much damage I guess I can before I die. Probably his goal right now. Game Gladiator smoked as 3. Doom, Bloodseeker, Crystal Maiden. And this trio, they can bring the pain if they get on top of someone. Queen of Pain. Gonna join them here. Quinn gonna be the one to show on the map. That's Pango, swashbuckles in, jumps out, but he's gonna get caught by Quinn here now. Supernova Sunray down. Trying to focus it with Doraccio and Quinn, and they crack the egg quite easily. Look at Palos. Just disappears.
He
Does get the
TP's out. I mean,
But he
that's
still
not going to
dies.
save you.
Still gone. Duraccio picks up a double kill. Now you've TP'd out. You got to Fountain, died there nonetheless. 3 heroes gone as Gaimin Gladiators, they got the fight on the doorstep of the Dire base. Now they can force some buybacks.
They
Crystal
really
Maiden
want that
being
Crystal Maiden.
found out by the puck and the Pango. You're losing a tier 3 mid lane though.
Tower is under attack.
They use triple ulti on Palace. Rupture with Sonic Wave taking that damage and also got doomed. So, yeah, good luck. You can't really defend yourself. Gabby.
Rolling. And then running. And Puck
Lolling
having to
Thunder.
use Blood Right. Not quite going to land in time. And Duraccio here gets his axe delivered, so he's got the Blood Mist. Well, the tier 3 mid is gone. Dire still have a glyph to use. It got refreshed. I don't know, man. This game, I'm really struggling to see how Blacklist come back in. Watching Palos die there, you know, one of Blacklist's primary hopes in the team fight to stand and fight, just getting munched on by the 3 over-farmed Radiant cores. They're all 20k net worth plus, while the closest is Puck at 16.
You can't even blame him. Like, there's nothing he can do. Maybe they can throw a Lotus Orb on him. Then Pango will die for it. There is no second Lotus. MJZ swapped his itemization one more time, trying to pick up that Hex for slightly more control. Palos does deal a lot of damage if you can lock onto a target, but then again, you're going to be
Dire's bottom tower
99% of the time doomed.
tribute.
Maybe Sonic Wave. We've even seen Rupture in the previous fight, so yeah, not sure how to like jump, how to get into a fight.
And it's like, how many Lincoln Spheres do you need? Puck's buying
All of
one, but
them.
it feels like you need like 4 or 5 of them. And then Ace is probably going to say, hey, you've bought all these Lincoln Spheres. Let me just buy my Aghanim Scepter. A big old counter.
That's illegal. I don't think that should be a thing where you one of the best abilities in game. There's the
Becomes
Doom.
AoE. A Life Stealer trapped in the cogs. Where's the rest of Gaimin Gladiators, though? A little bit far away. Trying to get the Life Stealer out of here, but the Doom and the damage over time is going to tick him down. And the Pango's caught down as well. 2 heroes down with no buybacks here. Blacklist with very few chances. I mean, what's the percentage of win probability? 4%? Kind of surprised it's not 0 at this point, honestly.
Yeah, it's difficult. I think the way out of this game is type those GGs in the old chat, because right now you have nothing. Maybe you have like coil type of a play, break the coil with the toss back. You might be able to get 1 kill. You can see the morale is probably low in the team considering how everything went in the second group stage. And now they just need to play it out because they already been eliminated.
Yeah.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And give it one more shot. Have another fight. See what they can do here. You know, put the practice in. You're down 28k.
Dire's
Getting into that late game. Getting some practice in terms of teamfight execution. Never hurts. Abed looking at his shard next. And does allow him to output quite a bit of damage. And clear out that bottom wave and just hold on for dear hope. Roshan is a long spawn, so could delay the game here. That's like, you know, good for Blacklist, I guess. Because Gaimin Gladiators can't just go get easy Aegis and end the game.
When did you become so positive, Gary? Like, you're always finding some PMA stuff.
I'm reformed. You know, you go through this thing where you're, you were a Huskar, Tinker, Invoker player back in the day, and you're like, oh god, I was so toxic. So now you have to go the complete opposite. That my morality and my personality has swung. The pendulum has gone from one side.
Here we go again. With Pendulum. So I was listening to Pendulum, a couple of songs to remind myself, you know,
Tarantula?
of you. No, it was. Let me just double check. I haven't put it in my watch list, so I remember.
Propane Nightmares.
It was Witchcraft.
Witchcraft, okay.
Yeah. Witchcraft, just to remind myself, and I listened to one of the newer ones. Didn't like it as much, but back to the game. 30k gold lead, let's go.
Here we go. Jump on Ace, blow up the Doom, and they've got the kill. Hook shot in, another bonus. Oh yeah, here we go. Blacklist, 2 kills in a row.
Courier has been killed.
Doom here is dead for quite some time as well. Ace, 80 seconds.
Okay, so this long Roshan does benefit Gaimin Gladiators now, because potentially Blacklist would go and take it. There's still like 2 minutes left on the Dire side, but the long spawn, not too bad of a play. I mean, these are type of the plays that they needed to happen earlier. And look at Gaimin Gladiators. They're like, everybody's missing. They might be going and try to take Roche. Let's force them to go back. Coil.
Into BKB, and now the Scythe of Vice with the Gleipnir kills off Abed. He's dead for 90. Dyrachyo and Quinn gonna get the hell away from here, though, it looks like. Not wanting to fight into the remaining 4 members of Blacklist. Swift TPs and blinks away, get them out of danger. But yeah, not too bad from Blacklist. That first move, getting kills on Doom and the Clockwork. Just dragging things out as best they can. But they're gonna need a hell of a lot more. More smoke ganks, more moves like this. They have to be the one to get a jump onto a key target. You know, if they're the ones being blinked on and doomed, hook-shotted, it's pretty much lights out. They need some element of surprise against Gaimin Gladiators here to get on top of this Queen of Pain.
Is there a hero in Dota? It's not connected to what you're saying, but Doom has level 10, level 15, level 20 talent plus shard tied to his one ability, Scorched Earth.
That's a good question. Does Warlock has 10, 15, but not 20? Because he has upheaval radius and then attack speed upheaval plus the shard. He has 3 out of 4.
Radiant's middle
I don't know if anyone else has 4 out of 4 though.
All right, chat
Do
will
some
know.
research into that.
Chat, please do your research and type it in the chat. I'll open the stream on my 3rd monitor.
Oh wow.
Which
Rich
is my
man over here.
phone.
Three monitors. So I guess the question is, which hero has the most talents you can link like you can link with one ability, right? Talents
Yes.
plus shard to upgrade one ability. I'll have to have a think about that one. Well, Gaimin Gladiators, Roshan has respawned, so they're in the pit and taking him down. Aegis and the Roshan's banner.
Roshan's banner and the blue. I think you should combine these 2 useless items, the balloon and Roshan's banner, into something decent.
The 2 garbage things.
The balloon is better though. Like the balloon, I've seen some players pick it up, but it's not as good as some other tier 3 items, that's for sure.
Aren't you meant to get cheese in the Dire Roche?
Did it start bottom?
Ah, maybe that's what it was then. Yeah, you're probably
Because
right.
it's 40-50, yeah. Abed using Yules on the Dyrachyo, the toss back, but there's no coil. He's stuck. There's the force tap.
he's been clipped. We'll get the jump in with Tofu's hook shot. The Rolling Thunder inside the cogs. Palos munching on the clock, but the heals. The jetpack gets him over and safe. The turnaround onto the Supernova, trying to finish off the egg, and Dyrachyo gets it done. 3 down on Blacklist, and Palos going to be the 4th. Everybody sent back to the fountain, and GG called. Gaimin Gladiators will finally close out this game. Felt like a foregone conclusion for the past 30 minutes or so. The draft, the laning stage, the mid-game, all going the way of the European team. And Blacklist, another loss to their name. Didn't have too many options in this game, number 1.
Pretty much. Like, this game was all Gaimin Gladiators from start to finish. We've seen, like, some moments from Blacklist. These were like pickoffs, but they were never 5. This is one of the issues. We haven't seen tossback with the coil combo. Blink Dagger on Tiny has been delayed. Quinn having pretty much the perfect game. Dyrachyo popped off. We talked about some bad matchups. They did flex this Pango to an off lane, which is not that great. You're also playing into Bloodseeker Crystal Maiden, so you're not going to get pretty much anything out of the lane. you have Doom against the Life Stealer, so that's another bad one. Mid matchup did go really well for Quinn, picking up that early Orchid, continued to farm this puck multiple times, every single time playing with Clockwork, getting those kills. So yeah, bit of a difficult situation, and all these three teams in the Group B that could potentially play tiebreakers are watching
Sweating.
this series and are like, man, Gaimin, they better lose the next one, because again, if Gaimin Gladiators win the next one, they're gonna secure themselves the next stage of the tournament, starting in the lower bracket, and BetBoom, Boom, and Aurora will be eliminated.
Well, if history's anything to go by, Gaming Gladiators have a 100% win rate against Blacklist so far, across 3 games. They 2-0'd them back in 2023, ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur, now a 1-0 in this best of 2. One more game to go. It's a real challenge for Blacklist. But of course, you know, they can have a bit of fun, maybe bring out some cheesy draft in game 2, and try and put a stopper on Gaming Gladiators here at the end of the group stage. And it's basically all these highlights are Gaming Gladiators running at Blacklist. Maybe we'll see, you know, one move from Blacklist. They got them the kill on the Doom and the Clockwork in the mid lane. But actually, it's just replays of Ace dooming Lifestealer. where's Lifestealer? Duraccio dooming the Pango over and over and over again.
Nothing he can do about it. Like, it's very difficult for him to approach a fight. Maybe he can infest someone. They go for the kill like they did here, but pretty difficult, because Gaimin, they were split from this one, and basically that's the highlight from Blacklist. A little bit of a meme in the end. They cliff Duraccio, but force that from Tofu immediately, and then it's just a bit of a difficult one. Also having these big ultis that synergize nicely with each other. Sonic Wave plus Rupture, getting like multiple instances of damage over time. It's pushing you. That's all pure damage, so yeah, I think they need, first of all, to fix some of their drafting, but because this was a huge outdraft.
Yeah, I mean, it was good itemization from Gaimin as well. That Orchid from Queen of Pain was super nice. Got 2-3 kills on Puck in quick succession as that laning phase broke down and they got into the mid game. Yeah, but Blacklist, very, very difficult times in this game, in this series in general. Gaming Gladiators, they're hungry, they want to qualify, they want to get into the playoffs, and like we said, Blacklist already out. So not much in terms of tournament standings to play for. Game 2, though, going to come up in a few minutes. We'll take a quick break, and we'll see you right after the break. welcome back, folks, as we return with game number 2 here. It's Blacklist taking on Gaimin Gladiators. Game 1, very simple for Gaimin Gladiators. Blacklist, as we've been saying, already mathematically out. And Gaimin Gladiators now, Lacoste, 1 win away from securing, but they have already secured tiebreakers, right?
That is correct. So they're in a good spot already, but judging how strong they look at this first game, Blacklist, they will need to show something, you know. You said it before we started. They might need to pick some like meme picks, try to surprise Gaimin Gladiators, start running at them, try to upset them in the laning stage, because if you're playing this like fair and square game against Gaimin, it's not going to be easy, and you just gave them away one of their best heroes. You're going to see the draft on screen pretty soon. Don't want to spoil anything.
Yep. Yeah, one of their best heroes. There it is. Disco Pony has arrived. So Bat, Chan, Disruptor, and Io with the Kunkka Shadow Demon DK removed, leaving in heroes like Pango, Leshrac, and even the Timbersaw being left in the pool there. We've got heroes like Sniper as well as potential picks. But of course, after that first pick, we do have a couple more bans to remove some of those peskier meta heroes here for both sides.
5 seconds
The
remaining.
question is, do you want
the-
to... Yeah, this Pango, do you want to run it back from the off lane? It's also not a good mid match. It's better for sure than what it was in the previous game, so you did wanted to pick a different mid hero. But you could still die. Pango during the Rolling Thunder, Edict with pure damage and also overwhelming magic damage. You can still be brought down. Like one of the bad spots you get stuck in, bad bounce. Let's see if they decide to ban Bloodseeker. If Blacklist will be like, okay, Pango, we need to have the game on this Pango and try to protect them.
Yeah, they gotta, right? They gotta ban the Bloodseeker there. Yeah, I don't want to see him in a position 3 spot again.
10 seconds remaining.
Just make sure he has a good time.
5 seconds remaining.
Lashrak for Quinn though, such a nasty pick, even without the IO. And what with the Lashrak build nowadays in the mid lane, a lot of focus on Lightning Storm and Edict, right? So you're gonna have the maxed out Edict, like you're saying, against the Pango from an early point already.
Team ban.
That stun
Yeah,
doesn't get
you
maxed
don't
out early
go
on.
for stun. You just want to have that Edict to try to take out the tower, 2 points in Lightning Storm for laning stage. And after that, you take some points in stun, of course. So Techies, Doom gone. Bloodstone
Radiant
healing, they wanted to protect it. So this says to me, Pango will be played from the mid lane. It's not that bad of a matchup, but like you can still be killed if you're not careful enough. But these mid Pango players are really good. Like I don't remember last time I've seen Pango just dying to something.
Yeah. I see Venge, and in this kind of game, my brain goes minus armor strat. Let's give us some Slardar and Drow Ranger with Pangolier and Blightstones and minus armor with that Wave of Terror. Playing into that Lashrak, you could break through him with a lot of physical damage. And it is one of those strategies that can come online pretty quickly and then scale into late game. Who else would you put into? I guess Weaver would go into a minus armor strat as well, potentially. TA, that's the one that slipped my mind.
TA is fine. I prefer the first suggestion, Drow Ranger, if they want to go that route, because you build into Aghanim Scepter, not immediately. It's not like your core item anymore. It is good, but you also want to get, Pike, Manta style, some mana region item before that to stop this hypothermia, stop Leshrac, and you can also keep the distance. Weaver needs to get close to Leshrac, so definitely doesn't like to play on top of him.
No, Gaimin Gladiators, no. I was just looking at Rubik's stats. He's the most picked so far, but he's currently sat at 32 and 32 wins and losses. Exactly 50% win rate. And this is gonna ruin it. It's gonna ruin that perfect 50% one way or the other. A win or a loss is gonna move him out of there.
Seconds remaining.
This game will tell us whether Rubik is good or bad.
You're absolutely right.
Radiant team pick.
Is okay, Enchantress, yeah, still out there for Gaimin Gladiators. Celery's pick. So they got mid, 2 supports. Just need our Duraccio and Ace heroes, which can be kind of flexed until the end. And they don't have the last pick. Blacklist do.
10 seconds remaining.
It's going to be a lot of heroes mid, Gary. 6 minutes into the game. Enchantress, Leshrac with maxed out Edict, 3 points in Edict at that time. Against Bango, who you will have more experience, so maybe you'll be level 6, Bango will be 5. You need to rotate both supports on level 6, and this is a good hero to rotate with. Luna. So pushing some tempo with Vengeful Spirit, long distance pokes, Swashbuckle, Hoodwink, one setup from Vengeful Spirit. And now you know the matchup, Vengeful Spirit against Luna.
10 seconds remaining.
This will probably be
5 seconds remaining.
hero for Ace here. Something that he played before. Again, Axe feels good. You have insane amount of damage. I think this offlaner needs to be like Blink Stun Initiator or something beefy, because right now Centaur's fine. Enchantress, Rubik.
Oh, howdy.
Oh,
Mr. Purple Pointy Head.
Maybe I'm having a bad read on Darkseer as a hero, but as of like recently, last 6 months or so, we've seen a lot of Darkseers not paired up with these melee position 4s.
10 seconds remaining.
Create Illusion, I guess Aura Buyer as well, because if you go
5 seconds
for Greaves, if you go for Pipe, there was one game that you said you really liked it some days ago where Darkseer did pop off being like super tanky.
Radiant team ban. Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, I guess at the very least they've got Enchantress who can enchant a Centaur, then you put the Iron Shell on the Centaur, and you've got a fake position 4 melee hero running at people. Weaver and Lifestealer out of here. Centaur banned by Gaimin Gladiators on the other side. As Blacklist, yeah, they need their offlaner. And Gaimin Gladiators just need their Duraccio hero in the end. And it's going to be a CK. Decent matchup against the Luna because you've got that gap close, get on top of her. She's got that shard now, which can be a little annoying. But, Gaimin Gladiators here. Good draft to match the tempo that's going to be brought by this Blacklist side.
This is a very speedy. This is Gaimin 2023. Right there, Leshrac, CK Duraccio, Enchantress Celery, Tofu on pretty much whatever, and Ace, a hero that can buy auras. This could be like very quick game if they don't allow Luna to farm. And also if you lose your lane. So what are they looking for? They need hero to be paired up with Hoodwink. That's going to play into Enchantress and CK. Something that Gabby played. I think Mars is fine. Mars is definitely fine. Maybe if they want to run... You don't get the benefits from Magnus, but I could also see them picking it up.
Is it Night Stalker time? It's a hero you've called for a few times.
Okay.
The opposite.
That hero, it's the light. It's not,
The complete
it's not the
opposite.
darkness.
I was thinking, Night Stalker thematically going here with a Luna, you've got the Eclipse, you've got the nighttime, they love night vision, they could all play out in their favor. And I say, no, we've got Gabby on the Dawnbreaker, so a bit of global presence there to keep that tempo going, right? You can play other side of the map and still join the fight.
I haven't seen much of a Dawnbreaker. I also don't remember seeing any games with Dawnbreaker. It was probably picked, 3 times so far, 1 out of 3 wins.
You're not seeing too much of her. Don't really have a good read on the hero.
Yeah, it feels like there isn't that blink stun initiation that you can counter with. It's not like, okay, we have Puck, so we're going to combine that with our Dawnbreaker ulti. No Chronosphere, no Black Hole to stop it with. Maybe it just feels like Gabby hero, but then again, you have abilities to kill the tree from Hoodwink, so a little bit of anti-synergy in that lane. I feel like they got out-drafted again. It's better than what it was, because now you have at least Pango. Pango's having a better matchup. You have Luna, Vengeful Spirit. It is a strong lane. Dawnbreaker plus Hoodwink. It can be good. You will have damage to kill Enchantress. Sometimes Enchantress can be very annoying early on and can be annoying later on when she starts to become tanky. You don't have enough attack speed to kill her. Pango's always going to be good against her, like Swashbuckle deals insane amount of damage. But still favoring Gaimin Gladiators heavily in this draft.
Yeah, for sure. I guess the Dawnbreaker can kind of sustain and lifesteal. Probably not Not going to be able to do an awful lot in that lane against the CK and Enchantress, though. Yeah, I don't know. It's got to be tempo. It's got to be fast-paced play from Blacklist. Get your level 6s. Run at people with this Rolling Thunder. Solar Guardian and Eclipse. Well, Gaming Gladiators, we know what they love to do with this Rubik Enchantress. Roam mid, help out the Lash, like you're saying. Get a bit of pressure on that Pango, pre-level 6. Do a lot of damage to him and his tower. And force Blacklist to rotate and bring numbers there. Which then, of course, unlocks the side lane potential for a bit of aggression from their other cores. A bit of a pause here to start out game number 2. And if you're just joining us, this is game 2 in a best of 2. Last day of the group stage here for the Elite League. Blacklist already out. Gaming Gladiators have, I believe, secured a tiebreaker slot, but a victory here will secure them a playoff slot. So a pretty big jump up in terms of outcome for Gaming Gladiators at the end of this match if they get a victory. And just pride and practice to play for here for Blacklist Rivalry.
Three teams that we mentioned, BetBoom, Boom, and Aurora, watching this game closely to see what's going to come out of it, because if Gaimin wins another one, you said secured potential tiebreakers, then if they win this one, all these 3 teams that I just mentioned are eliminated, and we can see the big chicken.
It looks like a Wallace and Gromit character. I think it's the eyes that makes me think of one of those claymation Wallace and Gromit characters.
I know which cartoon that is, but I haven't watched it.
It's the man and the dog, and they have some kind of enemy animal, like the evil penguin came along in one of the...
Ooh, that sounds scary.
One of the movies. Yeah, it was very scary. It's one of those kind of classic British clay animation movies. They've got a bunch of them now, I think. Well, there we go. Gabby's Dawnbreaker, just going to wander down into the river, say hello to Gaming Gladiators, try and see if they can spot any of the vision. And maybe a delayed smoke here as well from Blacklist. MJZ's holding one. Gaming Gladiators going to use theirs out of that mid lane tier 1 area. Wrap around into Radiant Triangle. Oh, Blacklist. Oh, this could get interesting. Blacklist have 5, Gaming Gladiators have 4. Lashrak, CK, Rubik, Ench against some pretty nasty level 1 fighting capabilities of Blacklist. All 5 of these heroes bring something to the table as their smoke breaks. Gaming Gladiators come in from behind.
It's 4v5.
Under dire vision. The pings are being spammed. Doratio, don't go up the staircase. It's spooky up there. Blacklist are ready and waiting to spring the trap. It looks like Gaming Gladiators have got a good read on this, though. They understand what's happening. And they'll try and gather the bounty runes down at the bottom part of the map.
They're really not strong. Level 1 Enchantress doesn't bring much. Maybe enchant some overtime damage. You have like either 1 stun or 1 reality rift from CK. Gabby and Tim's trying to play aggressive onto Celery, but Celery knows something is up. MJG might stick around for potential first blood. Celery, a lot of centers on him. Wants to keep those pools open so he can swing this lane into his own favor.
MJZ going for the pre-hits on the ward, seeing if he needed to deny it. Tim's blocking up one of the camps a little deeper in that top jungle. And in the mid lane, we're just going to see here Quinn against Abed. Lesh versus Pango. 4-0 for Quinn out of that first wave. And now it's under tower. A little awkward here for Abed to grab these last hits. Misses all of them. 0-0 for the Pango. Already having some struggles against Quinn's kind of outplay by pushing that wave so quickly. Down at bottom. Palos, Luna, MJZ Venge. Good old combo there. Quite a bit of early magic damage. Nice harassment once you get that Luna Blessing and Wave of Terror up. Tofu and Ace. Now, levels 1 through 4 could have some struggles here. Oh, Tim's kills off Celery up in that top lane alongside Gabby's Dawnbreaker.
Good start for them. I know we might see some tiebreakers after all. You're, of course, big fans of tiebreakers. So good start. Tim's getting that first blood. Once they hit level 2, they could maybe go for Celery one more time. But they did cut down the trees. Doratio. Pretty much every single tree has been cut. So no bushwhack.
Limit the possibilities of the hoodwink there. Very good start. I mean, Enchantress, 700 HP. try to buy as many stats and buff up that HP as quickly as possible, but I'm just being burnt down by the magic damage. I've got a tornado here from the little
you
wild
learn
wing.
quickly, Gary.
I'm not going to mix it up with a typhoon or a hurricane or a dust devil or any of those other weird wind anomalies. What's the Croatian word for hurricane and tornado? What are you thinking?
We call it we call it typhoon.
Okay. I think
Basically.
typhoon in English is over the water. Because we
Okay.
have like, there's like 10 different names and they're all like very specific in English.
Yeah, I don't know the difference, or we call it tornado, which is tornado basically. So
Oh, okay.
nothing too fancy. You were
We're all-
expecting some like something to twist the tongue that cannot be said.
Yeah, I wanted something interesting, you know? Give me a funny word to say. I love learning new funny words. Like pendulum.
Here we go again, pendulum. That's
Here we
gonna
go
be the
again.
new fancy word for the cast.
Yeah,
Gabby,
that's the one I was...
with 2 points in Celestial Hammer, they definitely have the damage to kill people. Probably both of them. There is no blood grenade, but he can bring one on Hoodwink. Problem with this bottom lane is like Rubik is not utilizing Ion Shell. Right now they're waiting to see whether they need Vacuum or Surge.
Luna sat 15-2. Darkseer out farming her in this bottom lane. And a good pull there from Gaimin Gladiators. They're gonna get a bit of damage onto those creeps so they can start pre-hitting for the denies. Small camp was pulled. Paulus clears it out. Gonna try and last it under his tower. 4 minutes gonna hit, so the water runes are up for Abed and Quinn, both bottling it up. I was watching that top jungle where Celery has moved back, double sentry, deblocked the camps like you were talking about, grabs himself a little healing creep, which dies in the river, just falls flat on his face, and gets away from the bushwhack top from Tim's. And Duraccio, 19 last hits. Gabby down at 16 though, having some difficulties hitting the creeps here. And now we've got a Harpy Stormcrafter. The Chain Lightning. Tim's being spammed out by it.
Who was it the other day? I think it was Pure who said like nice creep. I think it was Doom. It was 33 who played it and zapped him like 5-6 times with it.
Was it?
It is really annoying creep to play against early on. Deals slightly too much damage. Like initial damage is 140.
I guess 3-3 used to buy like 7 mangoes or something in lane when he's playing Doom if he got that Harpy. He's just like, okay, I'm going to use this Chain Lightning, 20 times. Keep spamming it over and over again. Good effective chip damage. A bit of aggression top again from Duraccio. He's 1v2ing, like Celery wasn't even in the lane. This Chaos Knight literally alone beating back Gabby and Tim's, dropping them to about 1/3 of their health. And now Celery's arrived. They've both got to turn tail and run away. Might be able to catch up to Tim's on that left side with a blood
Tim's
grenade and the
is
warp.
in a lot of issue at the moment.
I just killed. I mean, Gabby's going to try and trade here. Gets on top of Celery to burst him down. Nice play, but Duraccio back in on top of him. No mana for the stun. Reality Rift used. A few hits going to come out of the CK. Gabby barely gets the distance he needed. Another Acorn being shot at him, but he looks like he's fine for now with a wand used and some braces swapped into backpack and then back again. Trying to kill the Warpine, but it's going to time out before he can finish it off.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of offlaners going for this double bracer magic wand build. He even brought chainmail. Ooh, and valuable point into that luminosity, keeping him alive. But Celery, he brought a lot of those blood grenades early on. Duraccio's still not done. Like, teams can't really fight back that easily. One crit from Duraccio. Bushwhack misses. Oof.
Radiant structures are fortified.
That's a good dodge. Like, naturally, you want to go and hide behind that tree. As a carry player, or as any player. You see someone chasing you, you're low HP. Good move by Duraccio just to move away from it. And knowing you're against a Hoodwink with a Bushwhack. Quinn in that mid lane getting pretty big. 3,000 net worth for all 3 Dire Cores. And the Radiant starting to lag behind now, early days. Already advantage for Gaimin Gladiators. And this is This is going to be a key point in the game now. You know, first rune goes to Quinn. Important that Abed doesn't get it. Because this Pango is the one meant to be making the moves, being the playmaker here for Blacklist. You've got two side lanes that are very easy to play into, but if you're being bullied by Quinn and the level 4 Edict is pressure on tower, you can't really do that.
Tower is almost dead without even a rotation from any of the supports. Quinn will try to farm himself a neutral item in the jungle. 7 minutes in. It's a big camp. Good camp to do it, and we'll get it from Skelly's.
The Skelly's pretty nice, giving a few more chances for the neutral drop. Tim's is going to wander over. Dire observe what is there to the left of the lane. Probably going to scout the Hoodwink as he moves on in. Yeah, sees the courier for sure, and the ping's there from Quinn saying, hey, I'm being ganked, fellas. Maybe if I could get a little bit of help here. A little bit of assistance. Celery with a Dark Troll. And Tofu's rotation down to bottom rune. Regen going to be bottled up by Quinn. Getting run at, though, by Abed. Stunned up by the Venge. The Bushwhack's going to come on in. Now with the Solar Guardian, but Quinn's still alive. Oh, he shot out from the Acorns. Tim's just about gets the kill. Tofu
that was a lucky
now.
one. They brought the numbers, but if he manages to live there, had Regen Rune, didn't want to pop it, maybe if he used that Regen, it doesn't get cancelled anymore, so would definitely live there, I think. If he used that immediately, maybe the old habits of not using it while you're taking the damage, it could kick in, even for the best players in the world.
I felt like a spot, I think you're right, where maybe he could have survived or even turned. But dying, coming back full resources, and then still having the regen bottled. We'll put Quinn in a commanding position in this mid lane again. He has dropped behind the rest of the pack now, though. Pango, Luna, Dawnbreaker all advancing ahead of him. And it looks like Palos having a pretty free time down here just to go wave jungle, wave jungle. Darkseer and Rubik sticking it out in that bottom lane. Not really offering a kill on him.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And now some good pressure on the Dire tier 1. Making sure they get some damage in on there. As Celery looks to defend it with the Satyr and Tormentor.
They will need to bring numbers here. Dyrachyo also in trouble in this top lane. Has no mana whatsoever. Is being
soloed. Rotation from Tofu, though. We'll lift up Gabby, move him away.
He has Healing Lotus. Oh, the mech comes out.
Yeah, the big heals. Double rotation, Ace and Tofu through the twin gate. Luna leaves the lane. Very easy for Gaimin Gladiators to make that move.
This is a nice play from Gaimin, because they saved Dyrachyo, and also they're playing on a different side of the map, which means that there's not going to be Dawnbreaker ulti that could come out. Quinn misses a stun.
And Abed got the Arcane Rune. Already gone, though. Was that dispelled off by the Enchantress, then? Because he got it, he used it, and it just disappeared. Tim's going to get annihilated by the Lesh. Pops a nice wand, grabs a double kill. Both supports just handing their lives over to the Leshrac. And now a bottle refill for Quinn as well. Yeah.
He's level 10, 10 minutes into the game. You don't see that quite often. Getting 2 kills immediately, gets his bottle refilled, probably will get the tower out of it. So basically, 1,000 gold for Quinn. Might even get more.
In towards Abed, he's got Swashbuckle back up. Tim's with the Bushwhack. Abed.
No Rolling Thunder, he's fine.
Trying to offer a bit of damage here. Celery. They're a little stuck in this bottom jungle, but a good hurricane down to low ground.
From which creep?
No, wait. The Wild Wing. A Ripper.
There it is. Meanwhile, they managed to take down the bottom tower, which opens up the map. Garden Grease almost finished on Ace. Needs 70 gold. Already has that mech. We've seen how strong it is. This time Dyrachyo battling it out, using a lot of his mana, having Armlet available, Duelist Gloves. So, deals a lot of damage.
That's straight up bullying Gabby. After Gabby had that potential, 1v1 fight, nearly won it. Durantio swings back.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, after that bottom tier one's gone down, you just see where Ace and Tofu are playing. Booted Palos out of that outer ring of jungle camps, forcing him into the southern jungle. Celery's also stealing a lot of camps and farm there from the Luna as well. Blacklist gonna be shunned off to the left side of the map, basically. Stuck in their triangle, stuck in that top lane. So Gaimin Gladiators could potentially, TP top to help Durantio, then push it out, find a proper team fight. As Blacklist, they'll get jumped on by the CK.
Radiant's bottom
Tim's
tower is under
has already spent Sharpshooter, Scurry, and Bushwhack.
Dire are scanning.
It looks
Yeah, I
like
think the
Gaimin Gladiators
problem-
just don't care.
Yeah, seems like they don't. They can TP in with Darkseer, who has Guardian Greaves right now, trying to punish. The way you play with Dawnbreaker is you want to play with the rest on a different side of the map, so you can come with Solar Guardian. There it is. Durantio might be getting a solo kill if he gets a crit.
Super close to it.
And immediately
TP up
that
from
TP
Ace.
from Ace, as we said.
And Quinn gonna walk right past the Pango Courier. Swash stolen by Tofu to get away from Abed. MJZ slowed down. The Vengeful Spirit very likely dead here with Celery arriving from the left side. Solar Guardian and a Rolling Thunder used, keeping the Venge alive. Quinn gonna try to dance around the Pango.
Can they burst him?
There we
Yes,
go,
they
with
can.
some massive burst damage to kill off the Leshrac. CK didn't quite get here fast enough. Gabby still being hunted by Celery, Durantio, even Ace coming from the top lane. A quick little Celestial Hammer down to the low ground. Not going to be enough, though, as the Reality Rift and the Impetus shots will land.
Is under attack.
Take him down.
Radiant's
They did
top
lose
tower
Quinn. I
is
think if
under
they play around Quinn with Guardian Greaves, he's going to be super tanky, drums, Nature's Attendants, but you have to have in the back of your mind that as soon as you start playing aggressive, that there's going to be a Solar Guardian that comes out of the Dawnbreaker. Tim's pinging out his Ancient stack. He wants Luna to clear it pretty soon, otherwise they might steal it, and also managing to get that XP rune definitely needs it. This time around he is maxing out the Bushwhack. A lot of the times you'll see these greedy position 4s picking up Acorn Shot, especially when they play against Illusion carries, so you want to get Maelstrom, Rod of Atos upgraded to Gleipnir so you have something against it, but right now it feels like they think it's more needed that they have the control in the fight.
Durantio's going to walk straight on into them. Vengeful Spirit. The wall dropped on her. And MJC taking an absolute beating. Gaimin Gladiator is diving a poor position 5 Vengeful Spirit. I don't know if you saw it, but someone linked me something. You were talking about Gaimin Gladiators never using a stand-in. Their social media's put a picture out earlier on. Antonio is in the mustache on Durantio, the fake stand-in.
Was that before or after we said it?
That was at 5 p.m. So I think after, but I don't know. We'll have to go back and check. I'll have to ask.
Quinn try to go for the solo kill on Palos. We haven't talked too much about Palos. He is 0-0-0, continues to farm up as Luna. We'll have another point in Eclipse if he wants it. Bushwhack, swap, hits Kiwin instead.
Tofu. Just going to turn around with Durantio, kill Abed, MJZ gone. This was a move that Blacklist started, and they're going to lose out pretty heavily. 2 kills, nothing returned, and the map pressure continues. This is Gaimin Gladiator is on your side of the map, pressing into tier 2 towers.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Some of the misplays, they're not on the same page in terms of execution.
Yeah, they're still kind of waiting for the Luna to hit her stride as well. Manta style is about to come up, and that's probably where Palos going to feel the strongest. Maybe get a smoke gank going along with the rest of the team. Yeah, you're playing the Luna Manta into Lesh and Darkseer. Wall is going to be back up. Greaves done for Ace. Halfway to Blink.
Interesting pickup from Ace. He decided to go for his Aghanim shard, upgrading that Surge, so more overtime damage, a little bit of a slow on trail. Okay, big kill.
Down he
Without
goes.
a real setup, that was basically Lucent Beam setup, Bushwhack, but managing to get the kill. With that Surge, Leshrac will deal tons of damage. I think he wants to haste him, give him an ability to dodge Eclipse, dodge Solar Guardian, maybe Pangalier's ulti. So, ooh, Dyrachyo gets hit by that swashbuckle, but MJZ not close enough for a swap.
And Tofu just feeling pretty fearless right now. Looking for the D ward. Observer on the high ground. Perfect vision here over Tims and Palos as Gaimin Gladiators advance into the Radiant Triangle. It's just non-stop, you know, you're booting Blacklist out of these farming spots, which they desperately need right now. Very difficult to play bottom on that wide open lane. Can't really play mid as it pushes into the tier 2 tower. And Palos kind of stuck on that far left-hand side. Celery going to get clipped by a bushwhack. Gets the D ward immediately, though. And Dyrachyo even going to Phantasm here to keep the ball rolling. It's only a 2k lead for Gaimin Gladiators, but it really does feel with the draft and the way they've been playing, it is much, much more, and this fight could bring the numbers and the stats to actually show it as they blow up MJZ and Tims immediately.
Supports from Blacklist.
And CK, man.
They die immediately, and this was Wave of Terror stolen, so a lot of minus armor that comes out from CK and Rubik himself. Things are looking very grim. As you said, it's a 2-3k gold lead right now, but it definitely feels like a lot more, and they are setting things up in this bottom lane. Gabby,
no escape.
Very dead.
Can't Solar Guardian away, can't do anything. Getting silenced up by this Orchid of Dyrachyo. He's been picking up this item on CK pretty much every time he plays it. Offers you solo kill threat, gets rid of all of these pesky spells your opponents are throwing out. I think it's going to be very good against the Pango as well in particular. And here's that next round of items, right? The Bloodstone's up for the Lesh, the Blink on the Darkseer. Just mentioned the Orchid on the CK, as he's already 2,000 gold saved up towards the BKB.
Once they get those BKBs up, it's going to be so hard for Blacklist. It's already hard to take a fight with all these tankiness, all these small details, auras that they have, Guardian Greaves, drums on Enchantress. It's Roshan time for Gaimin Gladiators.
Oh, top. Palos. He's out in the open here. Swap to get him away from the Split Earth. Vengeful Spirit just going to sacrifice herself. The chase will continue, though, with a surge onto Quinn. Palos is being run at. And Quinn could offer a lot of damage just on his own. Gets on top of the Luna now. Split Earth's going to land.
Gets the stun.
And Quinn is there with the stun and the damage to take her down.
One more
Tims
surge.
might still be in
Keep
trouble
going.
as well. More surge, more Pulse Nova. Poor little Hoodwink. Trapped in the trees, killed off in her natural habitat. 2 swift kills. I mean, 3 if you add in Avenge from the very beginning of that fight. And then Gaimin
4.
Gladiators convert those kills into more objectives.
It's 4 if you add the Dawnbreaker kill in the bottom lane. 5 if you count in the tower. It's just not stopping. Radiant, Roshan now. They will take the Tormentor immediately. They have the sustain. Every single hero has some kind of a heal except for Rubik.
And the stolen Tormentor. Shard for Celery. And he's already on his way to the scaling build. Dragonlance drums. Going to be sprinking away. And doing a hell of a lot of damage with that impetus.
If Gabby shows bottom, he might be dead again. Quinn is running in. There's the... Oh, this Surge Slow is really doing some work.
Look at him. Ace the ballerina. Pirouette, pirouette. Around we go. Ring around a Rosie. He is literally running circles around Gabby right now.
Celestial Hammer slows people, but Ace also has slow of his own with that surge.
Mid lane.
Links in on top of him.
The Orchid.
He's just gone.
Yep.
It might be time to call it. Like one,
Yeah.
They might have one extra fight. You have Leshrac, you have CK. Everybody, as we said, has tons of heal, so they can keep fighting. They don't necessarily need to reset, go back. Bloodstone on Leshrac. There is almost maxed out nature attendance, and look where Dyrachyo is.
Yeah.
They want to end this one as fast as possible.
No fear. And this is the net worth lead, you know, we were kind of expecting to come out. It went from 2k up to 5 to 8 to 12. A spiral. As Gaimin Gladiators take full control of game 2. 22 minutes in. They are pushing high ground already in multiple lanes. CK's pushing out top with Iron Shell on him. Just absolutely no threat from the Blacklist heroes at this point. Now they need Palas's BKB. And then maybe they can make a 5-man smoke. have that initiation. But we just know that Ace with this Blink Dark Seer is going to be the perfect counter initiation. He's the big red button that Gaimin Gladiators can say, no, there is no comeback potential. We're going to get the big vacuum wall on you. Like, Blacklist right now want to dogpile on a hero. They want to get on top of Chaos Knight or one of the supports, kill them off quickly. If Ace is in position, he can shut that down perfectly.
Yeah, you mentioned the BKB on Palos, but that's not gonna come out. They smoked, but there is also counter smoke. Ace, they kill it, they can get it.
So no counter initiation possible, but look at the rest of Gaimin Gladiators. The CK right on top of the Vengeful Spirit, looking for the solo kill with the crits out of Doraccio. It's quite simple. Blacklist, they come in, they get a big kill. Darkseer down for 30 seconds, then they all bail away. A little victory.
It's all about those small victories. Delay as much as you can. Gabby playing on a different side of the map, but he's been scouted. We'll try to TP out. Oof, he lifted Tiny's dad's. Tiny's dad. Okay, Palos will die solo to Quinn without having that BKB available. It was flying out to him, but damage has already been done. And another shield rune. We've seen whenever he picks up this rune that he goes like very deep, has backup of his own team. If they don't have any dispel mechanic, and they don't, that means that you need to munch through a lot of extra HP from that Leshrac.
And he's a tanky fella. It's just so difficult to break out on the map right now. Abed sent away from the triangle. Lane Ward in that top lane scouts him out as well on his retreat. And Tormentor grabbed by the rest of Gaimin Gladiators, giving Shard over to the CK. Another illusion to try and contend with here. As Blacklist. Let's see what they can do. Potential to fight around the Roche pit. 1 minute till nighttime, so it's going to shift up to the top left corner. If Gaimin Gladiators don't just immediately take it. Ace is hunting here in the tree line, though, with a vacuum back into the lift. Gabby going to get silenced and controlled very nicely. And Gaimin Gladiators with a kill on that Dawnbreaker puts Blacklist back in an awkward position where they're kind of stuck in their base and on that left side of the map again. Celery's even stealing Lunar illusions.
Yeah, the big Eclipse, it needs to come out. Connecting on multiple heroes. Problem is there are CK illusions, there are BKBs, the damage still goes through, but you're not taking the full damage. Maybe Darkseer wall illusions. Quinn, he's solo chasing MJZ. Already died 8 times.
And Palos has the BKB to try and run away, but the physical damage is still coming. Quinn kills off MJZ. Palos BKBs and is at 100 HP back in Fountain. And now the high ground push fully continues. CK up on the high ground. Quinn's Lash a little distant here, but he's going to shove that top wave and meet them as the rest of them looking to take down that mid lane of Barracks. And Dawnbreaker, Solar Guardian looking to kill off the Chaos Knight with a Rolling Thunder. They've got a lot of damage to blow him up. Big kill here for Blacklist. Gaimin Gladiators maybe a little overzealous.
To go
vacuum. Oh my god, look at the Palos Luna disappear. Quinn, he's here. Magic damage galore. Good game is called. Dawnbreaker's out of it. No buybacks available. Good game called. And Gaimin Gladiators, a 2-0 victory here, secures them that playoff spot and knocks out a couple of other teams as well.
Knocks out 3 other teams potentially out of the tournament. Aurora, they were waiting with 7-7 score for potential tiebreaker, but the Gaming, they end the group stage with 8-6. BetBoom and Boom Esports, they are going to play against each other. The best score they can have is 7-7, which means mathematically they are out. So now we know the Group B. Team Liquid, first place. Xtreme Gaming, second. Tundra and of course, Gaimin Gladiators, who just won 2-0 against Blacklist.
Right. Yeah, now next series up, Boom against BetBoom. Like you just said, 2 teams that are mathematically out. So, again, they're going to be playing for pride and practice. I don't know, a little surprising that BetBoom is down here again. A team that has a lot of expectations around them, a star-studded roster, but once again find themselves being knocked out in the group stage.
Yeah, had a bit of a slower start of the tournament, losing some of the games that they should not lose. A lot of the times they had like 20k goal lead. It happened to them 2 or 3 times in the first couple of series that they played and couldn't really end the game. The TB game, the Lifestealer game. So yeah, the last series, unfortunately, both of the teams that are already eliminated are going to play against each other. But yeah, good showing from Gaimin Gladiators. These two teams, they're just not on the same level. Gaimin is on a different level completely. You can see like just feeding two supports coming and giving freebies to Quinn, and he continues to dominate. This is one of the fights where he's going to die because they're going to, like, a lot of the times they will bring the numbers and get the kill, but that's going to be one kill, and they're going to lose more out of it every single time. Gaimin are very quick with moving the heroes around the map. Every single time you'll see this CK, Dyrachyo, he's very aggressive in their faces, and they're going to show up, use a Healing Lotus, use a mech early on, go through the Twin Gates, try to help him out, and they've used Dyrachyo a lot as a bait, which results in a lot of the times where Dyrachyo is dying, but this time around he did dominate the laning stage and did dominate the game.
Yeah, they're so good at cutting people off, you know, having that bait and then giving chase, making sure they've got that additional hero that kind of gets to the mountain pass and cuts them off, make sure there's no retreat for the rest of the heroes. You know, basically just a highlight reel here of Gaimin Gladiators pummeling their opponents into the ground. This was a good snipe on the Chaos Knight, but they expended everything for it. And then Quinn's Leshrac is like, wait, I'm surged, I've got Blink, I've got a Darkseer behind me. Hell, let's just go in for this. Massive Split Earth, tons of magic, and pure damage. And the game was called in the end. A 2-0 victory for Gaimin Gladiators, like we said, secures them that playoff spot in the lower bracket, ties up our third series of the day. And the last one, the final one coming up, BetBoom against Boom. Lots of Bs there. We'll find out what gets played. We have some, meme drafts, a bit of fun, because of course they are both eliminated from the tournament. We'll have a bit of a break and come back with that series. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back, everybody, as we get ourselves into the last series of the day and of the group stage in general here on the B stream, as we've got BetBoom team going up against Boom Esports. A lot of banging and booming going to be going around in this one because a lot of the teams have already qualified and been eliminated, and these two teams are two of the ones that have been eliminated. Sadly, they are down at the bottom of Group B at 5 and 7. So no matter what they do, if they're 2-0, they're 1-1, they are out of here because Gaming Gladiators defeated Blacklist International earlier on and knocked 3 people out with one fell swoop. So Lacoste is down again. You know, practice pride, maybe get a few cheesy picks and have a bit of fun in this last series of the group stage.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that BetBoom ended up with like 5-7 score. They might still end with 7-7, which is pretty close to 8 and 6. It's a lot of copium, but from what I've seen, this team, you know, their results in the last couple of months have been really good. The team kind of own. They have fresh ideas. They bring into the game. It's I think we said it before this series started. Is a little bit of unluck, a little bit of a skill issue in terms of sieging the high ground, not like knowing how to end the game. Sometimes it's difficult to, they had multiple times 15, 20k gold lead, but were unable to close out these games. Big comebacks in some of their games. And on side of Boom Esports, I've been pleasantly surprised by the team. You can see the smiles on the guys, even though things are not too good for them right now. As you said, nothing to play for. But I've been mostly impressed by Illich. We had an interview with him. He's been popping off from the off lane. I know that Pakaz is supposed to be the superstar, the most known player of the team. But the squad's good. I feel like the squad has a bright future together because, a lot of, I would say, Western Dota fans are not familiar with South America unless this team is like constantly going to these big tournaments, and they haven't. And this is a good showing for them so far. We're going to see them more definitely in the future, but I feel like that they've proven their quality. They dominated the Swiss stage, one of the few teams that ended up with 2-0. But yeah, want to see how they're going to be matched against BetBoom.
Yeah, like you said, kind of dominating Swiss stage, but one of those classic situations in the group stage. If you get 1-1s the entire way through, you're not going to get through the groups. You have to get some more victories than just that. 5 draws and 1 loss from BetBoom? From Boom Esports. They basically took a game off of everyone. A game off of Aurora, a game off of everyone in there. God, I'm getting confused looking at the Dota buffs. Boom and BetBoom. I'm like looking at the wrong results. Yeah, taking a game off Xtreme, off of Blacklist, Gaming Gladiators, and they've definitely got the ability to take individual games, but you've got to take series to get yourself out of the groups. And BetBoom, kind of similar story as well. We'll get ourselves into the draft though and see what we're dealing with here. Shadow Demon Kunkka, Primal Beast, Leshrak, Timber, Chen, TA, Band, Pango first pick, and a first pick Invoker.
They want to have some fun. It's good in the lane. It's GPK Classic, one of his better heroes. But judging by the picks, they want to play it still 100%. There's not going to be, any pudges. One hero that is still left in the pool is Io. BetBoom doesn't play Io. Neither so far did Boom Esports. So definitely, you need to have an Io player. It's not the most fun hero to play in the lane. Use some tangos, be tethered up to one guy constantly. But I think in this meta, you need to be able to play it. Maybe not necessarily flex it because it's not that good. We're not in Prime Nigma era where GH was dominating on that Io. We're more of a position 5, stabilize the lane for your carry, buy a bracer, go for that mech, maybe get a holy locket, buy all these support items. But judging by the Boom Esports the bans, they did remove Bloodseeker, Tiny as well. I think we've seen the Bloodseeker really good against Pango in our previous series, and Tiny has also been so good. I think we had 5 years of Tiny being super strong.
Is this going to be one of those games? Bane, Nightmare into Sunstrike, set up the combos. And potential here to have a bit of fun as BetBoom. We'll see what Boom are going to do to respond to this. It's very rare we see Bane just in general, right? was a very popular support, and we think about the combos with Aya Relocate, with Invoker. Always a very good trading hero in Bane, but heroes like Rubik just feel better in that spot.
He was not popular in the previous patch, and this one, like so far at the Elite League, has been picked 18 times and is sitting at 67% win rate. So, yeah, Bane definitely up there, having that pure damage. This is a good, cheap way of dealing with Bane's Fiend's Grip, how to stop it, get the glimpse, get the dead shot, calling as well. They wanted to have something to stop the Rolling Thunder, and as you said, the combination with the Sunstrike is always going to be potent. You're playing on the side, trading with the support, suddenly, bam, Nightmare into Sunstrike. It's the guaranteed damage, especially, as I said, if you're playing on the side, that means that your carry most likely won't be able to help you out.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah,
Wow.
so we've not seen any of these. Oh, God, Nyx Assassin as well. So both these heroes fill that same archetype that we were talking about, the kind of scout setup into damage. Nyx Assassin gets in behind enemy lines, set things up for the Bane and the Invoker as well.
100% on Nyx Assassin. There was this game that we were covering with Jin Q. This hero is so useless at the early stages of the game. You do absolutely nothing. You know what would be the fun thing? If Invoker doesn't play Exort. If he goes Quaswex and they're like, well, I have no Sunstrike for my boy Nyx Assassin and Bane.
Didn't we pick these heroes to set up for you?
It's definitely Exort.
Yeah. I'm kind of curious. So Bane was played by Entity 9 times, 7 wins, 2 losses. OG 4 times, 2 and 2. They played Bane with Centaur, so it was like Bane Centaur set up into Stomp, which was pretty nice to have. We'll see what direction they go with it here, though. With a couple more of their core heroes, they've got to reveal one of them. Invoker, kind of locked into mid. Bane next locked into support roles. So, BetBoom with that last pick, they could keep things flexible here between their 1 and 3 if they find that magical hero that can do that.
Next should be really good against Muerta. This, we don't know where Muerta is going. Could be 4, could be carry. And Omni Knight plus Nyx. They can put in a lot of damage. I wouldn't mind seeing Centaur. I think Centaur, one of my favorite hero pairings from last TI. With Muerta, you have insane amount of damage. You can easily kill people. Where was this BetBoom in the last couple of days? They didn't experiment too much with the picks. We've seen a decent amount of Omni. Last time I checked, he was sitting at 10% win rate.
10?
1 out of 10 games. We can check if that has been slightly better. So right now sitting at 25%. So definitely increased, getting better.
And moving up the ladder, step by step, rung by rung. Rubik Lash, Tiny, Bloodseeker, all out. One more pick here for Boom Esports. How are we going to do this then in the game? Do we have to find nicknames for these two teams? There's no way we're going to we're just going to stumble over Boom BB team, yeah.
We had to call them BB team during one of those tournaments. And Brewmaster, so I was thinking where the spell is going to come from. Also one of the reasons why Omni Knight's not doing too hot, because we have Shadow Demon, who is one of the best heroes against Omni. One of most contested heroes. And Sven could be potentially good pick for both of them, because you have Sven that deals well with the Brewmaster Brewlings. They basically die. It's kind of hard to micro them away from Sven. If he wants to kill them, he can use the stun and basically two-shot them if there's God Strength available. But it could also be good against other heroes. Against Omni, I'm now thinking, do you want to play this Muerta as a carry against Nyx, against Omni? Let's see how BetBoom reads this one.
Or they just pick for themselves. Just ban out some heroes that are going to be good against their last pick. They've put the double ban into pick, and then Boom. No, they don't. BetBoom has the last pick. Boom has to, ban into pick themselves. My brain is melting already, hey? Last day group stage.
So what else could they go for? Some kind of a... Pakaz loves to play troll. definitely a good ban. You can go for Aghanim Scepter route, and then you have Dispel on the enemies. You can Dispel yourself against some of these things. Enfeeble, Cold Snap, great against Omni, of course, dispelling his things. I think there's some potential to pick up hero like Luna, having that magical damage. I think Luna's fine. I also think they could go for Morph, but Morph is dangerous playing against Invoker, against Nyx Assassin. I'm more looking into... I had a hero, Wind Ranger. I think this is a potential pickup for Boom Esports.
Is she not also scared about
She
Nyx
is. It's
Invoker?
everybody's gonna be scared.
That's true.
Like, how do you survive? Like, I don't think there's a hero who's like, oh man, I love playing against Nyx and Invoker Sunstrike.
Lifestealer maybe gets the rage off. Yeah, I mean, even then, you're just gonna be, stunned from fog, nightmared, gripped, sunstruck. We need to bring back the old Queen of Pain with the level 25 spell block. Someone with a built-in Lincoln Sphere. You're probably gonna come down to supports buying 4 staffs and stuff to try and protect you. Well, there's that Morphling ban. Boom. What is your Pakar's hero? Is it that Morata moving across into carry from POS 4? Or is it something new and shiny? Someone's cracked a joke over in the BetBoom camp. Big old laughs. And it is the Luna. You called for it. It slots in quite nicely there for Boom.
Man, it has to be Knight. I wanted to say I don't want to see one hero that's Terrorblade, but knowing BetBoom, they will probably pick it. Even without Luna, they will still be like, you know what's good here? It's Terrorblade. It's time to farm up for a good 40 minutes, then die a couple of times. Nightfall always delivers on the hero. It's just that from the games that we've seen, when they go with the Terrorblade, things look pretty difficult. They also have insane amount of damage against TB, a lot of magic damage, Pango, Disruptor. Oh. Okay, so carry Omni, I guess.
Looks like it, yeah. I was gonna call an Alchemist pick there. It's a series and game that doesn't matter that much. The carry players always love to, try and break some records, get a lot of farm going. But Enigma last pick is Toronto Tokyo. Yeah, I don't know. Has he misclicked? He's like, what have I done? I picked Enigma. What's happening? Got 2 offlane heroes.
They had some big laughs. There has been attempts to play Omni as carry. You basically go for the same items as you go on this offlane Omni. You just get it slightly faster. It is pure lane. You have Omni Knight plus GPK. Even though they don't have pure on the team anymore, they will have a lot of pure damage in that lane.
What team was Nightfall playing on during the Romanian TI, the one in Bucharest? Because he was the guy that brought back the carry Dawnbreaker with that Radiance build, and this feels kind of same kind of story. Nightfall on the Omni Knight. He's moving an offlane hero into the carry slot to try and see what he can do. It's like that classic move you were talking about it the other day, right? Eastern European carry moves to NA, plays offlane, then they come back and they play carry again, and they start bringing the offlane heroes into the carry role. Ramsey did the same thing, playing carry Doom for a long while. Now Nightfall on an Omni Knight.
Now I gotta check what was the team called. You got me thinking. It was Virtus Pro, GPK, DM, Save, and Kingslayer, also known as Ilias. Not sure what happened to that guy, because he's inactive. He was a beast of a position 5 player.
He was, yeah. We'll see how this all plays out. BetBoom against Boom. Miero, Enigma, Nightfall, Omni, Save, and GPK on the Nyx and the Bane, and Toronto Tokyo Invoker. Let's see if they do some role swapping or what's going on. GPK Bane, is that going to be a mid lane hero? Is GPK playing POS 5? I guess
Wait, is GPK playing Bane?
Yeah, he is. He is.
Who's playing Invoker? Toronto Tokyo?
Toronto Tokyo. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Are they role swapping, or is this a legit Bane mid? Is it support Invo? What's happening? It is, yeah. Mid Bane. Hell yeah. This was a pub.
That's why they were laughing so much.
Get baited. Is right click Bane still a thing? Or is this gonna be like Ags Rush Bane? What do you reckon? Theory crafting time.
Mask of Madness Bane, let's go. can catcher abilities. I think because he's universal hero. If there's one hero in Dota that should be universal, that's Bane Elemental. Because we always wanted him to have the same. There was one patch where we actually fixed Bane, so that maybe even 2 patches throughout Dota history, so that his in strength and agi gain is always the same per level. So 2.5. What was the question again? What's the build gonna be? I think you go for Dragonlance as your first item, and then maybe you're gonna get like a shard, or if you want to go more right-click oriented build. I don't know. I've seen people try to theory craft when things are fresh. There's been a lot of right-click Bane in the pubs, but let's see this one. Boom against BetBoom. Who are you gonna bet?
They're on the high ground. They're coming down onto Toronto, Tokyo. Invoker tagged up, shot down, and taken out. Illich gonna get the first blood. Slatum's on his Pango, gonna try and hit into Save, who grabbed the bounty rune there. And it looks like there's gonna be at least 2 for BetBoom. The third one still up in that top jungle. A Sunstrike gonna fly in. Panda now being turned on and focused. 3 heroes in the mid lane from Boom Esports. Trying to turn this first blood into a little bit more. Already a fun match underway here. But yeah, on this Bane, we used to see like Mask of Madness Shadowblade was the build, because didn't Nightmare used to like steal damage with a talent or something? With a shard? It's like Nightmare gives you attack speed, but
at Feeble at one. Yeah, something was stealing damage. You're right.
It was, right? Yeah, I don't know where Bane is nowadays as a mid lane hero. We'll see what GPK gets up to. I trust in the process here for GPK. So lane setup's going to be Omni Invoker down at bottom against a Disruptor and Luna. So they've done a bit of lane swapping, something we don't see very often now. Position 1 playing off lane. They've tried to get out of the Enigma matchup, it looks like, as Miero and Save the Enigma Nyx up against a Brewmaster and the Muerta.
Carry players, they hate to play into Enigma. They just dislike, unless you're playing some, I don't know, something with the cleave. Sven is fine. I think Monkey's also fine. Anything that can kill those Eidolons because he has that physical damage. I'm going to look into mid lane. I want to see how GPK does on his Bane, because Bane has very good attack animation. With more stats, of course, you're going to get more damage as Universal Hero. But I want to see the item build. Like, Aghanim Scepter is fine. I'm not sure if you want to pick it up straight away, but that's definitely a cool item. Brain Sap has been... Like, his shard is okay because it allows you to farm, so maybe he wants to pick it up slightly earlier.
Oh, does Bloodstone, when you get shard, does Bloodstone increase the AoE of Brain Sap? Massive AoE on a 5-man Brain Sap would be pretty funny.
Oh, he's going for the kill. Sunstrike
mid. That's going to pop the Pango. Down you go. I was going to say, this Nightmare and Bane kind of similar to Dragon Knight in the mid lane, where you take the enemy out of the lane matchup. You get denies, you get last hits, but then you add a Sunstrike layer on top of that. You can get solo kills. Well, the pseudo
this is definitely a dragon-looking Bane Elemental in the mid lane. Level 4, not going for runes yet. There are 2 water runes available, so he's going to sleep, and that's a long-duration sleep. Get some denies in.
Slatum's just not able to play the lane for like 20% of the first few minutes of the laning stage. Like, have fun, mate. Omni Knight out farming everybody else on the map as well. Nightfall 18-3. Enigma 11-2. And Pango struggling a little bit in that mid lane. Brewmaster having a decent time here. Illich does press forward onto Save, but Eidolons and Blood Grenade going to shove him back. That's going to be difficult.
Strike again, mid lane.
They got him.
Dropping low. No, but he does have bottle as well. I did theory craft a sleep lineup some time ago.
So yeah.
Basically Bane, Naga Siren, Ricky with the sleeping dart before, ET with his Echo Stomp, and I was missing a 5th hero.
Ooh, who else sleeps? I'm going to have to Dota2.com/heroes. That's my most important website since I became a caster. Just having a hero list in front of me so I can remember who's in the freaking game. A glimpse down bottom. Nightfall drops items to pop a mango or a lotus there, it looked like, to heal back up. Very efficient but kind of risky play from the Omni Knight. Gets a little scary. But he survives through it. Pakaz and Panda gonna have to shove this wave with the double range creeps. I'll allow Nightfall to sit back a little safer. Mid lane.
GPK
Every time we look, he's just being nightmared.
He can't use his abilities in the lane because he needs to have 175 mana for Sunstrike in the mid lane.
That's why they were laughing, huh?
This combo is no joke. Like, this combo is definitely super good. Slatem's playing aggressive now in the mid lane. This might be the kill. There it is. Sunstrike, he's pinging it out.
And the Sunstrike comes. Oh, not quite enough. That bottle. Slatem's used it just as the Nightmare was coming. Heals just enough, and now Knight's rotation going to send GPK back to the other side of the river. Down at bottom. Up at top, Miero gets a kill. Down at bottom, it looks like Panda just about escapes from Toronto Tokyo down there. And Illich getting killed up top by Miero.
By saying bottom, missing that kill, because Panda should be playing the bottom lane.
Well, just everywhere you look, there's blood being spilt. Everyone's running at each other looking for these early kills, but it's only 2-1. Only a couple of people have fallen so far. 6 minutes going to come up in 30 seconds, and already a move from Save into that mid lane. A setup stun into Nightmare Sunstrike, and GPK with Save takes Slatem's out of the game again. That's not fun, is it, man?
It really is not. 20 seconds until the next rune spawn. So, if GPK gets it, he also does have Fiend's Grip available. They shouldn't be using like those Sunstrikes immediately, so you get some damage through the right clicks.
DD rune for next assassin. Glimpse down at the bottom rune spot. GPK trapped in the kinetic field. Toronto Tokyo's here from the high ground though, getting a good amount of damage onto Slatem's. That looks like Save was unable to keep on chasing. Even, yeah, I guess both of them have the boots, so Morata gets out of range.
I love Disruptor against Bane. As I said during the draft, having that glimpse, long distance ability to stop his ulti from going off.
Enigma, Helm of the Overlord. It's been a while. Weren't we talking about this the other day?
I think we were talking about the Overlord, Darkseer or someone.
Yeah, Darkseer, Broodmother. I can't remember if we talked about the Enigma. But this used to be the thing. I always think of Secret and Yapzor playing Jungle Enigma, Helm Rush, when you can still take the catapults over. Gives you, I did give you a lot of early push to start dominating the map. Even though you can't take catapults nowadays, still going to be pretty good here for the Enigma.
Yeah, Helm of the Overlord is not that good on Enigma anymore since Vlad's aura has been removed from it, so you need to go for Ulti Orb instead, which is okay, but it's not the item that you want to buy. One of the reasons why we don't see it. Also, you want to put as much pressure early on as possible, so getting drums, getting Vlad's, playing with your shard, bongo boots afterwards.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
A little dead shot onto the next there. I mean, it's Miero, right? He's like, well, I'm not playing Beastmaster, except I am. I'm just going to do it anyway. And no points in Repel on Nightfall, so he's still getting glimpsed around down bottom, as we saw a few seconds ago. Repel pretty handy against that glimpse. And he'll get the straight 1v1 against Pakaz, as both of them completely free farming. 49-10, 43-11. A grip in the mid lane, though, there from GPK. Sunstrike damage and Saves a rival with the Mind Flare. Going to take down Knight. 4-1 with a 2k lead. BetBoom already off to a very good start, as they have planned and prepped this laning stage to be as irritating as possible. Nightmare transfer. EMP gonna get chucked out there, but the Rolling Thunder back onto GPK. Nice positioning, pushed up to the low ground. Toronto Tokyo getting crashed upon. And GPK again just trying to get himself pushed back up.
He wants to get uphill again.
Up, down, left, right. GPK doesn't know where he wants to be, but a glimpse across. The kill on Slatem's out of the brain sap, and now the turnaround with the cold snap. They'll take down Panda as an additional kill. A Nightmare here onto Knight as well. GPK with a double kill. Let's make it a triple, shall we? Easy as you like for the Bane in the mid lane.
Under attack.
I gotta say, Gary, this game is very confusing. Boom against BetBoom. You have Nightfall against Knight. You have Sleep Time coming out from Bane. You have Panda, and then you have Panda who can also use his rolling. It's like, what the hell's going
Dire's
on?
middle tower
I don't
is under
know.
attack.
They've made it as confusing as possible for everyone involved. Every caster is just like, what is happening? We'll watch it back. The GPK triple kill. A very tanky Bane. What, 1200 HP? I guess 1400 even with the treads when they're shifted to strength. Very difficult to bring down, especially when you add that level 4 brain sap to keep on regenning and life stealing back up. And good 2-man tornado into 3-man impale. Oh, save! Incredible spell casting.
Ooh, he's gonna be level 6 pretty soon. I'm going for Dagon. Yarrow's like, yeah, guys, I'm contributing. I killed this tower top, and I'm also checking what's happening on different sides of the map. You guys are doing great. Keep it up. Save. Getting closer for that stun again. He's dead.
Mid lane. He's dead again. Oh.
Dire's bottom tower is
I wish we had player cams. I want to see Slatum's face right now. A single tear drops down his cheek. Just why me? Why
Full
am I
HP?
being focused so much?
One nightmare and you're gone.
Oh, it's rough. At least Luna's having a good time. Third in the net worth, but a very tight pack of heroes there. And Bane with all these kills, obviously at the top at 3, 0, and 4. 7 out of the 8 kills GPK is involved in. Omni and Enigma also farming quite nicely. We will not talk about Pangolia's net worth. We'll talk about Invokers being very good and high as the Black Hole and Sunstrike up in the top lane. Nice shot out from the Muerta. Allows the Lich to get the Primal Split off. Now the turn. On to Miero. Dispelling all the Eidolons there with the... dispel out the Brewmaster. Push back out of the Void Panda. And Knight. Going to bring a bit of control and silence to kill off the Enigma there. Nice turn of events for Boom.
I don't care about
Cycloning
anybody
the
else. I only care about Nightmares into Sunstrikes. Toronto Tokyo with Nightfall. Ooh, this is gonna be tower. GPK is in trouble, but does have haste. Glimpse has already been used, so he's gonna be fine. 1600 HP on level 9 Bane.
has fallen.
Yeah, it's pretty beefy. And that kill on Picard's going to hurt Boom as well. Nightmare transfer off of Slatum's mid. Desperately needs all the backup he can get.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Nightfall going to come in and steal the Ancients that were being taken by the Luna. So Picard's not going to have that fallback plan. Ern is here for Toronto Tokyo as he spots Panda walk up the high ground, and these staircases are not safe. Tons of stuns. Panda going to feel the brunt of the damage out of Nightfall. Tornado might just about finish him with another hit out of Toronto Tokyo to clear him up. And they've got a grip over onto Knight as well, but no real follow through there. Toronto Tokyo pretty much out of mana, so no Sunstrike until those Arcanes get used up.
Ooh, region rune for GPK. This is big. He's constantly playing on low mana, bringing multiple clarities. Will find a neutral item of his own. It's gonna be Hunt for BetBoom. Every single time somebody shows, there it is. Slatims. I think he's going mid on purpose, to be honest. He just enjoys this. He enjoys being killed by Bane's setup. 0, 5, and 0.
Sadomasochist on the Pangolier. Hurt me, Bane. More. A kill on Panda, a Nightmare on Knight. I'm not sure what Boom are meant to do to respond to this. Luna's meant to be a tempo hero, but the BPM of this game is pretty freaking wild. The banging and booming of BetBoom's drums driving Boom insane as they just keep charging towards them over and over again.
GPK has been sitting in this mid lane for the last 13 minutes. I mean, he's a mid player after all, but he's not moving. There's no need to gank any other lanes. Pango will come back to a mid lane, try to recover. There it is. In the bottom lane, Knight against Nightfall.
Oh, yeah? With a Nightmare. Just a Tornado Cold Snap. EMP. Attempting the Carapace. And there's Nightfall to finish it off. The Hammer of Purity. Cleanse you of your sins. Glimpse into Repel. Cancels it out completely. No response from Boom, unfortunately.
They want to end this one quickly. They're going to become super tanky. We were thinking about what GBK is going to build as his basically first item, Dragonlance season. Do we count Dragonlance as a full item or just like something in between?
Yeah, it's a full item, right? It's
Full
not like a
item,
Wraith
okay.
Band or a Bracer. Those are half items. Oh yes, zoom into the Alpha Wolf's backside. The most important unit on the map. More damage for my Eidolons. 8,000 net worth lead for BetBoom. And the map's starting to get a little small for Boom Esports. Save is scouting out in that northern part of the map. Just going to walk right past Pakaz. Miera's Enigma has already run away, kind of feeling that potential move out of Boom coming into the top lane.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
That's a Wisdom Rune. 14.5 minutes in, Nightfall. As surprised as I was to find it there. And Boom going to try and smoke up, use Illich's Primal Split. He wants
Primal
this fight to
Split.
go well for him.
Static Storm also available. Nightfall going for Radiance. We were talking about his Radiance build when he was playing at TI-10. Playing that Dawnbreaker as
Dire's
carry.
bottom tower is under attack.
They know exactly where he is, but he does have Repel available.
Yeah, I just felt very similar. I guess thematically, they're both very similar heroes in my head. They're both carrying hammers. They're both kind of holy and golden and sunlight and all that goodness. Pakaz being run at. He sees the next assassin. Carapace comes just a touch too late. Still going to connect with the stuns on the Luna. Sunstrike there onto Knight and the grip cancelled by the Static Storm.
Immediately Static Storm.
Nice AoE control here. The next assassin going to die. The Rolling Thunder is in onto the Bane. Not going to turn. And the Invoker in trouble. BetBoom getting turned on. As Boom Esports going to kill off 3. Chasing towards the 4th one. Nightfall's Omni Knight. He's got Miera's Enigma arriving here. But there's no surprise. Blink Black Hole. He's got to walk it in. And Boom not going to fall
Big
for
Black
the trap.
Dragon. The BBD for BB team coming into the mid lane. A little disappointed in Nightfall. He's not fully committing to the build. Instead, is going for Radiance. But Shard, Echo Saber, upgrade that to Harpoon. Get Kanda online so you can one-shot people. Might still go for it later, but Radiance is going to be his farming tool. Mischance, always going to be good against Luna. Against Brewmaster as well, who's also going for Radiance of his own. But they lost... How much? There was like 4k, 5k gold almost. That's
There was a big swing for Boom. Good kill on Panda there as Miero shows the Black Dragon. And up at top, Knight. Oh, the missed impale from save. Doesn't matter in the end, though. Toronto Tokyo with the finishing touch. And even though Boom got a good fight there, it was kind of, a 5v3. They had the numbers advantage, and now a Black Hole straight into that mid lane on the Pango. He's been nightmared, gripped, Black Hole, Sunstruck 20 times. And Save is there with the Mind Flare. And the map getting very small here for Boom. Pakaz just has an Ancient Camp to farm. Might have to try and cut past Nightfall. Knight and Pakaz there. And on top of this Omni Knight, 21 charges and 2,000 HP.
How do they kill this ancient black dragon? They have no damage whatsoever. Maybe 4-man smoke gank, lunar eclipse
Cyclone.
on top of it.
Cyclone it. Brew split Cyclone the dragon.
Cyclones try to set things up. Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah. Don't let it have free reign in the fight.
Man, these casters are so stupid when they're not casting the game seriously. Both of these teams, they're also swapping, some of the heroes. Already have been eliminated, but yeah, this is fun Dota to watch. Still playing it seriously. It's just it feels slightly different. This is not like 100%. Slotdems dies again.
Oh, 7th death of the game. But here's the split. Illich is in towards Save. He's been repelled up. They Cyclone the Bane. Okay, defensive split. It looks like they're not going to be able to follow through on this as they would have liked to. And no Pango, no Rolling Thunder means no teamfight control really. And BetBoom going to rally around the Omni Knight here and press forward. I'd
think you
also
should get
forgotten about
money for killing Brewlings. You agree?
Yeah, you should. 100%. How much? 50 gold each?
Not 50. I say like 25, 30.
Okay. Static Storm used on the next assassin here. Save all alone under dire vision. Nice Radiant Sentry. Just spot him out. I'd also forgotten about the Bane's taunt. The double wheels of cheese being thrown in the air. Oh, Toronto Tokyo. He's getting caught out over in the dire triangle. And picked off there by Slatums. A massive kill for the Pango. After 7 deaths, getting, 300 gold. Lining his pockets. A glimpse on the Omni Knight, going to drag him back into the Rolling Thunder as well. Nightfall.
No repel.
Guardian Angel. His Radiant is burning them. He's going to die in the end, it looks like. It's taking a while. Needing all 5 heroes to bring the Omni Knight to his knees.
Look at his drawing on a minimap. It's like, what does that even mean? Like, oh, bottom to the top to the mid, and then back to the top again. I like Omni Knight's choice of neutral item. Light Collector. He's trying to collect even more light. But can you collect the light? Does Light Collector work during Black Hole? Because light doesn't escape to Black Hole.
Oh, no, it doesn't. Dear Lord. Physics lessons with the cost. Sunstrike doesn't even land. Save just kills off Panda. Finally, a bit of breathing room for these teams. Non-stop action has come to a halt.
28 kills. This has been the most action-packed game we've seen so far, I think. At least the ones we've casted together. BetBoom and killing Tormies. There's always something happening with them trying to kill Tormentor and almost dying, or just dying.
Nightmare up top. GPK. He also has the grip here. Primal Split is ready. EMP gonna drag and burn the mana with a black hole. Cancelled. Static Storm dropped by Panda. They're still gonna lose Illich's Brew. Toronto Tokyo's the trade. Slatum's rolling in towards the Enigma in the back lines while the Bane is focusing on to that merge at the front. GPK gets the double kill, and now moving on to Slatums with the Carapace and the Malefice. They're gonna try and chase down the Pango here. Oh, can they close the gap? Impale just about in range, but if you start the cast animation, you're gonna lose that range. So Slatum does actually slip away.
Because still farming. He's on top of the network by a huge margin. Getting into Lincoln Sphere, this is how you counter Bane Elemental. So, Aghanim Scepter for him. He has so much attack speed. Bonus attack speed 45 that you get from Nightmare. He has Vambrace, Treads, not even picking up Enfeeble. Instead opting to go for stats.
Like, what does Enfeeble even do? You know, the tooltip's got so many words and numbers. Is it even worth it?
This ability has been changed so much. The cast range reduction is funny. When there was what else? Tinker with the Vorp Flare when he was reducing cast range, and then also Bane. So Shaker could have like very short Fissure. It's like minimal. It's not like it's basically 100 range Fissure.
Objects in mirror appear larger than they seem. Tier 1 tower. As Picard is trying to transfer his pretty massive net worth into something a little bigger. And Boom playing very tight as 5. BetBoom in the Roche Pit though. Gathering up Aegis for Nightfall here. A freebie for them. And Boom Esports going to retreat across the river. They are being hunted by Save.
Wants to go and take enemy Tormi before they will. Pakaz and the crew will probably go for it or bringing in numbers. So doesn't seem like BetBoom will be able to get there fast enough. Is there a smoke available? There is one on Next Assassin. And we'll pop it.
Knight gets the shard. Sunstrike just off the mark. He was looking for Panda or Knight there as a good guesstimate from Toronto Tokyo. Just a couple hundred range away from a sniping kill. Completely blind.
I like the word guesstimate. I think that's pretty cool. That word is not in Oxford Dictionary, right?
I don't think so. It's a Oh, in we go. BKB, GPK gonna grip up the Pango. Killed off Illich towards the north with save and the Sunstrike help. The Static Storm here onto Nightfall, but look at him go straight on in. Nice turn though with the Eclipse and the damage out of Pakaz. The Aegis will finally be claimed. A second life emerges though for the Omni Knight as Miero goes straight back in again. A black hole will catch out the Luna. Pakaz about to die. No buybacks here for Boom Esports as they will get wiped, it looks like. Diving under the tier 4 towers. BetBoom team with Nightfall and GPK clear them out. A 5-0. Maybe you count the Aegis as a 1, but BetBoom a decisive victory nonetheless.
Is under attack.
Ooh, beautiful execution. It's all about that Brewmaster. If he gets the split off, then he can control the back lines, he can dispel stuff from Omni Knight, and things could look slightly different. Another Sunstrike is that I hear. Not sure where it hit.
Me neither. Well, maybe guesstimate is in the dictionary. I guess it's been around for long enough. Oh, they put it in. Nice portmanteau.
Nightfall about to finish off his BKB so he can TP out when he feels troubled. He's definitely fine here. Never mind, he doesn't have repel. BKB being delivered.
He's dead. So fine.
Is he gonna draw on the minimap? Yes or no?
No.
It has to be immediate.
No. This time it was his fault, not his team's fault. Oh, he pinged. Slatums. Oh, save misses the impale. Still gets the kill though. Man, you're being solo killed as a mid Pango against the support Nyx assassin. You basically have the same net worth as well.
Nyx is, I think everybody experienced this in their pub games where you're playing against Nyx. It's easier in the pro matches because you are playing more as a team, but still, if you go for one extra creep wave, you're gonna get bursted. Warp Flare is maxed out down to 4 seconds, so you can get 2 of those, sometimes even 3. With Dagon, he does have Vambrace on intelligence, so having that spell amp available.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Miero working on his BKB. Nightfall, like you said, already has his. GPK pretty farmed on this Bane. 3,000 HP, Shield Rune active. Aghanim Scepter BKB. He could probably go 1v3 and kill all 3. Go on, walk into him. Boom Esports. Go. Oh, GPK's TP'd away. That's upsetting.
I was thinking which 3 can he kill, but yeah, Nightmare on 1, save, solo kill on Knight. It's so annoying to play against Nyx. Gets level 15. Like, if he's getting those solo kills, that also means he's getting a lot of solo XP. GPK is level 17. Save as a position 4 just hit 16.
Yeah, that's pretty nutty. And Boom Esports afraid to leave their base now. Slutdems! No! Gripped and dead. No response. Say goodnight.
Good night.
Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite.
They could go for the high ground. They don't have the Aegis, but BKB is available on GPK. 8-second Nightfall with the 9-second BKB. Glimpse back. Still, there's going to be a lot of split push. Trying to cut the creep waves with Manta Style on Luna. Brewmaster has a Blink Dagger, so can jump out of the trouble. Problem is you're playing against Nyx, so it's not going to be as effective. Uh-oh.
The split comes just in the nick of time. Cycle in the Invoker and try and catch out the save Nyx Assassin. He does get a couple of stuns and a bit of control, but a Deafening Blast to push back the Brewlings. Glimpse in the Static Storm will catch the Invoker now as the Rolling Thunder arrives in on to save. GPK and Nightfall, they're here to try and fight, but so's Pakaz. Meatball dropped in, the Black Hole comes, catching out the Brewlings and the Luna inside. Nightfall can unload all his damage, Pakaz is dead. And your 20,000 net worth carry just disappears. Now with a grip, GPK's got it back off cooldown to kill off the Pango yet again, while Nightfall grabs a double kill on the other side of the fight. Boom, they get a couple of kills this time, but they're going to get wiped again.
A team wipe. Yeah, there it is. They're going to find Panda on top of it. This fight could have been much easier. I think Carapace came in slightly too late on that Radiance burn, so he didn't stun him immediately. He tried to go for the play, but the Brewmaster already used the split. And yep, big black hole. How much damage was that from Omni-Knight? 3,600. Brewmaster was the one who dealt the most of the damage because of the Radiance burn. He did use the split, had it pretty much the full duration. But still, very difficult fights. Luna is just not right-clicking. Miro has pretty much one job, go for that Luna every single time, but he also caught an extra, not just one, 4. All Brewlings were caught inside the black hole. So 3 BKB timing for BetBoom, working really good so far. And on the other side of the map, oh no, Knight's gonna get solo killed again.
Oof, ow. God.
Without even using the Mind Flare. So Dagon 3, Dagon 4 is being delivered. Coming into the second game, Gary, do you think Bane Elemental will be banned?
I don't know. Probably. Just first phase ban all, like, I think you just ban all these heroes. You ban Bane, Enigma, Nyx, Invoker, and just leave the Omni Knight in. I don't think I'm that afraid of the Omni Knight. The other 4, yeah, get them the hell out of my game.
Omni Knight
So
almost
scary.
online with the full build. Needs to finish off his Claymore, recipe for Kanda, and he's good to go. Has that level 20 talent with minus 6 second cooldown on it, and then people will get insta-deleted. Harpoon not online yet, but you still have that double strike from Echo Saber, so if you blink on top of someone, they will die. Slotinus, how many deaths does he have?
Lots.
12.
Ooh. Because really needs
Oh,
this Aghanim
nice
shard,
play
honestly.
from Save.
wow.
He got him on that Maelstrom proc.
With a carapace, wow. And with a catapult behind them, they are here. On the doorstep. Destroying the doorstep.
Middle barracks has fallen. Dire's middle barracks.
And move up to top. And boom, looks like they're going to lose a couple of lanes of barracks here. Because nowhere to be seen, waiting for his team to respawn.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Luna's got a fair amount of money saved up, buys a 4 staff before TPing home.
Are fortified.
Invoker TP'd bottom, so potential here for a 5v4. GPK, BKB TP. Nightfall just goes in and takes down Panda immediately before TPing himself with that BKB up. Save is the one that will lurk in the shadows, waiting for his moment to pounce on any unsuspecting victims.
He says. Used it twice. Good game, well played in the old chat.
Didn't even notice.
I mean, because I don't think you should have it as a pro player.
No.
Bind it to any of your keys, just in case it's from the pub games where you do something like GG well played. You know, I'm deeping out, I got a kill. You have nothing to stop me. But still, you know. What's going on, Gary?
No, just gonna say we've seen players get punished for it, right?
Yeah.
It's like Weeha back at, I don't know, if it was Shanghai Major or something, but he was playing on Secret, I think. Definitely got punished for it. Saying GG too early on. Just don't do it.
Pango is gonna become position 5 because currently he is position 4 in terms of net worth.
God. Yeah, that's sad. Oh, Picard, he's just gonna get black holed here. Nightfall, the Sunstrike, the damage, the pure right clicks come in, and Picard is dead. 85
I think it's time, Gary.
seconds. I think this one's over. A grip onto the Pango is going to seal the deal as BetBoom take out Boom Esports in game number 1 with some exceptional drafting and outplays. Beautifully executed with a Bane mid and a Nyx Assassin roaming around, causing all kinds of problems.
I'm just thinking, what if you type GG in the old chat and you say sorry, like right after, because you type GG, they're like immediately GG after, and you say sorry, but they don't, and technically you won the game. Because they didn't say it was a mistake from their side, but you did apologize for your own, huh?
I think we've had that situation happen. And the admin was like, you have to let the timer go. Like, because there's the timer that comes up and you press cancel, back in the day. I think we've had a situation where someone's called GG, said sorry, but it's like, nah, in the rules, if you say GG, you've called it. That's it. Game over. Sometimes
yeah,
you
very
gotta
entertaining game.
take the
One
L.
of the most entertaining games we've seen. In terms of strategy, we've seen some like healing strategy potentially that came out of Xtreme Gaming with Oracle, Omni Knight, and also Monkey King. So drop everything on top of him. He survives for a really long time. But this was really good. I know some people were talking about carry Shadow Fiend being a thing. We only saw one, I believe. Maybe there's somebody else played it. Shadow Fiend. Nope, only one game so far. So saving strats for the playoffs. But this Bane mid, it doesn't necessarily need to be Bane mid, but this is also super good because you do have a lot of mana. You have Bottle as a position 5. You wouldn't be able to set as many things. But this definitely has potential.
All I want right now is Warlock. I just want to see a game of Warlock. He's unpicked, unbanned, untouched. No one is even looking at the hero. Toronto, Tokyo, now's your time. Now's your time. The fun game. Nothing on the line, nothing to gain, nothing to lose. We already had a bit of fun with your Invoker. The ex-mid lane Invoker player playing POS 5 and bringing it back with Sunstrikes from across the map. I was watching some of these highlights back.
The only thing I disagree with putting fun and Warlock in the same sentence. He can be fun because you see, my team's doing so much. You use that upheaval. Problem is the hero feels very clunky in terms of how you move. You can never turn into right click. You scale different kind of a way, which is something that I have a slight problem with. If you're going like super late game, there's only few viable builds that you can get. So you can get, you're a Warlock spammer, so the Refresher, Aghanim Scepter, these type of things, and there's not many items you can scale with other than that.
Honestly, the big problem is there are too many dispels in the game. Everyone's buying Manta, Disperser, BKB, whatever, Greaves. And there's too many ways to, like Fatal Bonds. Upheaval's nice and is a fun ability, but I think Fatal Bonds is still the most important one. And if you're dispelling that off, the hero just is kind of useless when you're getting into things. Anyway, game number 1. BetBoom taking the victory with a fun little draft. We'll have a break and come back with game number 2. See if it's as fun. Alrighty then, here we go. Game number 2 between BetBoom team and Boom Esports as we round out the group stage for the Elite League here and get ourselves heading towards the playoffs. We've already wrapped up Group B in terms of standings. We know where everyone is currently, and both of these teams have been eliminated, so they will not be heading to playoffs, and it's all down to having a bit of fun, a bit of practice, as we saw BetBoom game number 1, Lacoste, have quite a bit of fun.
For sure. I mean, the way they played it, this Bane Elemental from the mid lane, we talked about them potentially banning it out, and they actually did. The Toronto Tokyo is having a pretty good laugh about it. Let's see if they have something else to cook in this second game.
Yeah, I'm excited. The coach behind them is like, what about this hero? What about that hero? Have a bit of fun with that.
5 seconds remaining.
Let's see what they got in store for us. I mean, unpicked heroes, potentially bang out a couple of those, get them picked, ruin some stats. There's 17 so far. AA, Bounty, Dazzle, Legion, Lichlone Druid, Necro, PA, Ricky, Sand King, Skyra, Spectre, Spirit Breaker, Tinker, Warlock, Wyvern, and Witch Doctor. All your heroes that are unpicked so far in this tournament. And there's a few more that are unbanned as well, as we get ourselves a Tiny for Boom, a Luna for BetBoom, Shadow Demon Kunkka, Primal Beast, Bane, Disruptor, Batrider, and Chen are the bans.
There's got to be something wonky going on with this Luna. I feel this might be positioned for Luna, or this might be offlane Luna. I don't think they're going to play this as a position 1. Yeah. No, some Kanda Luna, like Phylactery Luna, or trying to farm Aghanim Scepter from the offlane, because it seems, judging by the cameras, they looked like they were having a lot of fun during that first game, and now seeing Toronto Tokyo some big smiles at the start of the game, that gives me good hope that they're gonna go with some memes.
Yeah, maybe even just like a 5 Luna, and you build an Aura draft, Luna, Beastmaster, buy a bunch of Vlads and Helms and stuff like that, and start running at your opponents a bit. Could be quite fun as well. Boom Esports, Tiny finally, Slatums gets his hands on arguably his best hero. So probably going to be the Tiny mid here for Slatums on the side of Boom. Oracle Morphling, and another one going to get taken out here as that final round of bans comes in. I asked chat what they wanted to see. We've got someone saying carry Venomancer. Someone wants to see PA, a Ringmaster, please, says X42BN6. Yeah, that would be a good time to bang out a Ringmaster, right?
Mid-April. Couple more days. Like the carry Venomancer idea. One of my favorite ones, most definitely. Where's Shadow Demon at? Do they plan to pick it against Luna here? Oh, it's banned? Okay, never mind.
It's kind of hidden on that dire side, right? It's like dark and shadowy.
Really is.
Ooh. It might be Aura time. Luna Darkseer. Come on. Oh, Spirit Breaker. That was one of the unpicked. Cross that off our list.
So this Luna is going to be played as carry after all. Good heroes with Night Vision. Boom Esports, IO Marcy as carry to battle it out against Darkseer. IO provides you with enough sustain early on, with Tedderp eating tangos against this Darkseer. Constant Ion Shell damage, and Marcy with the sidekick. So they want to fight it out. This is going to be a very interesting game. We expected
5 seconds remaining.
Potentially a series that we're going to see some meme picks, and so far these are not like pretty standard heroes, maybe except for Spirit Breaker, some good old combos that we're seeing, but we're not seeing that right now in professional Dota. So definitely, I'd say good that these teams got eliminated early on, but it also shows how creative you can be with some of the picks.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And this is something you've been talking about, with the few Darkseer picks that we've seen. Finally, we're going to get that melee position 4. We've had Darkseer Rubik like every single time. You just don't use the Ion Shell that well. Now we're going to have Save roaming around, getting on top of people with Ion Shells and all the good stuff to do a fair amount of damage. And our final pick in this phase for BetBoom. They've got their offlane, their carry, their position 4. And it's Luna. I don't know, this Luna could still be 5. I think the only team I've seen do it recently was Execration at the start of the year. Mr. Bounty Hunter's arrived.
So that's Spirit Breaker mid, Darkseer Bounty, or maybe Bounty mid. against Tiny potentially. Sure, you can also play mid Spirit Breaker. Dark Surge synergizes nicely with Bounty in the lane. Okay, we have a game. Pakaz
sure do.
is like, okay, what the hell am I doing? I'm gonna get. They're gonna have vision. Bounty will provide vision, and then Spirit Breaker with charge, Ion Shell on him. Let's see what else they're cooking.
Yeah, so this bounty hunter has been used against Pangolier in particular, I think, whenever he's popped up in the mid lane. But I guess in general, just mid lane against melee heroes, right? Against the Tiny, you're always going to be stealing gold, being super annoying, and just spam your shuriken non-stop. We'll find out where it all goes, though. And BetBoom having a bit of fun in terms of swapping heroes and roles and turning things on their head. I'll get into that last round of bans. Omni Knight was the closing ban for Boom in that previous phase. Templar Assassin removed by BetBoom. We were looking at 5 IO, carry Marcy, 4 Rubik, mid Tiny. Is there any flexibility? Marcy offlane, Tiny off. I guess they could put Tiny offlane still.
They could, yeah. I believe they played it on Illich.
Yeah.
Let me just double check that.
I'm pretty sure you're right.
Yeah, he did play it 2 matches, 50% win rate.
But Io Rubik very, very likely going to be supports here.
Unless they want to run mid Rubik, there is some potential to it. Because we
Carry
are...
Io.
Not carry IO. There's some carry Tiny. Like Tiny can go to 3-4 lanes, basically. Marcy can be mid, can be like let's see what they're gonna do, because this is so hard to predict.
It really is. There's no way, right? Just spitballing, throwing ideas into the wind and seeing where they land. I mean, arguably, banning out a TA. Maybe you want to cover your bases and ban out an offlane hero. And I say no, we'll remove the puck for now. And BetBoom with a Quartal as their last pick.
So who's gonna be the body for Luna in the lane? Last pick in Coddle. To me, this says against Io Marcy, all this healing. GPK mid. Save also plays Coddle.
10 seconds remaining.
But yeah, I think Coddle mid.
5 seconds remaining.
Spirit Breaker either 5 or Bounty 5.
Yeah, I guess it's just a matter of lane matchups. Who you see come out as this last pick for Boom. Because you mentioned earlier, Dark's here pretty happy to play both alongside both Spirit Breaker and Bounty Hunter.
Mid Clockwork, let's go.
Oh, yeah. Orchid Rush. Get on top of people, slay them in the cogs.
I think it might be some Earth Spirit time. Maybe Primal Beast. Nah, Primal Beast has been banned by BetBoom.
Centaur?
I think they want a new hero in the mid lane. They can still play Tiny mid against Coddle. I think that's fine because Coddle leaves the lane. You want to have an early Blink Dagger. It's so hard to guess what they're doing with the draft. These are not like standard heroes.
Oh. Magnus offlane. You keep Tiny mid, then you got Empower on Tiny and Marcy. Like, empowered, tethered Marcy sounds freaking incredible. A Zeus. Hey, you said it. New hero in the mid lane. So Tiny off lane. Slatim's the mid Zeus. Pakaz on the
Carry
Marcy.
Spirit Breaker and Toronto Tokyo 5 Luna. So after all, it will be the shenanigans. When the first thing I said when I saw this Luna, this is gonna be something different. It's not gonna be carry. Save Bounty Hunter, that's one of his Siggies. With Miro's Darkseer, Pakaz Marcy with Panda, and then offlane Tiny, Rubik, and Zeus in the mid lane. Kinda hard to say who's gonna win this one because this is Dota with nothing on the line. They're playing it for fun. You can tell by the picks.
Heads or tails?
Who do you think, Gary?
Heads or tails?
Heads.
Okay. It's tails.
Of course it is.
Heads was Radiant and tails was Dire, by the way. So BetBoom's going to win this one. The coin has spoken. It's decided by fate. There's a lot of burst damage here from Boom. Some scary stuff. Relocates to play the map. Zeus with that global potential. Double global potential with relocate as well. Level 29 Knight Rubik. Kind of spooky too. I don't know. This lineup here from BetBoom is run at you. Farm a little bit with Kotl and then run at you. So you might not get the chance to play that global strat. We'll get into things though, game 2, and get underway.
I'm just wondering why Spirit Breaker carry. Maybe they wanted to have something different from the mid lane, so that the Spirit Breaker still gets some kind of priority in the farm. So they will keep running at them, and in the previous game they looked very good, constantly running at them with Bane, Nyx Assassin, Save. We'll scout things out, they know. Where's the sentry at? Stun him.
Get him. Jump him. I'm just looking at, quickly looking at some stats. I guess I'll go back to it in a second, because Save is right on top of Pakaz. Charge forward from Nightfall. Illuminate is coming. Tether across from Panda right now. And does get the rebound over the top. Get away with his life. So Nightfall has played a couple of games of Spirit Breaker in his career. But that was when he was an offlaner for EG or Shopify. They're tagged up as Shopify Rebellion, but that was EG back then, sure.
It was EG, yeah.
Yeah, so he was playing offlane Spirit Breaker. He played it twice, and maybe he's just trying to relive the days of playing in NA and playing Spirit Breaker from the offlane. Now bringing it as a carry. Now that conversations come up, right? And the last game playing that Omni Knight, same kind of story.
Okay, they are swapping things around. Toronto Tokyo is playing carry, actually.
What?
Has 4 slippers of agility on his Luna.
What?
Who's got a support in this game? I guess it has to be Save. Maybe
charging.
Nightfall wants to play a support, Panda.
They're bottom. They're on Panda. He can try and tether, but he's gone straight through the brick wall of BetBoom heroes. And they're iron shelling this creep wave as well. Double iron shell. Kill the range creep under tower. Awkward times for Boom and
They
Pakaz.
want more. Go for Pakaz.
Try lane, try lane, try lane. Oh my goodness. So you were talking about Darkseer with melee pos 4. He's got 2 of them now.
It's even better.
Okay. Nightfall, he's going Twin Gate. Or maybe he's not. Maybe he just isn't going Twin... Yeah, yes, now he is. He knows there's no stuns, no dispose, no nothing. So off he pops to the top lane to protect his carry, Toronto Tokyo.
Who's sitting at 3 CS with 4 slippers. Is he bringing anything on the courier? No, Toronto Tokyo's going jungle, by the way. Not even kidding. While Nightfall is going to soak up some of the experience here. And Toronto Tokyo, this is Light of Heaven, Dota 1 style, Luna jungle when Helm of the Dominator was first introduced. Stacking with Helm of the Dominator. Indigo Child himself did stack some of the camps because it was unknown mechanic back then.
Yeah. Nobody will know. Nobody will know. I can't wait to see Toronto Tokyo just buy Hand of Midas into Aghanim Scepter from the jungle, honestly. He's going to buy a Quelling Blade. He's going to find an Iron Talon from a neutral camp, which is going to come back into the game and he's going to unlock his jungle potential.
It's all about that solo experience.
Well, there's a stacked camp. Large camp already stacked. Down the bottom, a bit more of a normal and serious time. You know, Marcy Io against Bounty Darkseer. This seems like a legit lane. Miro and Save currently 7-2 on the Darkseer. 10-2 on the Marcy. But once we get level 3 on the Darkseer, that's the next level in Iron Shell, which does start to become a little problematic. Counteracted in part by the tether and the heal, the sustain here from Pakaz and Panda. And I've got a good amount of damage there onto Save already. So yeah, how does Nightfall lane up
He
top?
doesn't. He's not getting any CS right now, sitting at only 2 so far, but I'm looking at Toronto Tokyo. He's going for the stack, and he placed Observer Ward on the high ground. This is the jungle. I'm pretty sure they are very familiar with some of these strats. Bought Gloves of Haste. You said Hand of Midas. It's Treads what's queued up, but this is going to take a while until he farms it. He even stacked the camp in the jungle.
This is fucking incredible. I love it. Oh, Jungle Luna coming to pubs near you right after this game. Hell, right now, guys. Go.
Cue it up.
While you're watching this game, cue it up. Get into your jungle and literally copy Toronto Tokyo step-by-step guide at Jungle Luna right here.
You have an excuse if things don't go too well.
Oh.
You're like, well,
Oh.
this TI winner did it.
Dude, it's your
What?
strategy. It's
What is-
it's the Mighty Mines. The only reason he can do this is because the Mighty Mines.
I told you, it really
You did.
matters.
It does. 7
If he
HP
didn't
per
have
second.
it's 7, it's been buffed.
Oh
So
my
if
god,
you're
the look.
sitting there for a full minute, that's 400 HP that you regenerated.
That's incredible. Oh my god. I don't know.
Stack it one more time. Let's go.
He's got it. He's going to kill them all off and stack it another time. Oh, such efficiency from Toronto Tokyo.
Not just
Panda's
that. Look
courier
at,
gets sniped.
Gary, it gets even better because he's pulling them closer to tier 2 tower top. This also means that he's getting armor and he's also getting extra regeneration from tower. So
Radiant structures
5 from
So it's
that
10.
and it's 12. 5 from tier 2 tower and 7 from Mighty Mines. The dwarves are giving him disadvantage. Disadvantage, not the disadvantage, but they managed
Who
to get some
died?
kills. Hype, yeah, didn't see. I'm still looking at Toronto Tokyo farming the jungle. This is what Pro Dota is all about.
Oh, it took down GPK, the Keeper of the Light. Zapped out by the Zeus. It looks like GPK has seen Toronto Tokyo success and he's like, oh, jungling. Why, yes. I'll do the same thing. I've built some stacks of my own. A connoisseur of the jungle. This does leave your side lanes very exposed. Nightfall, look at his CS. It's low. 6-1 on your carry, Spirit Breaker.
I was wondering what that is about. I mean, Toronto Tokyo, he's farming nicely. 0 2
Vacuum
2 build,
ability.
of course. Ooh, almost dies. They get double from that.
Save and Miero both zapped by Pakaz, Panda, and that global presence of Slatems. Oh, but the timing on the treads. 5.5 minutes in. Toronto Tokyo, he's scaling. He's building things up. Ramping, as we like to say, by the Mighty Mines. Stacks also being contested by Knight's Rubik, so making GPK's life a little more challenging. Blocking it with a sentry as well. Boom Esports pulling out all the stops here to try and shut down BetBoom with their incredible strategy here.
Yeah, this is some next level stuff coming out from BetBoom. This hasn't been seen before in professional Dota. For a good reason. Let's see how much farm Nightfall is going to be able to get. Save almost gets the kill there. That's pretty insane.
Yeah, nearly finding that tiny. Top 3 net worth, all Radiant heroes. That's only going to continue with the catch onto the Bounty Hunter. Slatem's rotation. Net Knight a kill. While down at bottom, Miero going to surge away. Was being dragged around by the dispose of Pakaz. A very farmed Marcy here with Panda closing on level 5.
middle tower.
Would love to get the fast 6 to have that relocate to play into the rest of the map and find some more cheeky kills.
I'm thinking what could have possibly happened here is because you can't swap anymore. Maybe Toronto Tokyo, like they picked a normal draft and Toronto Tokyo took Luna on purpose just to troll the team. And then Nightfall is like, yeah, I need to play Spirit Breaker right now. And Toronto's like, okay, see you, I'm going to jungle.
Just a little grief. You can have a little grief as a treat. Nice dispose in the middle of the surge. Miero has the backup of Save and GPK arriving. Solar Bind onto Panda, the Illuminate, a lot of damage. And now the move forward onto Pakaz. Trying to catch up to him here. The blast from Slatum is going to Thunder God's Wrath down onto Miero, but GPK and Save have finished off Pakaz. A nice move there from the Keeper of the Light. Using that urn already very early on.
So back to the game. They did
Back to
manage to
Luna,
get
you
some.
mean?
Yeah, they managed to get some kills. Luna is level 6, 7.5. This might be legit actually. If you can get, who can sustain in the safe lane alone? Which hero? We're thinking.
I mean, I kind of want it to be like an Enigma or something. Like an offlane hero in the safe lane, and you play the dual lane
Sounds
off
great.
lane as
Enigma
something.
safe lane carry and Luna jungle. I'm sold. I mean, he's farming nicely. Like, he's not farming as much as Zeus, who's getting all these kills, but level 7 already on him. Zeus is level 8, getting that solo XP, getting those kills, involved in 6 kills. But Toronto Tokyo, from winning TI by playing the mid lane, then going to support, and now
Dire's middle tower is under
jungle role, I guess. Imagine if you win TI as jungler.
Well, they have to bring it back, right? Because they removed the jungle role from in-game tooltips and stuff.
Yeah,
Now
unfortunately.
they've got to add it back,
Bring
add it
back
back in again.
Poor Man's Shield, Iron Talon. People are buying Iron Talon and Quelling Blade and still farming. Anti-Mage was the one who used it. And Battlefield, and then getting one more Quelling Blade.
Eternal
Big,
Envy.
big memes.
The pioneer of the farming strategies.
are scared.
Well, down at bottom, looks like we've got a proper move here. Miero save and Nightfall. Surrounding Pakaz, unleashes with his ultimate. Tethered up still, the vacuum there with the wall dropped on him. And they've surrounded him with GPK's arrival, 4 versus 2. Slatum's going to make it 3. But the TP cancel out of Boom, realizing they can't continue fighting. A 5-second cooldown on the charge for Nightfall. Could catch up to Panda here thanks to the Solar Bind. A lot of magic damage burst there to take him down. Now they come in with Illich. 3-man avalanche toss with the AoE cleave out of the tree. The damage is lacking though in Slatum's. Even with the Thunder God's Wrath, he's going to get the kill on GPK, but will lose his life in the end. Now onto the Tiny. A 3v1. A TP back from Pakaz wanting to rejoin the battle. The tracks are flowing from save. The avalanche again. Illich still alive. Now disposed. They kill him off. Nightfall with a charge. Takes down another. A bloodbath in the bottom lane. Everyone being turned into ground beef. As this mad cow comes in. Pakaz being chased down by... Nightfall being chased down by Pakaz and Panda. Let's see if they can rebound and dispose. Looks like the answer's no.
Doesn't seem like it. The biggest winner of this is Toronto Tokyo, who contributed basically nothing in this top lane and will continue to farm up, getting his Mask of Madness, going into Yasha, so basically becoming a carry.
Radiant's top
Level
tower
8
is under
on this Spirit Breaker. I don't know. This might be worth it in the end, what they did. Not even kidding.
Yeah, it looks kind of good. I mean, I can cast the game off of the observer screen. I could just, leave the lobby and start playing Jungle Luna right now. That's how tempting it is. A charge again from Nightfall. Solar Bind and Pakaz in trouble. Getting taken down quickly, but the relocate save is there. Panda gets him out of danger, and the turnaround potential with Illich and Slatem is blowing up save. Miera drops the wall on them, and another Illuminate. GPK bursting through Slatems with the track on him, but not quite enough to finish him off. They needed that +1. Where's the Lucent Beam? Where's the damage from Luna? GPK having to run away now. Could have been big for BetBoom. Tipping his Luna.
Tipping Toronto Tokyo, who's on a different side of the map. What do you think it's going to be time to join? No points in Eclipse, which means that he doesn't want to take any of the fights. Just wants to farm up for now.
Exactly.
Tiny's the big
20.
one. Illich, now with the Blink Dagger, his combo about to be maxed out. They want to hunt them down. They're like, okay, maybe we need to kill enemy carry. It's not Spirit Breaker. And Spirit Breaker going for Echo Saber. Very
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Spirit Breaker-like item.
Man, I really wish we could hear Boom's team comms. Like, where's the Luna? Wait, there's a Luna in this game, guys? Has she been jungling? They legitimately haven't seen the Luna the entire game, have they?
No, they're trying to kill her right now. Smoked in the enemy outer ring, but Toronto Tokyo, as one of the most efficient junglers I've ever seen, knows exactly when the gank is going to happen. They stacked for him as well. So he's doing some massive stacks right now.
This is incredible. Oh my god. And BetBoom, the rest of them are swarming bottom right corner, taking tier 1. A mid lane tower, though, looks like the objective for Boom to come and claim.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to get a Battle Fury up in Marcy soon.
Dire's middle tower is under
Some cleave of her own. And right now, looks like Panda going to opt to tether up Slatems.
middle tower has fallen.
Try and use Illich with that Blink Dagger initiation to find someone, but BetBoom have
Radiant's
very
bottom
nicely
tower
dodged
is
any
under
of these
attack.
initiations. Toronto Tokyo is
Middle tower
back
is under
home
attack.
in the outer ring top. Manta style.
157 CS on him. Second best, 93 on Keeper of the Light.
That's pretty crazy farming speed. He's going to catch up to that Zeus pretty shortly.
Is under attack.
And classic carry contribution. 0-0-0 on the KDA. That's what we love to see. Only last hits. No denies, no kills, no deaths, no assists.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Someone having a giggle there with their chat wheel. Oh, there's a stack to steal. Save has spotted a stack to steal. Toronto Tokyo, come here, buddy. Gets a high ground
go.
ward.
Let's go into enemy triangle. It's being pinged out. Toronto Tokyo actually pinged it.
Radiant structures
Mid lane tower's dropping as well pretty quickly. Forces the glyph out of Boom.
are fortified.
Illuminate not going to touch any of the creeps that arrive. The tracks are starting to come. Vacuum misses though. Miero, a little bit of a mess up there. Now Save in a bit of trouble. Relocate's come in from Panda and Pakaz. So it might have been good in the end. They didn't really connect properly on that as they lose their bounty hunter. It looks like the stack's going to be taken by GPK and Miero.
Top tower
Stealing it away from Toronto Tokyo's Luna. Disgraceful stuff. And charging up the top, they know the relocate was spent, so they get on top of Pakaz, the Eclipse, the Impact, Toronto Tokyo! Oh yes, converting the net worth and farm into a massive kill on Pakaz. Jumping from Illich though. Blink, Avalanche tosses a creep! Oh dearie me!
They're
Nightfall
too
trying to run off
tanky.
to the left-hand side, the wall is dropped and Illich dies. Stolen wall, though, could be a turnaround here as they tether up the Zeus, trying to get him out of danger. Slatams with the damage on the Nightfall, nearly killing him off. But the chase forward, they illuminate onto Slatams. The Spirit Vessel damage, almost killing him off. A few more clicks, the Yules into the sky. GPK getting turned on now. And the Lucent Beams getting thrown out here onto Panda and Night, as Nightfall will die. Slatams, he's been dropped in a vacuum from Miero, grabbing both supports. Knight and Panda in serious trouble, but Pakaz is here to save the day. GPK falling, dispose onto Save. Unleash out, and the damage from Pakaz should be able to clear up the bounty hunter.
Radiant's top tower is under
Ooh, I want to see damage dealt by Keeper of the Light. GPK, he was going pretty ham with those blasts, Spirit Vessels as well. 3,000, most damage dealt by him, and then second, you would have not guessed, it's Luna. Showing up in a fight with the Eclipse. I mean, they're getting a lot of gold from track. It's level 1 track, but they've been battling it out. 25 kills in 15 minutes.
The money must flow. Spirit Breaker, honestly, after having like 5 CS minute 8 or whatever it was, his net worth isn't that bad because of tracks. It's kind of insane. Bracer, Null, Phase, Echo Saber. Working on a Shadow Blade and a BKB up next. The quote-unquote carry Spirit Breaker, although kind of position 5 Spirit Breaker. I don't know. There's no words to describe what BetBoom are doing. They just turn the game on its head.
I just said Nightfall. The last time he played for Spirit Breaker was when he was on EG squad playing that offlane, and this item build seems like it's from EG era. Echo Saber, Null Tally, not as much. It's a new thing considering that it has been buffed recently.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And Boom still trying to get there. Pakaz, Marcy up to scratch. A couple of thousand gold away from that BKB. Over to charge on Slatams down bottom. Illich is here to protect him. Zeus and Tiny with a lot of damage, but Nightfall bulldoze nearly survives, just gets the tree tossed at him. Save gonna get scouted here. Bolted, dusted, gets to high ground. The TB cancelled immediately by Illich. And Invis stolen by the Rubik. A good bit of space there for Boom now to clear out some Ancients. Gather some of these tier 2 neutral items. But equally, it is space and time for Toronto Tokyo's Luna to clear out the jungle.
Yeah, thinking about his neutral item, we'll get Specialist Array. And then it's bringing Yasha. No, he's going BKB. Yasha's already been on his Manta style. I lost the track of time because he's been jungling the whole game.
Yeah. Top of the net worth, though. And back to let's go into his natural habitat again. That top layer of jungle camps. Excuse me, Miero, you're not allowed to take jungle camps away from Toronto Tokyo.
It's fine, he wouldn't
What are
be
you
able to
doing?
take it anyway. For now, Toronto is stacking for himself.
Iron Shell placed on Nightfall. They have vision in the Radiant Triangle. Currently Boom not playing there though, much further to the left. And a smoke up from BetBoom. It looks like they're trying to get a fight and maybe pivot that fight into Roche or something. The dire scan doesn't quite connect, but now they have the vision. They see Panda, they see Pakaz. Charging in, right onto the
It
Marcy.
is time.
A lot of damage. Looking to kill him off. Relocate, not going to save him. Pakaz obliterated by BetBoom's move. And the chase forward onto Illich now as well. Avalanche to buy a bit of space, but he's already been walled up, slowed down, dragged back by the vacuum, and charged upon by Nightfall. A quick Yule Scepter buys a little bit of time, but the final touch of the damages not quite coming in onto Illich. A turnaround, Thunder God's Wrath. That's going to send them back, while Save, lurking in the shadows, gets spotted by a well-placed sentry here. Boom going to keep the Bounty Hunter away from them. Not able to get into that back line and find the kill. And looks like Knight has stolen track. That's pretty big.
Oh, what did Toronto Tokyo use ulti on?
Creeps.
I think creeps, because I'm checking the damage dealt. It's 0 coming out from him. It might be bugged, but... interesting. Maybe he was stealing some of the stacks, wanted to do it as fast as possible and go back to the safe part of the map.
Miero nearly at his pipe. 700 gold recipe away from it. Well, so far, 20 minutes of gameplay. It's been Toronto Tokyo farming and the rest of BetBoom just charging, running at their opponents, making things as uncomfortable as possible. Boom have had a couple of answers off of this Tiny with the Blink Dagger, and they're going to show it off again here on to save. A track kill for Boom. With 4 heroes around. And that gives Pakaz's BKB money.
What is the next item on Luna that we can expect? Is it Kanda? Is it Aghanim's Scepter? So they try to blow up people. That's a good way to contribute without getting into the middle of a fight. Show up every 110 seconds. Relocate.
It's a 20-minute Wraith Band. And GPK dead up top to the relocate and the Zeus movement. And Luna
really
has got a 20-minute Wraith Band, yeah.
You're not joking.
No, I saw the courier.
We've seen, who was it? 33 Doom the other day. 30-minute raid band.
Yeah. Probably worth it for him. Not sure it's worth it for the Luna here. Let's see if he buys another one. And starts to sell the slippers.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
The Bullwhip on Spirit Breaker. Nice quality of life improvement for a lot of heroes, and Spirit Breaker included. Not having that weird kind of stutter-step cancellation of stuff on the Bullwhip anymore.
It was so annoying. It took us way too long to remove that. That was one of the reasons why I didn't like that item as much.
Yeah, I just refused to pick. I would just get the item if I needed mana regen. Like, that's the only reason I would take it. If I desperately needed the mana regen. Otherwise,
you know what I miss? Keen Optic. That was such a good neutral tier 1 item.
Keen Optic. It was like 75 bonus range or something?
75 cast range and some mana regen.
Yeah. Oh, that was a good one. There goes Roshan. Toronto Tokyo gets the Aegis.
Of course, definitely deserved it so far with his gameplay. Interactive, going from one camp to another.
Tower is under attack.
And
I wonder if this is gonna...
What's it gonna be? Kanda.
So normal items then, for Kawi Luna. I'm kind of wondering if this is going to screw up some stats. You know, at the end of tournaments, you bring out the big stats list of support with the highest net worth or something, and it's just Toronto Tokyo.
It's a good point. He might have like highest GPM by support in any games.
By far. And very rarely we get to see this kind of situation. In the game not mattering too much and a complete switcheroo by one of the teams in terms of roles. Now we've had mid laners playing off lane and carry players playing mid and stuff like that. Liquid used to do it a hell of a lot back in the day. But I don't think I've seen a position 1 and 5 swap since the original TNC. the original TNC like 7 years ago, and they would only do it when they picked Meepo, because their position 5 player was the Meepo player, and the carry and pos 5 would swap roles. Since then, I just don't think it's ever
Who was
happened.
it? I can't remember the names. Do you know?
I'll have to remember. We're going to charge in onto this Io. Catching him out. The turnaround from Pakaz. Panda trying to sustain. They get the kill on save. Panda traded.
Look at go.
A lot of damage out of this Marcy. Now Illich gets the avalanche toss back on the Keeper of the Light. Zeus is joining in. Miero GPK may be in trouble, but Toronto Tokyo has arrived. The surge on the Luna sending her forward. Can't catch up to the Boom heroes though. And Nightfall going to have to cancel out his charge.
Support Luna, ulti Kek W. I mean, this was... I don't think he dealt any damage with it. Sure, 200 damage contribution. The only one who did less damage was Rubik with 25, which is pretty impressive. You can't even see that red thing on Rubik. That's how small it is.
So there was... So original TNC, or I guess one of the original TNCs was Sam H, T Heat, AU. Let's have a look. Noji and Seven.
What happened to Sam H? He was one of my favorite players back in the day.
He got in a bit of trouble, I think. I don't. Yeah, I can't remember, so I don't want to make a call on that. But he's definitely not in the scene anymore. BetBoom gonna push out that top tier 2. Toronto Tokyo all on his lonesome. Radiant Scan does allow Boom to understand there's a few more heroes behind him in that Radiant Triangle. Illich going to clear out that top wave for now. Not too afraid. Slatum's just waiting to see what comes in that mid lane.
Nightfall with the BKB finish, going for a Shadow Blade, more invis on their team. Gonna be good. Might force Boom Esports to purchase a gem.
Slatum's being charged.
Radiant's top tower.
He's trying to run back and get distance. I think they've seen the Spirit Breaker. They've pinged it out. Illich telling Slatum to get the hell away from there. And Nightfall does have to cancel the charge in the end. Toronto Tokyo onto his next objective. Aegis on this Luna's got them a couple of tier 2s. Boom, kind
Hard
of
to
itching
breach
for
the
a
high
fight.
ground against Tiny, Rubik. Repositioning tool. Zeus also kills the creep wave pretty quickly. There's the toss. It's not back.
Illich down to half HP immediately. Toronto Tokyo does have that Aegis for 45 more seconds. And GPK offering some nice covering fire here with the Illuminates.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Looks like Toronto Tokyo wants to keep the farm going. TP's bottom. 18,000 net worth.
Tower is under attack.
Jungle Luna. Nearly
They
up
were
the shard
pinging
as
him
well.
out. Could have maybe go for that. There's drawing on a minimap from Illich if they want to go and try to time this Aegis, which is going to expire in 15 seconds.
They've caught out save. Bounty dead. Tanks the gank for Toronto Tokyo. Illich might still be able to catch up to this Luna though. Sprinting forward, a pretty speedy Tiny. Getting up into Dire Triangle. Thunder God's Wrath will scout both Miero and Toronto Tokyo on that right side of the map. And boom, they are running straight towards them. Wisdom Rune grabbed, Illich blinks, Avalanche spent, Toronto Tokyo tossed. The rest of them arriving with a relocate as well. Eclipse into Yules. Luna sent skywards, comes back down, but the BKB's ready. Turns and fights. Getting good damage in onto Pakaz and Panda. The glaives are bouncing, so Io is dead, and now with no sustain, the Marcy gets shredded. Luna just stands her ground, cleaves them all down with the glaives. And
All
boom.
that heal that came out from Keeper of the Light, Darkshire, Pipe, and also Lifesteal from Luna. Save will get the shard. He had one queued up for himself, so that gives you ability to cast Shadow Walk on someone. And all of its bonuses, so that's nice. As we said, more invis. 10,000 damage dealt by Luna in the previous fight. This is what he's been farming for. And going into Butterfly next, it seems he wants to have something the battle against Marcy, because Marcy can still kill him if he's dead or if he doesn't have a BKB. But yeah, BetBoom showing up strong in this meme game too.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
No holds barred.
Blessings upon a loyal warrior.
Boom is like, wait, we're allowed to have a jungle roll? What's going on here? Some tier 3 items coming up. Ogre Seal Totem there for Spirit Breaker. Hand of Midas on cooldown for 45 seconds. GPK just finished off a Scythe of Vice. Pretty nice one there to deal with Marcy, who has been the primary damage dealer from Boom so far this game. Illich is going to show bottom. Oh, Avalanche toss and blink away. The save is coming with a surge. But they see him thanks to Slatems. Self-fuels to try and get away from the charge, but in comes the Scythe and the pushback from the Blinding Light. Another strike. Zeus will heavily jump back towards the base.
Oh,
Full BKBs and then lost the Zeus.
Nicely.
Now with a dive into base
Has
though.
no buy.
Unleash onto Toronto Tokyo. Has to BKB and try and run away. Miero with a bit of help with the wall drop down. Picard's going to move around, get in on top of the dogs here, but another Scythe device to relocate back. Gets him away thanks to Panda. Very well done, but your high ground's still being pushed.
Is under attack.
They need to defend this one. They don't have the glyph available. It will reset after their tier 4 tower falls. Toronto Tokyo will need some help.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Gets all the help in the world. The toss back looked good, but there was no follow through. And now the Nether Strike onto the Rubik. More kills for BetBoom. And tier 3 bottom dropping in Boom's base. It looks like the Iron Marcy just running the hell out of here. The creep wave is coming, so the buildings will eventually fall. Hell, they don't even freaking need it. Luna just glaives them all down. Tier 2 mid at half HP. So a second lane of barracks potentially going to get broken down here by BetBoom.
Luna with 20 talent, 2 moon glaives on Lucent Beam plus Conda deals insane amount of damage, and all these heal, like they're constantly full HP, regioning up. Hex also a lot of value the way they managed to catch the Zeus there. Toronto Tokyo, look at that Conda, bringing him down to like 75-80% HP.
Just one tap. Arcane Rune down at bottom. And that's for GPK. Grabs himself a tier 3 token as well. Now Save starts stacking up the tracks. Picaz and Panda both scouted. Now at this point of the game, we really need Panda to start playing like Toronto Tokyo. The coach has got to step in and say, hey, look at the position 5 on the enemy
jungle.
team.
Yeah, start taking some farm.
Well, just like go jungle. You're an IO. Got to start scaling. Get to level 25. Get your Desolator. Get your Basher and your Maelstrom. Start doing some right-click damage. It's not looking good so far for them. They toss back GPK. Miero's here with a nice wall dropped. In comes the Eclipse from Toronto Tokyo. Maybe a turnaround with that big Thunder God's Wrath, but they've lost. GPK, Panda traded, Pakaz falls. 2 for 1 so far. Advantage BetBoom as Slatems gets run in here. Luna dogs here on his tail. Zeus taken down by Miero. And even a buyback from GPK to try and close this one out.
I think this might be it. Like he was focused heavily trying to farm his BKB, but focusing him down, and he still managed to get the Scythe of Vice in Toronto Tokyo. Position 5, Deathless Luna. So far, Slatems, if he gets hexed, he's just straight up dead.
Well, we're diving base. Glaives bouncing off of the Nimbus into the tier 4s. Illich going to toss Slatems. Unfortunate. Unlucky. WCYD. Slatem's dead. No buyback for him. The dieback out. And it looks like Picard has had enough of this nonsense. He's just left the game. Good game. Easy, says Nightfall.
Carry
Toronto
difference.
Tokyo carry difference.
Carry difference, he says. Okay.
Oh my god, what a game.
He definitely did carry this game from jungle. Jungle level 1. He wasn't even level 2. Collected a little bit of experience and left Nightfall alone. Not even kidding. Something like this could be viable in pub Dota. In professional Dota, not as much.
Probably not. Well, a 2-0 victory for BetBoom. Again, nothing to play for. The games don't matter. The points are all made up. Both these teams already eliminated from the Elite League, so having a bit of fun towards the end there. Very, very interesting stuff. Yeah, bringing excitement to our last series of the group stage and the last series of the day. That's what we like to see. No, we get to these dead rubber matches and they are dead rubber. This is like, oh, nothing's happening. Everyone's kind of just, playing things down, going through the motions. Here we're going to see a bit of spice, a bit of fun from BetBoom, a bit of fun from Boom as well, getting their tiny mid, getting this Marcy IO to see how it works out for them. A bit of practice and get your reps in these last couple of matches from the groups.
BetBoom are getting inside some other teams' heads. Once they pick Luna, you will not know who's going to play it and where it's going to go next time.
The Luna Flex. The Luna Flex. Is it pos 5? Is it pos 1? Is it offlane? Is it jungle? You'll never, ever know. Let's watch some of these highlights back. I think we can let the game speak for itself. Have a bit of breathing room after that one. Non-stop action and chaos. And Nightfall just charging and charging over and over again. And as we know, Group B all wrapped up. Team Liquid Xtreme at the top. Gaimin Gladiators and Tundra, the two that follow up. Aurora, BetBoom, Boom, and Blacklist all being eliminated. And I think Group A is still going on. Got that matchup between Azure and OG, a very important one.
Whoever wins that game will secure themselves a spot in the playoffs, starting in the lower bracket. So very important game. If you are not watching it, not sure what's happening there, don't want to spoil it, but definitely tune in and see who's going to win that one. This is a big fight that we've seen. From Toronto, Tokyo, squaring up against Bakaz, Marcy, and still being able to outcarry him. These heals were insane, and then Spirit Breaker with one charge, BKB ends, Kanda damage. And in the end, right, carry difference. Some of these Dota terms that we use have been pretty funny lately. We've been spamming some unluck, what can you do? And carry difference. Ever since people started to use the carry tier lists.
Well, we need something to come back, right? Last time we had some all chat meme phrases was back when we had, was it RTZ saying "Congratis, you can buy Null Talus." That was the one I always remember from back in the day. We need some more of these funny catchphrases to come back into Dota. But yeah, that wraps up our stream here for the B stream. A bit of fun there as our final series. Make sure you go check out that OG against Azure match if it's still going. I think it is, because that's the important one there. And I think it also means no tiebreakers across the board here. Group A and B going to be cemented and locked in as far as I'm aware. So we'll have a bit of a break day tomorrow, which was set aside for tiebreakers. And then the day after, Lacoste and I will be coming back with some playoff games starting bright and early. We go from that 5 p.m. start to an 11 a.m. start with our first couple of best of threes. A couple of days of playoffs to find out who's going to be the victor here in the Elite League. So Lacoste, everyone else, have a good break day. Make sure you have a bit of rest before the Dota continues. See you all next time.